إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك.
Hello and welcome to the LCK here at GGG LOL Park. We've got the Telecom War for our first match of the night. We got T1 up against KT Rollstar. I'm Valdez. With me is Ox. How are you feeling today, Ox?
Pretty good. I wanted to ask, when was the last time we saw this matchup? Do you remember? Was it a significant time?
Nah. No, it's just some random match at Worlds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
They did play in a pretty big arena. There were a lot of people there.
Yeah.
There
I
was a
think,
decent amount on the line, actually.
Which stage of the tournament do you remember?
It was later on for sure. I don't remember exactly when, but
we should really know this as casters.
Nah, somebody else will figure it out for us.
Yeah, okay.
The Worlds 2025 Finals rematch between T1 and KT is now going to happen here as T1 sitting at 2-0, KT at 1-1. And so far, KT has looked okay, but you can feel the loss of Peter, I would say, a decent amount. Whereas on the side of T1, they are certainly looking pretty strong so far.
Yeah, I think both of these teams with a little bit of something to prove for the most recent match. Obviously for T1, it was a win, but considering their opponent was DRX, who are sitting at a 0-3 scoreline, they would have loved to have a more decisive win, right? It was a 2-1. It was also a bit of a struggle, considering the form we expected from T1, maybe hoping for a bit more, and KT did get demolished by a strong opponent, don't get me wrong, but still, it was a rough matchup. And yes, 2 months after T1 got the 3-peat, and it was a super close finals, we do get the rematch between these two teams.
Yes, and definitely some changes that we have had here in the rosters, but certainly does feel like, you know, the cores are still there, right? BDD's still there in the mid lane because in the jungle for KT, whereas obviously on the side of T1, only Pays has been swapped up in the AD carry role. The 2026 LCK Cup POM leader, the Royal Mid. It's all about the mid lane, apparently, for Palms so far. Which one of these mid laners is going to stand out? So far, I've been pretty impressed by Faker's laning. I feel like he's in a pretty good form right now. Whereas BDD, he's been strong, but he hasn't been taking over games just yet.
Yeah, I think BDD, you know, last year was in such insane form. I don't think he is by any means in bad form right now, but, you know, he has just kind of been a continuation of that good form. Whereas Faker, I think, has really hit the ground running at the start of the season. So this definitely will be a big battle between the two to see who can have more impact on the Rift. The interesting point for me, I think, is the bot lane, because for KT, I think there has been some struggles, you know, figuring out which support they are going to be running with. They've been alternating between Polu and Ghost, and also aiming hasn't really fully found his footing on this roster. There's been times where he has gotten fed and then not been able to fully carry with it. And Pays, we've seen, you know, some phenomenal performances from him, but also, I think in that DRX series, there were some moments he didn't quite, wasn't quite able to have that impact.
Yeah.
Also, the game that they lost against HLE, when he was on the Lucian, really was targeted heavily and struggled in that one. So we definitely know Pays is an incredibly capable player, but hasn't quite lived up to what we saw in the Kesma Cup.
Yeah, I think that's definitely very fair. I think Pays, maybe his form isn't quite there just yet. He is a very capable player, as you mentioned, but I would say his form is still at least on par with aiming. And when you look at the support role as well, carry up against Palu, Palu hasn't necessarily been, you know, coming out and starting every single time, but also when he does start, hasn't been having huge performances. So still looking for more out of him. Whereas Keria, I mean, he seems like he's just another one of these guys on T1 that haven't really missed a beat. So certainly favoring the bottom lane of T1 for this one.
Yep, I definitely agree with that one. I think for KT, you know, I think this is always an interesting matchup because the mid-jungle has been so strong for KT. You know, we saw that last year because we're such a massive factor in a lot of their big wins, right? When they took down Gen G both at Worlds and in the LCK playoffs, BDD and Cuz were massive components, but you're going up against Faker and Owner, that duo who just look like they play off each other so well. It's always such a fun matchup to see, and when we just talked about the POM leading role has been mid, this is really where we're looking to see what they can do, the impact they can make, especially since when you look at the role quests, mid really is the one who gets that immediate satisfaction, right? You know, you get the scaling impact for top and AD carry. Once those come online, you get the extra XP for the rest of the game. You get the extra gold for bot lane for the rest of the game, but once you get those tier 3 brutes, that's that immediate power available to make that impact.
Yeah, and mid has always been very important throughout the history of League of Legends, as has jungle. So certainly you want to have a lot of power in those roles if you are a team in the professional scene nowadays. That being said, the bottom lane also very important, obviously, for this current meta. And that's why I do believe T1 should come out here as the favorites. But You know, T1, you mentioned, you know, they dropped a game to HLE, who, as we know now, haven't been on form at all as a team. And they dropped a game to DRX, who also have not taken a win. So, you know, T1 haven't been the cleanest. Does feel like we are getting some of the T1 happy gaming here and there. And so, will we see more of that tonight? Because I do feel like they have been pretty consistent, but also they do kind of have these games where it's not their tippy-top form. Or perhaps they're not playing to that form at least, so.
I think that's the thing is, coming off that HLE matchup, you know, before we'd seen anything else, it was kind of like, oh, you know, they obviously dropped that first game, but still a series winning against HLE felt impactful. But then HLE looked to have been struggling, so it's just hard to judge, right? Because Gen G or another team looked really strong off the gates, but then they just had that yesterday's series against DRX, so I was like, oh, are they struggling as well? It's still early days. I think teams are still figuring out their form. And even though AD carry is one of the roles that I feel like you can slot and switch the most, like it's going to make the least impact, changing it in terms of how a team plays, it's still going to make an impact, still things to figure out. And with it being a new season, still going to make some adjustments. And I think this, though, is going to be a good litmus test for both these teams to try and figure out really where they are in terms of strength. So, you know, Telecom War does have a tendency to deliver. And, you know, KT coming off the bat immediately, they have got first pick on the red side, which is obviously something we commonly see, and they're going to open off with a Bard ban, which pretty good strategy, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like Bard can be game-changing in the hands of the right person, and now we're even going to get a Nico ban, so...
You know, I think Carrier might be the right person
yeah,
when you talk about the Bard ban.
I would agree, yeah. So... couple of bans. I mean, Nico, obviously a lot more common against pretty much any support, but not in every single game do we see that Nico ban.
So with these bans coming through already, there's still, you know, your Malphite, your Vi, Azir, Orianna open. Azir's going to get taken out. So do we see Orianna banned here? Do we see a looking towards those junglers? Malphite hasn't had success when it has been left open, but it is the second most banned pick, only slightly behind Jace. So it really must have been having a ton of success in scrims to be banned this heavily. And the question is, will T1 ban it? No, they won't. So Orianna going to be matching the Azir ban. Malphite and Vi, two of the big picks that we tend to see banned that have been left open. And KT going to look to prioritize the Varus here for aiming. Not giving a real look in towards that Malphite that we see so heavily prioritized in the first bans.
Yeah, it's not the most common first pick for sure, putting it lightly, but perhaps they say, well, Orianna's gone, so maybe they don't have that Orianna Nocturne synergy. Maybe Varus will get a little bit more potential. But there are so many strong picks here in Game 1 of Fearless that picking Varus at that point, definitely pretty interesting, as T1 are going to get some S-tier picks here with the Rise and the Vi.
Yeah, don't even have a look in at the Malphite, not even bother with it. The Rise, especially powerful when you hit that 3-item spike with the Actualizer. Fake has been having great success on it. You have the Vi as well for that point-and-click CC. But the Malphite getting overlooked, and we'll see if KT look to prioritize it themselves or if they're just not particularly interested in it. Gonna be the Renekton coming out for Perfect. And this can be a little risky to pick this one up because it gives a window for Doran to pick something like the Gnar or the Kennen to kind of keep it at bay. We get the Talia coming out from BDD, a pick he is very comfortable on and does pretty well into the Vi at interrupting those dashes.
Yeah, hovering the Aatrox here. Definitely something Doran has a lot of experience on, but not one of those, you know, typical ranged counters that you did mention in the Gnar and the Kennen. There is the Gnar, and it looks like that will be the lock-in here.
Yeah, so I think fairly standard. Take the Gnar here. I think the Gnar a little bit more stable than the Kennen. I think the Kennen matchup can be more punishing for the Renekton. But the Gnar, you're going to be bulkier. Don't have to worry about getting blown up if you get hit by a Chains of Corruption. Or, I mean, you are still vulnerable in mini Gnar, but if you come into a fight, you're close to Mega, you are going to be a bit bulkier. And a lot of threat in the back line, a lot of threat in the side lane as well when you do get the later stages of the game. No jungler picked up yet for KT, presuming that Talia is going in the mid lane, which is the most likely case. And again, we haven't seen the Malphite have success when it has been picked, really, in the LCK. But it's just interesting, it's been banned so heavily and then it just doesn't even get a look in at all here. for KT. Now going to get banned here by T1 in the second rotation. Pantheon's still up and available for KT though, which could get paired with the Taliyah to great effect. So I don't think you're too bothered about the Malphite being taken away when you can just go towards that.
Yeah, I would agree. Makes you wonder why we do see the Malphite ban in the first place, but supposedly scared of the Malphite a bit more than the Pantheon. But it does feel like the Pantheon fits in very well. The Poppy is gone, and that also kind of leads towards, well, we do want something that is going in, that is dashing in, that is creating plays that Poppy would kind of stifle if T1 were able to get their hands on it.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like the Poppy can sometimes just be a little bit non-impactful in lane, especially into something like the Varus that can just poke you out from a distance. Gonna see the Ezreal come out from Pays, a pick he is very comfortable on, a pick we saw him have great success, both very much in challenges as well and in the LCK. So something he can definitely look to have some power on in the mid game. And KT not opting, actually looking towards the Rakan here. And if they end up going Rakan Wukong here, that's a pretty strong pairing. You know, Ezreal tends to be that safe pick who can play a distance, but Wukong Rakan is something that can close the gap. I still think Pantheon, though, is a fine pairing with Taliyah, so I think you have plenty of options if you are Cuz here.
Yeah. Might even be considering, you know, what do we want to take off the board in Fearless at this point, because both seem very nice, but the Wukong Rakan duo will come in, and it's a very nicely rounded out comp here for KT.
Yeah, really strong combo, really solid engage, and actually seeing the Lissandra support come out, so we saw this a little bit. I remember Mickey X playing this a while back in the support role, and it was specifically as a Rakan counter, because you can like interrupt his dash with your roots, and they also, one of the things there was definitely something they changed in the kit I remember back then that just made it more powerful as a support. But yeah, interesting to see this one being brought out specifically as a Rakan counter. So Keria definitely someone who has these more eclectic picks, but had this one ready, and definitely going to be something with that point-and-click CC. And also, if you're getting engaged on, you have a lot of self-peel tools. You know, Ezreal very safe by himself, but if you dive in, you're diving into this Lissandra. You have the Frozen Thralls on the passive, which are really effective. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's a very strange one, but as you mentioned, it is based in some sort of reality, something we have seen before. And, you know, putting it in the hands of Keria, we have to kind of just trust that he can pilot it. So everything kind of looks normal except the Lissandra there in the support role, but again, it makes sense. Here on the side of KT, definitely a nicely rounded comp, lots of engage and pick potential with this one. We'll see if they can do it against T1 in game number 1. All right, game number 1 of the Telecom War. The rematch from Worlds 2025 Finals, which T1 eventually were able to take down, although it was a fierce bout between the two teams. Faker back on his rise. He's been getting a lot of rise. And, you know, this guy has a cinematic where he is literally rise. So he likes the pick, to say the least, and it is a awesome pick in this meta. Definitely going to have our eyes here on the bottom lane a little bit to see how Keria can utilize this Lissandra against the Rakan.
Yeah, you have a good amount of range harass with the pick. Obviously, Rakan can be good at surviving that just because you have the Gleaming Quill, but if you're able to dodge it away here, pretty solid. And again, just that being able to snap, interrupt his W is really powerful. Also, the point-and-click CC is very good at actually locking the Rakan in place. Polu definitely going to be one of Merc Treads in this game to avoid getting just 100 to 0 zeroed in a CC chain.
And I mean, you remember in the past, we used to have stuff like Malzahar support just because you could be an ult bot and not necessarily need a whole bunch of items. It does feel like, you know, a different type of ultimate where it's, you know, it's not the suppression of the Malzahar ult, but still can be utilized to a similar effect by just pressing R onto someone that overextends a little bit, and the rest of T1 have more than enough damage in this composition, especially once Ryze hits 3-4 items. So
I think
feel like the pick is there.
One thing that's really nice as well is the frozen thralls, like the passive. So if you're in those skirmishes, getting those, because I do remember one thing they updated was the sort of usability of those, because I remember they used to be kind of clunky, and they would like stop moving before they exploded, and they also made it so they now follow targets in the rush.
He's getting in there. He's ghosting for this kill, and BDD's going to have to flash away just like that in the solo 1v1. There's an interruption on the dash, by the way. We already got to see it. Palu is going to go back in. And BDD's just dead. It's just a 1v1 kill solo by Faker. And now they're rooting the bottom lane. Palu's just dead too. And that's 2 kills for T1 3 minutes into the game.
Just huge for T1 already. Solo kill from Faker in the mid lane. He's on fire so far in the LCK Cup, taking down BDD in the 1v1. And in the bot lane, just a bit of disrespect from Palu stepping up to Pays and carry and paying for it. This Sandra pick working out very well already. Cuz is looking for a play in the top lane. Doran is about to hit Mega though. If you can get this Mega proc before he gets CC'd, maybe able to live, but he actually backs off a little bit. And with the small wave, KT don't end up going for the dive. So KT's counterplay doesn't end up coming to fruition, and this is just huge. We'll see how this panned out. So obviously he ghosted. This is the initial play to get him low. Ghosted on him, and BD only has TP, so doesn't have a response combat summoner. And then BD's trying to walk up, and I assume he flashes on him.
Yeah. I think BDD assumes he doesn't have mana.
Yeah, you actually looked. Faker's mana just ticked up to have enough for his E there. So he used the W for the slow initially, and that was perfectly calculated from Faker. Textbook there. Super well played.
Yeah, you can see even BDD was like, no, there's no way he can do this. Like, he was in range to get flashed on. BDD knows the range of that, right? So you could tell that BDD just did not think that was possible, but Faker knew it was. And now we've got Keria roaming already with Owner and Faker. So the 2 guys that have kills, along with the jungler of T1, they want to get a fight as we have a TP flank coming in from Perfect. As T1 are really trying to get in there and force a fight here. Palu getting pretty low, and they're going to dodge the seismic shove, and now this is going to give time for Doran to move on over. And it just feels like KT will have to give up the chase. And you mentioned it before, Lysandra can kind of just do her own thing, and Ezreal is totally fine in the solo lane.
Yep, and I feel like KT were really hoping to get something from that. That was the opportunity to get back in the game, to punish, to find an angle. And in the end, all they can do is chase T1 out of their jungle. So, in fairness, you know, T1 don't get a favorable play out of it necessarily, but they don't get punished for it either.
Faker is pretty far behind on CS. I do wonder if he dropped a wave to make that play happen.
Yeah, despite the solo kill, actually giving up a lot of farm in order to make these plays happen. Definitely doing a lot of the roaming.
Yeah.
And
Doran was also behind earlier, has caught up a little bit.
I do wonder how that's impacted his quest progress, because one of the things with the role quests is so much of the progress is gained just from being in lane. Your passive progress goes like 5 times quicker from just being in lane, and it's such a massive factor in how quickly you can complete it. So if you're out of lane, you will be way behind tempo when it comes to quests. I'm wondering what sort of disadvantage Faker might be at in terms of that. We'll have to see later on when it comes through. Right now he's at 496, 500. We'll see how much further ahead BDD is.
Yeah. Cuz level 5 still, doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much. But does want to roam on over as the Chains of Corruption going to catch Keria, and he's not level 6, so he is just dead. Gets flashed on by the Varus, aiming here. With a nice look, they catch him in transition towards that Drake. That does mean that Owner's going to have to pull off of that one. Perfect trying to go ahead and proxy here. He's going to go with the Dominus right as the Gnar comes out.
And honestly, proxying has kind of been buffed. I was actually trying to contest here. But I think he's going to be scared away by all the members here. Yeah, proxying's been kind of buffed because the area which counts as in lane. So where Perfect is proxying the wave is in lane. But when Doran walks back to defend against it, it actually doesn't count as him being in lane, weirdly enough. So he's not getting much progress to his quest, and Perfect still is. There's a lot of weird interactions with what counts as like in lane.
Yeah.
There was a recent one that was talked about alcoves not being in lane. Yeah, Carrier just dies here. There were situations where, you know, even if you were like a little deep in the lane brush, you actually wouldn't hit level 2 on time because you get reduced XP on the first wave in bot lane. There's a lot of stuff like that with the new, like, what classifies as in lane? Because I would have thought, like, being in the alcove is, like, in lane, but...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But apparently not.
We'll see, because we obviously can't see everyone's current quest progress, but we'll kind of see where everyone starts completing them when they start coming in.
So the last time we had support Lissandra was in 2016. February, it was LCK Spring Round 1, and it was Samsung Galaxy's Raid.
You know what?
And a loss to CJ's Mad Life.
You know what I think the craziest thing about that is? That Bard existed in 2016.
Yeah, some of these champs, it feels like they're not that old, but actually they've been around basically forever.
Yeah, Bard's 10 years old. Isn't that crazy? Bard does not feel like a 10 years old champion.
Yeah, he really does.
In my mind. But I feel like it's that thing that champions who are out before you started playing versus after you started playing feel so much different in age. Mm-hmm. Even if they're actually tangibly not that much different.
Yeah, it is true. So Pace seems like he's doing just fine down here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's having a great
Lissandra.
time.
Yeah, he was taking a bit of poke from aiming, but eventually just kind of smoothed that out and has been doing a decent job of keeping up in farm. Nice little knockback here, but Faker already with the Catalyst finish doesn't really care because Talia at this point in the game doesn't really do a whole lot of damage.
You know, honestly, I thought the early plays would really just blow this game open. But, I mean, one thing is getting kills in lane, less meaningful with how quickly you get back to lane with home guards. Mm-hmm. But also, Faker fell kind of far behind in terms of farm, and aiming on Polu got that counter kill onto Carrier. So, you know, you look at the difference in gold between the 80 carries and mid laners, it's pretty non-existent. Despite, you know, it was really hype when Faker solo killed BDD.
It was a good solo kill.
It was, but it just didn't, it hasn't actually tangibly meant that much in the game yet. You do now have level 6 coming in for Carrier, so a lot more playmaking potential here. And remember, aiming doesn't have cleanse available, so you know, his flash being down as well means he is a very vulnerable target. And honestly, Lissandra, one of the better champions at making dives happen, so if they see an angle for that, I'm certain they will go for it. In fact, Carrier has triple tonic, and I think he popped the, I'm not sure what the specific tonic is called, but the one that gives the adaptive force. Mm-hmm. So he might be looking to make use of that.
He wants to fight.
Yeah, you can see the little red glow around him. He wants to fight. He wants to make it happen.
And now aiming's like, here, have a Chains of Corruption too. I don't have that anymore. If you want to fight, now's a really good time. But, you know, Vi, we saw Owner was down there. Now he's not, has gone back to farming his jungle. And it's kind of hard to just straight up dive them. Aiming still doesn't have flash, but...
It's coming up soon.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to be okay.
Kind of missed their opportunity there. So the grub's taken by KT. First Dragon to go to T1. The Cloud Drake on the way. Doran going to try to interrupt this. Doesn't quite get the angle right.
I like the tech, though, you know. Nearly had the angle. Mm-hmm. And actually, I was looking at the quest progress. Faker pretty close to BDD's quest progress, so I was a little worried him being down in farm. Maybe he spent a bit too much time outside the lane, but he's actually pretty close, so won't be put too far behind in terms of those tier 3 boot completions. Jungler's pretty close as well, so I feel like that's kind of the thing we haven't really seen, other than when people are getting completely crushed into the dirt. We kind of just hit that point. It's around like 13-40 minutes. Everyone's quests just come in. Very quickly.
Yeah. It just happens, and it doesn't feel like it has a huge impact on the game. It's hard to get, like, quest spikes, you know? It's like, I have my quest and he doesn't have his. Now I'm going to outplay him in some way or get ahead of him significantly because of that. I haven't seen a lot of that. It's more so just been funny when some players are very far behind, like Faker in that one game. Didn't end up mattering.
or when people don't. I think the best one is mid laners who just don't buy the boots.
Yeah.
And it's like
that's a problem.
It's like, dude, you're not actually benefiting.
It's 2026. Even Cassiopeia can buy boots.
Yeah.
You better buy those boots. Yeah. Not the highest action game we've had, to say the least here.
Bandle Pipes Lissandra, you know, I kind of like the tech. Very cheap item with Celestial opposition as well, so you're pretty tanky and so easy to proc it, right? Because you have slows on a lot of your abilities.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like KT trying to contest this.
There's a lot of shouting I can hear on the stage, so they're certainly trying to make some kind of play, as there is the engage from Carrier. Presses his R button. Owner getting pretty low, but already Cuz goes down as aiming full health, but he doesn't have a front line anymore. BDD just has to flash out of there, but the chase is on. It looks like he's just going to wall himself out as Pace ends up finishing up the dragon. And that's 2 dragons now for T1 with the Mountain Soul on the way.
Yeah, T1 just able to pump damage into the front line of KT, and even though Owner goes down, the turnaround is swift, and T1 happy without that panned out. Look like they were potentially going to go for aiming there, but don't really fancy the dive, especially with Pace pretty low in terms of HP. We'll see the replay here, so they're looking to try and get onto Owner here, but the dash from him interrupts Cuz here, and then we see Carrier go in, gets the AoE CC, and just kind of melts both the Rakan and the Wukong together. And then both those thralls kind of means BDD just has to get away, right? You don't want to hang around while they're ready to kind of explode you. I think also aiming was quite far away, not really able to contribute that much to the fight. So didn't really pan out. I think there is so much decisive engage from KT, but they just didn't really set it up that well. And also, you know, you got to think about the fact that picking the target is a little tricky here. Vi's a bit hard because her ult obviously ignores the CC. Ezreal's not the easiest target and has cleanse. Faker's quite bulky, but probably is one of the better targets. And Carrier is Lissandra, so...
And has Unsealed Spellbook, and currently has Cleanse because of it.
Yeah.
So just to make matters even more difficult for KT.
Definitely some challenges.
Yeah. They're enjoying challenge at the moment. And it's pretty rough because I feel like if you get behind with this comp, like, yes, you do have the Varus, but you don't have a huge amount of damage and you're very pick focused. So if you get the right target, yes, sure, you can blow them up, but you're not going to have a lot of vision set up. It's not going to be easy to find picks with this, even with their comp, which is kind of insane with Wukong and Rakan. But it just feels like if they don't have a little bit of setup, it becomes a little bit more difficult to actually set up the picks. Especially when finding the picks on a T1's members, as you mentioned, can be very difficult.
Yeah, I also feel like the front line can. It's not like you have some super tank who can just walk up and take space. You know, if Wukong or Rakan are moving forwards, they kind of need to be engaging. Otherwise, they are just going to have like a Rise walk up at them and just put a full combo into them. Or, I mean, Carrier is looking at Polu right now, and it's a little spooky.
Yeah. I remember, I think it was Atlas and maybe it was you or it was Wolf, but they were talking about the loudest champions that we do have here on the Korean client. The Karma's one of them, the Vi's another one, but Lissandra really takes the cake. And I'm glad that we do get it back here in whatever role it is, just for more action on the mic. Doran just doesn't really care about Perfect anymore.
Yeah, I think early levels, Doran, actually, the top lane matchup wasn't going as well as you typically expect. Got set behind a bit in terms of...
Oh, okay, getting on in there. The exhaust to utilize, trying to really 100-0 Owner, and they are going to be able to do that. A bit traded back, but only on to Palu, who is the support, and even Carrier is getting pretty low. So nice setup there from KT. Able to set up a pick, which their comp does very well, and it looks like they should be able to get this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think a bit disrespectful from Owner. Didn't have the flash, didn't have a window to really ult, and just kind of gets CC locked and dies. So an overstep there from T1's jungler that gets punished. And a nice pickup that's going to lead to the Herald here from KT. So despite a bit of a deficit down in Dragons as well, still very much in this game. And the point I was making before is the early top lane matchup wasn't going too well for T1. But now, this is the thing with the Gnar. You just get to the point where you can just bully out a Renekton in the side lane, and Perfect is not having a fun time.
So our Deskers did confirm this is the chattiest comp of the LCK 2026, LCK Cup 2026. We got Lissandra and Vi, but also Gnar and Ezreal, who just never stops talking. There are so many chatty guys here on this comp. And yeah, it feels like Rise is a little bit left out.
Yeah,
but
right.
the rest of them, you know, they're really chatting up a storm.
So could you switch Rise out for a chattier champion? Is the question.
Does it have to be a mid laner?
Well, maybe you could put Lissandra mid, and then could you find a support who's a bit chattier?
Rakan's pretty chatty.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't he talking a lot? Brahm's got like a booming voice. Lulu, the giggles. I think that's a good choice as well. And Lulu's pretty meta nowadays, so I would not be surprised to see.
Yeah, but Lulu Ezreal's a bit.
Yeah, not in this comp.
Not in this comp.
Yeah. Maybe with the Varus, but not really. Not the best.
Maybe we should pitch it, but like, guys, next time switch your comp up, you know, not chatty enough.
All right, they're trying to make a play here onto the Wukong, who does not seem to have his clone, and it looks like Cuz is just dead. Even tried to flash out of that one and just gets hit by a giant boulder to the back of the head. Keria getting pretty low himself, but again, he is Lissandra with flash and heals. So T1, they find the pick themselves right before this dragon, and it might just be Mountain Soul point for them.
I feel like when you're playing into Wukong, the second you see him use his W, everyone just gets so tunnel visioned on taking this guy down. And you see T1 and we're like, oh.
All right, Keria is in a totally fine spot, and it's mid-Gnar, so this engage not really panning out all too much. And Pays eating forward, trying to get some more damage down. Faker, not the most range, but is able to defend his team. As owner, all the while, was just taking the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, KT trying to get more from that, unable to do so, and it's T1 still coming out ahead in this play, getting the dragon. I'm pretty happy with that one, 3 in pocket. And we'll see for the replay here, so Cuz ends up playing a little bit aggressively here, and it's here, he W's away, and Owner and Keria are like, okay, it's go time.
You're dead.
They use that cooldown, we will kill him. And then they're trying to find a little bit more here, trying to step forwards, but a lot of cooldowns are invested by KT to kind of keep them at bay. And at that point, T1 are like, well, you know, Chains of Corruption down, Jungler down, we can just go to the dragon. Oh.
Well, got a root here on a Pays. Eventually is going to cleanse. Has Keria nearby. Palu looks like he should be fine. Bit of a fight over the control ward, perhaps.
Yeah, I think getting the cleanse from Pays pretty good overall, just being able to pick that one up for free when there's nothing really on the cards to fight for. But still, it's a big lead for T1 right now. And what I am a little bit worried about is Pays. Oh,
Palu somehow backing here where they could see him. We do have a disengage cone in position, but it doesn't matter with this much CC. Although Palu
the
is
charm!
going to flash on him, charm, and then just, well, die.
Yeah,
And
not ideal.
yeah, well, it's not the longest cooldown in the world, but he's not able to get away.
Yeah, I think Owner's flash didn't update on the overlay, so we're just sorting that out for a second.
Just hide it, just put it away.
Yeah, but a little bit unfortunate there, probably trying to get away from that situation. I mean, ultimately, there's nothing to play for on the map right now, so it's not the end of the world. But still, we're just seeing T1 getting more and more control off the map right now. And we see, you know, the spike for Pays right now, the Triforce, and the Romana fully stacked. Faker is approaching his Rod of Ages being fully stacked, and he's going towards Actualizer. It's not looking too promising for KT. And we see Polo here nearly getting away. It's one of those moments where it's like, okay, he's very dead. He's very... Oh, is he alive? No. No. That's, you know, I mean, he gets a flash out. It's worth trading the ult for the flash in terms of cooldowns. But it definitely didn't feel too hot.
Yeah. Just kind of dying for not all too much. And Renekton's really not having a fun time against either of these solo laners as they're trying to engage a mini-Gnar here. Doran in a bit of a rough spot as the knockback comes out. They don't have all that much damage, but it is enough in the end.
Okay, nice
pick.
pick.
Him down.
Again, objectives are a while away, but it just gives some pressure. Going to throw down the Herald on the bot side and look to get this bot tower, so that's something. They also get Keria's flash, so, you know, trading up again. 2 flashes picked up, they'll take that, but they are losing pressure on mid. Aiming, trying to clear this wave out. And Pays playing with a lot of confidence here.
Yeah, very stubbornly sticking onto that turret for quite a while. BDD, meanwhile, is in the bottom lane. had this Rift Herald drop by Cuz for him.
Yeah, there's no one actually here to defend. I think Ona's going to get here in time to smite it, so it won't get a second charge, actually. He just got there in time. I thought he was going to get another charge in on that tier 2, but he slides in and clears it up, so nice move from him to defend there and not let KT pick up more. It's a 3,000 gold lead. I think the main thing I'm concerned about is that Dragon lead, especially since one of the concerns we had for KT was, you know, maybe lacking some damage. You're very burst focused. You have a poke Varus. You have like this engaged composition with the Rakan Wukong. You add the Mountain Shields to this T1 composition. That's when I'm starting to feel really worried, and they're one Dragon away. So, you know, picks like this is good. This is what you want. The fact they got 2 flashes as well is a nice boon going into this next Dragon fight. But this next Dragon fight, I think, is really going to make or break the game. So we'll see what KT are going to be able to pull off here and what angles to approach. The big worry is that although they got flashes from Doran, from Ona, from Carrier, those summoners are available for Faker and Pays, and those are the targets they really want to get on top of. And as you can see from the scoreboard, they haven't been able to take either of them down so far this game.
Nope, they haven't. They've just been farming away very comfortably, especially Faker, who was 2-0-2, got the solo kill earlier, and he's got the biggest bounty in the game on him, and this Rise is going to be a problem, I think, for KT. He's just going to get stronger and stronger, get higher level, eventually with the Rod of Ages, be very tanky, and also do a ton of damage to this comp that really wants to go all in onto one target.
KT are actually kind of lucky because he's level 15. He's 1 stack away from his Rod of Ages level up, and he's almost completed his Actualizer, but hasn't quite. So they've actually dodged a bullet here because if he was a little bit more further along, he'd be so much stronger.
Yeah, could have been so much worse. As trying to go in onto Meganar, not the best, I would say, as now we have the flank coming in from Perfect, trying to take down Doran. They will be able to do that, but now Owner goes in onto Cuz, who just gets burst down. They do, in fact, have the damage, and Pays even looking for a bit more with that shift forward. So Palu very low, Cuz is down, and T1 can kind of just do whatever they want. I would imagine they'll look for this Mountain Soul.
It's such a weird engage, you know. Obviously, they did take down the Mega Gnar, but I felt like they just threw their front line at this bulky Gnar and just took so much damage in return. And in the end, not only did you give over the Mountain Soul, but now Faker's level up comes in. His Rod of Ages is completed. The next time you fight, he's going to have Actualizer. And I think that might just be game. I think you've missed the threshold. This was the moment you need to have a big convincing fight. They got the seismic shove from BDD, and I think that made them think, okay, we have to make it happen. We have to kill Doran. I just don't think it's enough. I think you needed more. You needed a better angle. You needed backline access here, not just to kill one of the frontliners.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the fact that Cuz went down, but Palu and Perfect also ended up super low. And I think it might just be a bit too far in this game. Faker is going to be so close to having that Actualizer.
Yeah.
We've all seen what he can do. Not just the Rise with his item, but Faker specifically on this champ. I mean, how many times have we seen Faker as Rise in a cinematic? But we've seen him in the LCK Cup on this pick. So, yeah, it's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, we talked about all the synergy in this composition for KT, but it just feels like, you know, you were talking about better angles. We haven't really seen them utilize a lot of their synergy, like the Wukong Rakan. We haven't seen those two come together and actually make a nice engage go off. It's kind of just been Cuz got caught one time, Palu got caught in the last fight and kind of had to use the quickness just to try to barely survive. Like, that's not the engage synergy we were talking about. Could have been much better, as now Perfect in the side lane. He's got a big shield, but the smite comes in, and it looks like Perfect will just go down in the 2v1. So nice little pick in the side lane.
Yep. So nice pick up there, and it's just kind of telling that KT aren't able to really contest the Baron on the other side. Faker picked up his Actualizer there. We also see Pays going for the Endless Hunger. You know, this was talked about, Wolf was mentioned on the space yesterday. You get ability haste based on the AD you have. So as you're going to get just insane, almost earth levels of ability haste with his item. And also, it gives tenacity, which I don't think he needs, right? He has cleanse, but, you know, why not?
Yeah, a little bonus, you know?
Just to make things even more impossible than they already felt a little bit.
Yeah.
KT, I feel, kind of need a miracle. They kind of need an overstep from T1 at this point. A perfect engage, I think, on the right target. Not specifically perfect, sorry, but flawless
but
engage.
Perfect is the top laner of KT.
Yes,
so.
they need a flawless engage, I think is a better way to win it. And this game just kind of
a clean engage.
Yeah, clean engage. It's been smooth sailing for T1. You look at the gold graph, and this is kind of the game we'd be hoping for as a T1 fan. You know, with maybe the series against DRX instilling some doubt, right? It was one of those happy series that T1 sometimes has. This is kind of the form where you're like, oh, they're locked in.
Well, the game they lost to DRX was game 2. So we'll wait for game 2. At least I will, before I say that T1 are not ready to happy game, because I've seen this many a time.
Are you suggesting I'm cursing them a little bit?
No, I just think T1 has some tendencies sometimes.
Okay, we'll see. Well, so far things looking good, but Cuz is trying to make his way in, potentially for a steal.
Yeah, he's trying to get that engage going as Palu, and well, it wasn't much of anything, as now the Cyclone is going to go down, and a massive Doran to the wall! Doran wants to end this game right here, right now, and I think he just did. As Perfect on the run, but he should be the 4th casualty on the list. BDD also on the run, but Faker's just sprinting at him. Is trying to actualize all over BDD at this point in time, who is going to flash away, and the flash comes in from Faker. Nice knock away, actually, from BDD onto Keria. As they're really extending into the base beyond 2 turrets.
Who's tanking? Come on. Okay, Keria, you've got it. He's a little bit tanky,
shield.
right? Got the shield. There's still, the mid-tier 2 is up, right? So definitely a little bit of an overstep there to try and chase down BDD, but they really wanted those kills. And this engage, so Keria comes in with the flash for the root here. Gets the core going in. Flashes, gets the root, and then coming in with Doran with a follow-up, slam into the wall, into the stun.
The Realm Warp delivery of the Mega Gnar.
So well played, and just a brutal crushing here from T1. You know, we were saying this game felt like it was a little bit over. This fight really demonstrated it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Palu's like desperation engaging on the Ezreal with Cleanse without the Wukong. Just again kind of shows you how desperate they are to try to make something happen. And yes, eventually T1 have their fun in the base and get that going on. We do have the Elder Dragon spawning in a minute because the Elemental Soul did come out very early in this game. And so T1 with total control on the map should just be able to take that down if they would like to play this very safely.
I think probably won't. I think they'll probably bait it and just kill them. Probably won't let the Elder get low.
Still have 2 minutes of Baron. I guess they did just get it, so.
Yeah, I think if KT can't let them get Elder, but if KT come to contest, they'll just kill them. They won't let it be a flip, because that's like the only way you lose the game is Cuz steals the Elder, and then they win a fight off that. T1 have seemed quite serious this game. No shenanigans yet. And KT trying to make the base defense happen, but the tower's getting shredded by these cannon minions right now. And Page trying to land the poke here.
Yep. Still a minute 30 on the Baron buff, so really just trying their best to push in. Here's the TP, and this will be from Perfect with the Dominus procced already, but the rest of the team is so far away, and now aiming is all by his lonesome, is going to flash away, but the Realm Warp is coming in, and Faker wants to continue to actualize on this team. The exhaust is there, aiming is down, and the denial on the wall getaway from BDD is really going to put the nail in the coffin on this game number 1. 15-5 the kills.
You know, that recall was a great call, Perfect. You just stay in the fountain. No, I think there's a better place for you to be.
Yeah.
And that is in the fountain. Not much you can do here.
He's going to get rooted up by Keria, who just casually plays Lissandra support into Palu's Rakan, and wasn't even the main character of this game. I mean, he was good, but I think it was really just T1's ability as a team to shut down a team when they're playing very seriously that took the prize in this game 1.
But I think we had some great moments, right? You know, Faker getting that solo kill early on, but I think the team fighting was excellent. Keria bringing out the Lissandra support and the Rakan, and just some great team fighting from T1 as a whole, but a very serious game. We'll see if they confirm it, they continue it, into game 2, and can keep this sort of focused gameplay. Don't go back to some of their happier series that we've seen. But if this is the level of player that T1 show when they are serious, then they're understandably going to be very feared in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, I mean, T1 looking very strong when they do play to this level. Doran going to have the most damage in the game. Did a lot of hitting the Crocodile in the top lane, but also did have a very nice game on the Gnar. bunch of big ults in that one. Faker not really given enough time to really scale out of control to put up the big numbers, but obviously did have a fantastic game number one. And guys, that is T1 1-0 over KT here in the Telecom War. Kind of looking like a lot of the Telecom Wars we have seen in the past where T1 just roll over them. We'll see if they can do it once again in game number two, as we are going to take a quick break and have the space to break down that game one. We'll be right back.
아래로 갈래 아래로?
이 내가 막할게. 위에 내가 막할 수 있어.
나르는 나랑 위에 볼래?
야, 위에 봐도 돼.
위에 볼게 위에 파르스
위에 확인해보자. 위에 좋긴 하다 이거. 나도 봤어.
파르스 노플
오금 봤어. 오금 노플이야.
나 위에 왔고 받을 사람?
탈려 노플. 낙한도 노플.
끊었어
나 딜을 못했는데? 나이스.
네?
내 노공이야. 할 수 있어.
원딜 노플이라 하지 않았냐?
잘못됐어? 빠진 줄 알고.
아까 바론도 안 썼나?
안쓴거 같아.
생겨주실 분. 잘 사네.
لست بآثم إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك
In this rematch of the World Finals here at the LCK Cup, it was very one-sided as T1 go up 1-0 over KT. Welcome to the space. Day number 3, week number 2. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid. And yeah, that was a slow, methodical game that maybe T1 could have gone faster, but you know what? A clean game here feels pretty good, Wolf.
I mean, at the end of the day, T1 has a pre-built synergy from the roster being together 80% of it last year, right? Going all the way to the World Finals. KT Rolster is rebuilding again. And like just like last year where they were swapping the 80 carry repeatedly amongst 3 people, now they're swapping their support back and forth. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time for KT to figure out what their identity is, what their roster really even is, and what they're trying to do. Because Aiming has been on this team before, but it was a completely different iteration than what it is now. And I think it's natural that T1 will just kind of be coordinated and stomp them. I think that's what the rest of the series is probably going to look like.
Yeah, it was more coordinated between the players about the game tempo. It was no rush at all. They were just like stacking the Drake and they just won the game eventually.
Yeah, well, draft is going to be so important that we're going to talk about it last as we take a look at the highlights here from this last game. And it starts off at the Drake at 12:30 with kind of how you get Varus into the fight if you're a little late here with it.
So yeah, this is the second Drake, and I think you can give up the second Drake if you can get a good fight. And I think this is the moment where Lethality Varus can pop off. But the point is, they were already late in the Drake. We can't see the Drake HP, but it was literally 2k. So I think in this case, you have to think about the positioning more. So you have to open up the space for Varus. But look at Aiming's position in the Tribush. He cannot really join the fight because his teammate is not helping him enough. So he's just isolated, doing nothing, afraid of enemy team.
And big picture here too, the rest of KT are stacking up on top of Lissandra with their engage. And they gave the True Shot Barrage combo there for free. They just walked into a tiny Lissandra-sized area and they were like, let's see what happens. This is not the first time that happened. The bottom duo walked straight into carry. It didn't track his cooldown correctly, got double rooted there as well and lost a kill.
Yeah, what you were saying in the back was like, it felt like KT were trying to problem solve the Lissandra in real time and, you know, kind of definitely failing that last test. And then here, 27 minutes. By this point, T1 had control of the game over by the Baron and showed exactly why they are the world champions.
When you're this far ahead and you're this vision dominant, if you're KT, like how do you operate this fight? Like Doran can actually stand with impunity here on the right side of the Baron pit, and KT have to try to figure out a way to get in. They have to get through a Lissandra as well, so it's really quite unplayable here. They ultimately do get pays to cleanse. That is all you can get.
Who has the tenacity already with the endless hunger as well. So I think it was unwinnable already. Like they already got the Soul Drake, and it was Mountain Drake as well. So it was really hard to get the target. And I think, yeah, that's why we really wanted to talk about the draft more than the highlight.
Yeah, I mean, you see in that fight, even the Wukong ult is just used defensively on the team that needs to be able to close the gap, needs to be able to get in.
So let's take a look at that premium pick there on the side of T1. Keria known for pulling out different supports, this time the Lissandra, but in a response to the Rakan here with it.
So yeah, you can see the theme of the KT draft in the first round that they have to ban out the carrier. So that's why they banned Bard and Nico in the first round. And then first pick Varus to win lane in the bot lane. But what's the ending of the KT draft is the worst way is that they actually ban out Yunara and Poppy 4-5. And then they just let them play Ezreal, and you can just play whatever you want into Rakan. So the reason why you pick Lissandra into Rakan is basically you just counter Rakan. Just in general, you can see Polo trying to knock up Lissandra here, but if you just press W, you can't do anything.
Loot stops the knockup. And I think that the other problem I have with this Rakan Wukong setup here is it felt like it was very desperate, sudden choice from KT with the rest of their draft. The identity doesn't work out that well. Is they could have also just walked face first into Leona. It doesn't even have to be some crazy Lissandra pick. It could have just been carry as Leona. They have Vi, they have Ryze. That's going to scale incredibly well. The Ezreal is safe here. It's hard to get on top of the Ezreal. As we saw, they got a cleanse out of him. That was the best they could ever get the entire game. I think this draft for KT Rolster really, really struggles into what T1 put together.
So yeah, the whole point of KT draft is to win bot lane, but they lost the bot lane. So there's no point to play out this game.
Yeah, pretty difficult there for KT. They passed test 1, which is banned Bard. They passed test 2, which is banned Nico. Failed everything else. Let's see how they do in the second test here in game number 2.
Thank you, Deacon and Wolf and What If for that great breakdown. I think you guys covered all the bases for what was basically a straightforward game, as Paulo will be subbed out and Ghost will be put in. And this has been a little bit of a sticking point for KT, where it's like, do we play Ghost? Seems relatively new to the role, not the most confident. Do we play Paulo? He's played it his whole career, as far as I can tell, and but not quite up to the standard they're looking for. So they're kind of swapping between the two, and they haven't settled on one more than the other just yet.
Yeah, I think the difficulty with this is, you know, there was a period last year where they brought Peter in, and it also synced up with the time when they went on a big winning surge, and obviously that was working out for them. And I think obviously they're hoping that they end up, you know, striking, you know, a point where they start to find some success as well. But by splitting time between these two supports, it's going to extend kind of the period at which you're trying to build that synergy, right? Because you're halving the play time for both of them. So, you know, if you compare to a team like T1, who their support jungle mid, I think, is such a strong trio of roles in terms of how important the synergy is between them, and that's something that obviously T1 has like nailed down so heavily. KT need to build that, and by, you know, constantly subbing the supports in scrims, in series, it's just extending the time that you're gonna have to develop them. That being said, clearly they feel like they're getting value out of this, and by having these two alternate options, they can see which one is working better. And it's still very early days, but I do worry that the longer they extend this, maybe they end up at a point where, you know, it just means it's going to take longer for one of them to fully acclimate to the team. So we'll see. Obviously, Paulo had a rough game there, but, you know, I think anyone is going to struggle into Keria when Keria has counter pick, and clearly was ready with his Lysandra pick as a counter. So we'll see what position Ghost ends up in this game, because it's not the first time as well that we feel like Paulo has been put into a bad spot in draft, whether it comes from him or it comes from the coaches, because he was also the one on the receiving end of that Nautilus into the Anivia, which we were very unhappy about. That was possibly the most miserable game we've seen for support in a long time.
Yeah, you never like to be put in positions like that, and it just feels like sometimes teams get put up against a wall and they feel like they don't have any other choice, or the player requests it, or the coach wants it, and the player's like, no, this is not going to work out. KT are going to go for second pick, which generally means final pick.
The problem is with this, so clearly they suffered a lot in the last game by Keria having counter pick. But my question is, you have second pick now. Are you going to give Ghost last pick? Or are you going to give last pick to Perfect, and then Keria still might get counter pick? Because that doesn't actually solve what was the problem last time.
Are you going to double ban supports from second pick as well, and potentially give over something really high value over to the side of T1?
And also, if you are going to give last pick to Ghost, do you have another pick that you're just going to be able to comfortably blind for Perfect? We're going to kick off with bans, and Malphite this time is going to get just banned immediately. So it was obviously overlooked in the first rotation of both bans and picks, but this time heavily prioritized. Nocturne going to get taken away here by T1. Obviously something they very successfully play.
Maybe they want some kind of top-tier immobile AD carry, such as an Aphelios, or even a Yunara.
Or maybe they want to trade Azir Orianna, and they want the Azir, and they are happy to give BDD Orianna, but not if it's paired with a Nocturne.
Yeah.
Could be a theory.
Looks
They're
like
banning
it.
Rumble, so I think they might plan to just grab that first pick Azir. And the thing is, if KT right now ban Orianna, ban Azir, they're giving over Orianna. So it's a difficult decision to make. Notice also that Nico is available as well. So that might just be the ban here, and then we get the trade of mids.
Yeah, that would be what we expect, although...
Actually, yeah, I mean, this is also, you ban Ambessa here, and then T1 might end up going the Azir, which we theorize, and then we get the trade here. Could be Orianna Nico, or it could be like Orianna Gwen, maybe. Or you don't even take the Orianna here, you take like Nico Gwen or something. There's a lot of options for KT, but T1 are going for that Azir with the intent to trade it for the Orianna. as was kind of suggested by the Nocturne ban.
Yeah. Don't think they'll be able to take both. But as I was talking about, a lot of top tier engage picks taken off the board. Even the Rumble that can do well with some CC to make an 80 carries life hell are taken away. So the Unara does get picked up here. And we saw the Varus first pick for the side of aiming in game number 1. Not a big surprise that they go ahead and prioritize aiming's pick here again.
Yeah, so in this situation, with the Unara being secured, I think things for T1 that go higher in priority, I like the Nautilus, especially with like Vigon. But they are going to look to secure the Nico as well, so wanting to snap that one up. A strong bot lane for the 5v5, and obviously Nico does well in lane into melee supports, but there are a lot of range supports that can potentially bully her out. Looks like T1 are going to go for the Aphelios for Pays. Maybe just Aphelios Lulu. Yeah. So a pretty strong pairing. And even though the 5v5 is strong from Unara Nico, you can get bullied out in lane by this 2v2. As long as you're dodging away from the skill shots from the Nico, you can kind of just walk at them with the shielding and bully them out a bit. And also, you become very strong in the team fights yourselves. Now the question is, what are KT going to pick here? They are looking at the Akali, not the Orianna. So the Orianna might just get banned away here. And the Akali is a flex.
Yeah.
We've seen it top lane a lot.
And also, Vikla just solo killed Chovy yesterday.
Yeah, in this matchup.
The exact same matchup. Akali versus Azir. So it's been a counter for a while. I feel like Azir kind of doesn't really care about what he's playing against generally, but Akali can be one of those picks that can be very annoying, and you can sometimes be in danger. So Orianna just not picked up, ignored for now.
Yeah, I feel like you need, there's a certain level of hyper mobility to keep up with Azir. The old school counter was Zed, but you just need not just a level of mobility, but you need even more than that to get on top of an Azir, and Akali does have that. So it looks like T1 going to start banning away Jarvan here. It's Poppy in the jungle banned away by KT. And it looks like the Orianna not getting banned away yet, so expecting this Akali to be mid lane.
Yeah, maybe not expecting Perfect to be able to pick up the Akali here in the top lane.
Definitely not the pick you'd sort of expect to be in his wheelhouse. Do see the Xin Zhao coming in as a ban, so a lot of jungle picks thinned out here in terms of the pool. We have Best as well that we saw banned. I mean, technically also a jungle ban. When we think about it, 3 jungle bans from T1 banned, 4 so far banned on KT's side, so really heavily pinching the pool here.
I do wonder how deep it is going to go. What level of jungle pick are we going to see as Pantheon also taken away? So they don't want to give that Pantheon here on R4 to KT.
If we include Fearless bans, that's 10 jungles out the pool so far. We're not counting Rumble in the jungle, because that's not been a thing for a while. And that's 10 junglers being taken out. So full expectation here for KT is it's going to snap up whatever jungler they're prioritizing here right now. There is still stuff like Aatrox available, which you've seen in the jungle. Kiana,
Sejuani. And there was a lot of discussion when Perfect there, so maybe trying to figure out what kind of melee tops he can play. Or even if he can play the Akali as well.
We actually haven't had a Sejuani game yet in the LCK Cup, which is crazy for anything with LCK in the name to not have a Sejuani game.
Not the most meta nowadays.
Yeah, and they are actually going to go for the Gwen. So this is interesting because I feel like, it was just a hover. I was feeling like the Akali being in the game would kind of discourage you from taking the Gwen, because if Akali gets flexed into it, it's going to be a bad time. We get the Zehen coming in, and then Mundo comes through. Now I imagine
knows how to play it now.
Owner has been. We at least know this isn't his first game. He got that out the way in World's knockout stages, and it looks like we might just get Rek'Sai coming through. Obviously, great at stacking the passive for the Sejuani, and pretty durable in the top side. And Perfect also did have a good game earlier in the LCK Cup where he's kind of just impossible to shove out. I believe it was in the series against DNS, where in later in the series, later in the game, sorry, he was just impossible to shred through. Now, they do have a good amount of sustained damage in this game, but he can be so hard to pin down. So, a lot of dive potential from KT, a lot of melees to stack up that Sejuani passive. But I think they might just struggle at the kind of absurd survivability of T1's frontline and also the DPS of their backline. Because you think about the fact that like Sejuani and Rek'Sai are bulkier champions, but it's a Felios, Lulu, and a Nazir. I don't think they're ever going to have DPS struggles.
No.
And also, Mundo, Zehen are just so hard to cut through. They're both two champions that essentially have double health bars. One of them because he comes back to life, and one of them because his ult just heals him so much. So, yeah, I think KT, there's definitely potential for them to find momentum in this game, but I think burden of execution really is on them to get the ball rolling, because I think if it just goes late without anything happening, they're going to struggle a bit. And also, Ghost has been subbed in on this Nico. He needs to be finding big engages, because otherwise you're playing into a Lulu who's just going to outvalue you by pressing ultimate.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on this new support player in Ghost. As we are getting ready, let's hop into the Rift for game number 2 of the Telecom War. Off we go, game number 2. Game number 1 was very straightforward. It just felt like a slow and steady collapse of KT by the hands of T1. And I'm hoping that this one has a little bit of a back and forth, so it can be a little bit more interesting. Trying to clear out that forward ward, not quite able to, as Carrier very scary at level 1.
Oh, and both 80 carries going Ghost here, and not going Barrier. So we've seen a lot of Barrier for that extra trading power in lane, often using the Barrier for tempo, and the survivability in team fights, right? But both going Ghost here, valuing that extra mobility.
And Ghost is playing in the game.
Maybe a tribute to him, actually, in the summoner spells.
It has to be. There's no other explanation. Well, it's pretty good on both of them, actually, because especially Yunari, you pop your ult, you want to get in there.
Yeah.
Got those first 3 crits.
I think this is one of the things with playing Nico into a range champion, especially these champions like Lulu, or I mean Karma's even worse. But these champions who have shields and a decent amount of harass, where if you miss your skill shots, or they shield a harass and then just poke you back, it feels so bad because you don't have any sustain as the Nico. You don't have shields to mitigate the damage. You don't have like actual healing sustain like an Ami. So you have to land the poke, but then also avoid taking damage in return, or you're just going to have a bad time. Which is why Nico always worked so well when she's playing into a melee champion, because you get that combination of harass, and you have the engage that every LCK support, I mean, honestly, every competitive support loves.
Yeah.
But you see here in this trade, that was a good trade on the carrier, but it's still aiming Ghost to a down in terms of health.
Yeah. Always just feel like they're not going to be taking good trades with the Lulu that came in. The priority on the Nico that we knew was going to come out because it was not banned immediately just gets countered by Carrier. We saw him play Lissandra in game 1, which is a very out of left field pick, but obviously very good in Turrican. And then now he's playing kind of the most basic enchanter in the Lulu, and he's going to make your life hell in both games. It's not going to be easy. As Owner's down here, but so is Cuz. So I don't think we're diving anytime soon.
Yeah, but it's always good when you see, Owner patting down and making sure he's just there. He's just present, so Cuz can't do anything to disrupt the 2v2. And getting damage on the tower already for Pays and Carrier is great. Obviously, getting that at first plate, the extra gold, but also the extra progression towards the quest from that first plate is really valuable. And Faker again, I mean, it is Azir into Akali. They're getting some good early progress in the lane. And we did see last time when this matchup happened between Chovy and Vikla.
Yeah.
Vikla got that really good early trade level 1, which I assume didn't happen between BDD and Faker based on how the lane is now.
Doesn't seem that way, as now we do have the Sejuani and the Rek'Sai trying to get to work on the door, and the flash comes in, and he is so dead. First blood will go over to Cuz on the Sejuani. feeling very comfortable on this pick.
Yeah, you saw actually the passive. It wasn't fully stacked for Darn, and then it started to drop because he was focused on running and not maintaining it. I'm not sure 100%, but if he'd been able to have it stacked, I think he might have been able to just get away from that one. But it's pretty low, like he zoned off the wave. I don't think he would have been able to stack it in time regardless. But here, he's trying to run away, it times out, and then he's just running. And without that res being able to come in, he's kind of just doomed, so... Pretty unfortunate.
Yeah.
BDD getting a good trade there, back in return. I think this is the most annoying thing about Akali. Even though they nerfed Doran Shield and Second Wind, it still just feels like you put so much damage into her, and she still just doesn't run out of health.
It's Akali and Yone, I feel like, that are the worst with this, where it's like, they just don't die. They have insane amounts of mobility. You can harass them forever. Eventually, it feels like you just run out of mana.
That is one nice thing, though, is that they made it so the mid-quest, you get contribution towards it based on damage dealt to your lane opponent.
Yeah.
So you're rewarded for harassing them. Even if it feels like you're not doing damage, you see it ticking up.
And Deliverance does come in. Perfect's only level 5. It's not kill pressure just yet, but there's a massive wave coming in here. And that's going to be a plate already going the way of Doran. So he's going to be happy with the trade regardless.
Yeah, and he's ahead in terms of farm. You know, Perfect's going to be able to pick up a little bit of CS on this wave, but down the plate already. So Doran, despite that gank, able to do pretty good in the 1v1 matchup.
All right, BD does not have flash, and he's trying to go for a trade here up against Faker. Does utilize that perfect execution and does get away. As now Pei's getting engaged on down in the bottom lane. Is going to try to flash over this wall, and that he will. The stun does come in at range. Big rotation down from Owner and Faker, but the disengage does come through from KT.
Yeah, good gank here from Cuz to get that summoner spell. And obviously Owner able to find something on a BDD in the mid lane with the setup from Faker. Not the best mid-jungle combo in terms of gank pressure onto Akali, you know, Azir, Mundo.
Yeah.
But they'll make it work. And Faker will get that crystalline overgrowth, so doesn't quite get the plate, but very close to it.
Perfect once again, just going for a little proxy in the wave again.
I mean, of all champions, you know, other than like Singed, I think Rek'Sai one of the better ones to just do this because it's almost... Oh!
Faker might just die here. He has to flash very close. As the 5-point strike almost caught him on the backside of that right before he flashed away.
Yeah, I think if BDD had flash, I think he's just dead. I think he just flashed Jews and he's just down. So that was close for Faker to going down and showing that despite Faker definitely having the edge in game 1, it's still a very close fight between these two mid laners.
Yeah, BDD's after blood after the way that game 1 went. Getting solo killed, BDD does not like to lose the lane. But that he did to Faker's Rise in game 1. So trying to get revenge. Of course, BDD was the first one who had to flash away early on. But able to even it up without his own flash is always a really good feeling. Especially as he gets closer to that first item.
Was because going the Zeke's first item on Sejuani, obviously the Zeke's did get changed this season to now have ultimate haste on it. So we'll have that Glacial Prison available more frequently.
Does seem like a very good item for a champ like Sejuani.
Wait, is Sejuani's Glacial Prison or is that Lyssandra's?
It's Sejuani.
And what's Lyssandra's called again?
I don't know.
You're the play-by-play. You're supposed to know
Ask
this.
Atlas. I don't know. He knows all the names. Gotta put in some studying. But I do know that
oh, here's his Frozen Tomb.
Is
here's his
Sejuani.
Frozen Tomb, and here's his Glacial Prison. Okay, that makes sense.
It does. KT are getting to work here on this first streak, and Owner says you can have it. We don't have Canyon in this game to throw down a flag and steal it twice.
Yeah, fortunately, that's still just insane that happened twice. And on the Baron as well. But Cuz looking for Fake here, no flash.
Oh, and it's going to land. There you go. The Glacial Prison comes through, and Faker just trying to sweep him away. He's taking damage from the ranged minions even, and he is without a dash. Eventually just gets hit by the flail of Cuz and gives the assist over to BDD.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a serious question. Did Zeke's always look that cool?
I think so, yeah.
I feel like
Pretty sure.
maybe it's just because I often see it in the middle of a fight, and
Yeah.
you can't see the full animation. But it,
Also, we kind of used to make fun of it.
Yeah.
The engage comes in. Pays, though, is just standing and firing. And yes, he gets a kill, but aiming is eating good tonight as he picks up the 80 carry. Not going to get carry as the glitter lance slow is too much, but still able to farm up and push the wave.
yeah, I think KT happy with that generally in the fact that aiming gets to stay in the lane. Even though it's a 1-for-1, both AD carries get the kills. Aiming gets to stay in the lane and push it in, but Ghost does burn his flash there. So in terms of summoners, T1 trade up, but in terms of aiming, get into, push in, get a plate, I think, here. Yeah, and some extra farm. Definitely a trade up for KT. So good engage there from the KT bot lane. Show them what the Nico can do. Yeah, I think it's just because you see it so often in the middle of the fight, but this cool glow, how it's got like the red half and the...
Actually,
do you not think it looks cool? I swear
I
it didn't
think
look
it
that
does.
cool
I
before.
think it looks a little updated.
Yeah.
It's got like the fiery
the fire on the
glow
ice. I swear it didn't look that cool before.
on the edge. Like, I think it has some extra special effects.
Yeah. Does it do more damage? No. It just looks a bit cooler.
It feels like it does more damage now.
And that's the
because
main
it looks
thing.
cooler.
Yeah, that's it's got better vibes. And that's really what we're about here at the LCK.
Yeah. Tempo vibes, regular vibes.
Damage vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important. And now comes with that ultimate haste. So can't complain about that. Perfect is really just he knows what his goal is this game.
Yeah.
Darren is like, guys, I don't know where my lane put. Oh, there he is. He's doing something. Very interactive lane, top lane, when you're playing against a Rek'Sai.
And eventually, they'll finish their quests, and maybe then Perfect won't proxy as much.
Is he
especially
too,
as
is he
laning
too
phase
deep,
ends.
by the way?
No. I think it's fine.
For the lane quest? Like, I'm not sure if it stretches that far. All the way past the tier 2?
I would assume it does, just because he is proxying there and not in front of the tier 2.
That is a bold assumption to make. I'm not 100% sure. I know it stretches between the tier, like where the jungle cuts in between the tier 1 and the tier 2.
Yeah.
I know it stretches there, but I don't know if it stretches between the tier 2 and the inhibitor turret. I don't know. But he was very deep there. I guess we'll see if his quest finishes much later. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't have it mapped in my head exactly where all the limits are for the lanes.
Yeah, weird. We do have the flash coming in, but Pays in a bunch of trouble, slowed for basically forever. Even the wild growth, not enough, and the root comes through, and Ghost will rightfully take the kill. Justice for supports as Ghost is picking up, and once again, Pays goes down second time. Now the engage coming in on a Keria, but not quite going to land that time around.
But, you're still happy with that. Getting flashes from both the bot laners, kill onto Pays as well. KT making this work. We talked about the bot lane, expecting the pressure from Pays and Keria in the 2v2, and, they have had that in the early levels. But punishing them, burning the summoners, getting the kills, this is what we want to see the KT bot lane duo do. And especially when we get to team fights and you have things like BDD and the Sakali being a real threat, it's definitely going to be a bit worrisome. This is just Puz making a straight beeline. The ult doesn't connect, but the slow is still there. And even though Pays flashes, because flashes to follow with the W, and then that root just clipping him right at the end. It's also the fact that Pays didn't opt to go cleanse in this game.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of cleansable stuff.
I mean, against the Sejuani, I think in general, we always used to see cleanse. Just to respect the Sejuani, and it has been a little while since we have seen Sejuani here, but it's the LCK.
And no Mikhail's rush either.
That's what I thought he would build Mikhail's. Like, I thought, okay, you're going Ghost, and your support's going to get Mikhail's to shore that up.
He's also going into Ghost on the other team.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. So Cuz coming in here, giving the Heartsteel stack over to Owner. But will Owner go down is the question as the flash comes in, and he's just supremely dead. And even a root here onto Keria, dash over the wall. Keria, no flash once again, has the Turelias. And he's going to be okay for now.
Oh, are they... Okay, I thought they were going to just push the wave in and try and trap them, but no, they have better things to do with their time. They're not going to spend a
second Drake
30, 40-second timer just to make sure they get the kills. BDD's looking here, but doesn't have ult, so I think he's just trying to scare Faker away.
He has double buff, but yeah, no ult, no Gunblade even, so kind of just
I thought he was
Trying to
going
get a
on
good
that
trade on a
shuriken,
Faker.
but Fake has ult, so probably better not to. A wise decision from BDD, not just to send it. But yeah, this has been a good start for KT. 2 dragons in pocket as well. Unfortunately for them, it's an Ocean Soul, but Ocean Soul with Rek'Sai Sejuani can be a little bit annoying, but still, it's definitely not the soul you were hoping for in this game.
Still, it's going to be a nice amount of value.
It's a bit of a
from
reprieve
ahead.
for T1. I think there are other souls where you're like, oh man, we really are in trouble. But
Ooh, the ult and the flash to come out here from Faker in live.
yeah,
Meanwhile, in the replay, owner just died.
yeah, because stuns to get the passive, ults to follow up, and then BDD like kills him before the R2 even comes in. So yeah, they are getting a red-white access on this turret.
How did this happen?
Just a awkward reset time, I think, after they took the dragon.
It's just a first turret for T1, just based on that. And, I mean, KT had a really nice lead, and now the ult is going to miss, and Pace just goes out of there. Ult also not going to land from Cuz, as BDD is here, though, and I think they should be able to get him down, as the Shuriken does miss, but the job is done regardless. 2 kills for KT at least to get some revenge.
Yeah, that was a little... Ona is very healthy, and they are not, but I think there's just too many KT members around. And
I think he just wanted to stop the back.
yeah, we'll achieve that. Perfect's going to have to move in to defend mid, but that does leave top vulnerable, so Doran going to get some plate damage here. It was a little messy, that fight. Did look like it could have been a bit scary for KT with some misexecution, some skills not connecting, but just brute force is enough to make it work. And the bot lane for T1 getting punished again. Pace in particular being targeted heavily and paying for it, but it's still...
turrets.
Yeah, T1 getting another tower. BDD has no ult here, so I don't think he can get the kill. And this kind of feels like one of those games where you look at the top of the screen and you see 7 kills to 1. You see 2 dragons in advantage to KT. But the goal difference isn't massive. It really isn't. And it's a little worrying for KT, because if you do something like this, where you're missing both your big ults, in a 5v5 team fight, you could lose the game of it, right?
Yeah.
This still worked, right? You had enough members, BDD comes in, one-shots them. This play is still fine. But you do something like that in a big team fight when you're only 1,000 gold ahead, it could really cost you. Especially because it's an Ocean Soul, so you can't just rely on stacking dragons to win you the game here. It gives T1 a lot more space. KT definitely ahead in this game, but not by as much as maybe you'd hope, based on how many winning plays they've made so far.
Yeah, it just feels like when you look at all the fights, it's like, oh yeah, obviously KT are dominating them. And then you look at the 0.8k gold lead, it's like, wait, how did that happen? Well, 2 turrets down, all the plates, obviously. And, I mean, you look at the farm, like a little bit more for the Mundo, a little bit more.
I mean, you look
the Azir.
Look at where the gold is. The only person with an actual sizable gold lead is Cuz, and it's Sejuani. It's like,
Yeah.
he really cares that much.
She's going to press her ult. She is going to be pretty much unkillable with that Koenig Rookhorn.
You know, you say that, but into T1's team specifically, they have a lot of damage. I don't think anyone on KT's going to be unkillable.
Well, at a certain point in the game, sure.
I think...
Although, with only Koenig Rookhorn and Zeke's, you're not doing all that great against the Aphelios.
Yeah, into the Zehen as well, into the Azir. I think, you know, you'd be surprised. Even if Fed Sejuani is not going to feel that durable. There's a lot of DPS in T1, so a little bit worrisome, you know. But it's still KT ahead, and I think the big points in this game are we have Dragon up in a minute. We'll see what T1 have to do around this. Do they just forego it? Do they just go, hey, we don't actually need to fight this? Or do they look for an angle? Because I think if KT get a big blowout fight win on the back of this, that could be huge. That could be something that leads to them getting Baron. That could be something that leads to them really snowballing the game. One thing to note is when we look at the Summoner stock check, we have flashes up on everyone right now apart from Faker and PDD. Ghosts coming up, I think it should be up in time. But the ones that aren't up are Faker and PDD. I think Faker's won't be up in time. Faker's not as much, even Azir, you know, I don't think it's that big of a deal not having flash. But the main thing is Paze has his up, because that would be a big safety concern.
Yeah, definitely would. I mean, we saw what happened in the bottom lane without his flash, where he had the wild growth and he still got run down.
Even with his
when
flash.
Yeah, even when he did flash away, it was like, yeah, you're still dead, buddy.
Yeah.
The chase potential of Sejuani and Unara can be pretty rough to deal with. So it does look like T1 absolutely wants to fight over this one. Trying to get some wards down and trying to push out mid and bot. Perfect, just looking to TP into this play eventually. As BD looking to isolate Faker. He's going to get that barrier away from the Verdant barrier. Getting pretty low is this Drake now as the TP is coming in from Faker up to the top side of the fight. And now the engage from Doran going to get onto that backline. And the steal from Owner just gets it. A pretty nice engage from Ghost, though, as the sweep comes in, but Faker is so low. And the chase is on. Flash over the wall from Aiming. That's going to be another kill. Takes down Carry on top of it. Double for Aiming. As T1, they get the Drake, but they lose 3 for it as KT extend their lead.
And the super sub pays off. Ghost comes in and gets a massive ult there onto T1's backline. This is exactly the fight KT needed to continue the momentum. Getting a huge win there. They don't get the Dragon, unfortunately, but honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. They get the mid lane tier 1, they get a bunch of gold, and now they're starting to build up an actual sizable lead. We see here, Faker TPs to join the team and Ghost. Look at this angle. Perfect gets the initial knockup, and the slide-in flash catches basically everyone you want there. And it gives this window for Perfect ability to fly in. Carry even polymorphs BDD and it just can't do anything. Aiming sliding over the wall to meet them as they kite away. So now that 800 gold lead we saw, 4,500, that is a sizable gold lead. You can see on the graph, it's reflected. This is what you needed to really snowball the game.
Yeah, and you were talking about the soul. I mean, it's one Ocean Drake that T1 got. Like, that's not worth.
Yeah.
Actually, any individual Drake, I think, after that would not be worth, given the size of this lead. As T1 say, cool story, Valdez. We're going to just start the Baron now. It's a T1 Baron. And no TP on Perfect. But this takes a very long time, this day and age. This is not the T1 Barons of old. So they're just going to kind of send it and look to turn. Ghost getting a little bit low, but Karya as well. And that's going to be the end of one of the supports as in goes toward that backline, just immediately dies. No res for him, and the T1 Baron looking more like a KT Baron at this point as the knockup comes in right before Faker can sweep them away.
Shuriken?
As we do see the Aphelios doing a lot of work, but not quite enough. BDD cleans it up. And that is a 5-for-0 ace in favor of KT.
Back-to-back, just perfect fights for KT. You know, it just didn't look like they had the game under their control, and I felt like it came down to these critical moments, and they do not miss a beat. And now 15-1, Baron in hand. This is exactly what they needed. BDD with a great angle here. Carrier has to self-wild growth to peel, and even with that, he's getting annihilated. Doran goes in, but the rest of the team is retreating, so he just gets taken out, and immediately 2 members down. The rest of the team is hesitating, not sure what to do. Do we back away? Do we contest? Perfect flies in and finds Faker, and BDD look, connects the Shuriken onto Pays, and immediately Pays follows the fate of the rest of his team. And KT, you know, from a game that felt like it was still a bit up in the air, they have firm control now.
Yeah, a couple of team fights where you absolutely crush your opponents. Feels pretty good. I think Ghost died to the Baron, yeah. That's fine. He's an eco. Don't really need him to have Baron buff. KT already got everything that they would like. And, you know, on the side of T1, this has unfortunately become a little bit of a pattern where they are coming into series as the big favorites, but drop a game up against DRX. And now looking like it's going to happen against KT. They have 1 kill. And KT are coming in here and declaring, hey, we can beat you guys if you do not treat us with enough respect.
I can only blame myself as someone who talked about them being, you know, locked in, serious in game 1.
Yeah.
You did warn me.
I did warn you.
I did ignore you.
Not the first time.
Not the last time either. Yep. But yeah, I mean, one person I really want to give a lot of praise to is Ghost. I feel like on this Nico pick, I was like, right, you're picking this Nico, you're into Aphelios Lulu, you're not going to have complete pressure in lane, you need to make this pick work, find the big engages, and he really has. So Ghost showing up in a big way. 80 carries, roll swap into supports. Yes, they can absolutely do that.
Oh, we got the Grim Deliverance coming in here. Doran wants to punish Perfect, who is just going to tunnel away.
This champion is just... It's so unintuitive. He spent 80% of the laning phase just proxying, and he just tunnels away like 3 times when you try and kill him. It's so stupid.
And it's not that easy
he's
to
back!
get behind.
Okay, at least it's not the farm alarm when he just used to ult and just come back from miles away. Can you imagine if top Rek'Sai was a thing and that ult was still a thing? How obnoxious it would be?
You get him to like 5%, he just barely gets away. Backs. TPs with his ult.
Yeah.
You do it again, he TPs back with his TP.
Oh, man.
It's not fun.
No. Well, we don't have that to deal with, but it's still pretty frustrating. And right now, KT just trying to keep up pressure with his Baron. I think T1 doing a good job of clearing out the waves for now.
Yeah, they're doing what they can. But at the end of the day, it's looking like a third Drake for KT. And, you know, 9,000 gold to lead. I don't see T1 and their immense amount of damage doing all too much from this far behind. I think they just die before they're given any amount of time to deal damage.
Yeah.
And those targets that they're trying to deal damage to are even more tanky, have more levels.
I think the main thing as well is that Perfect and PDD are very slippery, so when you are behind compared to them, it's really hard to just actually consistently sit there and hit them, you know? Like, you can shred them given time, but they're not going to give you time.
Yeah. I mean, Pays is on 2.5 items. You got Faker sitting at 0-3 with a Banshee Veil. Like, those are not champs at this point in time that are farmed enough to cut through the lead that KT has.
I mean, VDD has a 2-level lead, so does aiming. I mean, that's a big thing, is the XP advantages that KT has as well over their counterparts. Pretty sizable. You know, we talk about how the gold from Baron, the global gold, was reduced, but the XP wasn't. So KT getting a lot of value from that and pulling ahead. Sizable gold and XP advantages. Sometimes we have games where you do have a gold lead, but the XP lead isn't that significant, but this one, it's feeling pretty painful right now.
Yeah, a couple items we see on the side of KT, like aiming finished, a mortal reminder, so even Mundo isn't that tanky. And
I feel like Mundo's one of these champions as well, where like, you hit a point where if you're just ahead of the curve, you're just too tanky to cut through and your healing kicks in and he just feels immortal. But then if you're behind, you just die before the healing can really find its footing, right? You know, you want to ult when you're low, but you'll just die, right? Especially when you have things like Rek'Sai ult and Akali ult that are actual executes. So I think because he's behind the curve in this one and doesn't have much armor, he will just die.
Yeah. Expecting that to happen for sure.
I anticipate that.
We are looking at some of the levels here. BDD, namely, very far ahead, 2 full levels. Aiming basically the same. Most damage dealt is Doran into a Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I think whenever you see top laners having the most damage when they're into a Rek'Sai, it's just fake. It's fake. It's just, it's even more...
Are top laners even real?
It's even more than like when you see damage into tank. It's just damage into Rek'Sai because he just soaks up the damage, heals up, and it's like, okay. That's how it goes.
Sustains from 0 to 100.
Yeah. Aiming picked up Infinity Edge, so... I mean, look at his items and look at Pei's items. Doesn't seem that fair, in all honesty. To be fair, Pei's did just pick up Agility Cloak, so he's not too far away from LDR, but still, this is a very strong Yunara right now. Baron up in about 15 seconds. The pace of the game has slowed down a bit. You know, we had the last Baron buff time off, and it's just KT hasn't been able to really push the pace forward, so at least T1 have had a bit of a reprieve to stall things out.
Yeah, just feels like they're desperately clawing at some items that are barely out of reach, namely that LDR. As we're going to keep zooming in on these fights here, these little skirmishes, even though they don't really matter.
I see you want to trade against me. I will just walk away and heal up to full. Outplayed, buddy.
Yeah. Executioner's calling into Rek'Sai is also funny because she just waits for the buff to get off as ult comes in onto Owner and he flashes away.
That's McHale's down from Carrier, so won't have that option to get whoever out of CC and also flash from Owner, which does make it a lot easier to set up for the Baron if you want to go for that, or Dragon for the Soul. Obviously the Mundo has no dashes, so you just need to walk over there yourselves. So I think KT could honestly look to really bait this one, force them over. There is a blue trinket that just got used there. I think it was Faker's.
Yeah, somebody did throw it in there.
Yeah, they still have phases available, so I think they're going to move over, try and force another one out, and then once those are both down, that's where it becomes a little bit scary.
So that Doran is kind of the guy that needs to push forward and check some of these brushes, just dashing into them.
That's Pays just used his, so now is the point you don't have those to check them. I imagine they'll either really start to bait it or start it, okay? They are starting it, and as you can see, T1 are like, he just can't contest. We actually can't get over there, so, well, that's Baron.
Yeah, you could face check, but most likely you just die, and they still get Baron, so at this state of the game, it doesn't really feel like a good steal angle. You've got a Mundo without flash, unless he's going to walk in a straight line towards the Baron and just steal it away somehow, which is not going to happen. There's just no point in actually contesting it. So the Baron goes over to KT. BDD is level 18.
Yeah. Perfect's level 19. Aiming's almost level 17, so he is really far ahead of Pays right now. Dragon is up at, you know, yes, it's not great giving Soul over, but it's an Ocean Soul. There's a lot of other Souls where it feels so much worse if they got it. I don't think you fight this, you just let it go.
Yeah.
It sucks, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. You need more items. You know, BDD can't gain any more levels at least.
When you're 10,000 gold down, they have Soul on Baron, that is just what you gotta say. It is what it is. That's the only thing you can say in that moment.
Yeah. It's that or, you know, FF go next, which of course in pro doesn't happen. But they will say, you know, go next in their minds. As KT looking to push with this Baron. Not all too aggressive from their standpoint, but still have all the buffs on the map currently.
That's the thing. Defending the base and stalling out isn't impossible for T1 because KT's siege is not great. They're pretty short range. Like the only like champion who can actually walk up and hit the towers is basically aiming a ghost, and neither of them want to really be that close to the tower against T1's comp. So, you know, even with the Baron, it's not the easiest to crack the base of T1. So this might end up. They need to only turtle for another minute to get through the Baron buff.
Yeah.
And then you just play for the Elder flip, I guess.
Yeah, this Baron buff is really just doing nothing.
Okay.
TP's away from BDD.
Yeah, I mean, play it safe.
That's fine.
He did. I think he deep pushed the waves a bit to buy some time. That tower, you know, it's so hard to defend the ones outside the base, so just let that one go.
Also, at the end of the day, like, there was so much passivity in the last, like, 5 to 7 minutes. They haven't burned any summoners. Like, Pays is sitting here with Ghost, Flash, and Mikhail's available.
They did get Ona's Flash, so that's still down.
Well, yeah, but, like,
the worst to be
that's
down.
literally it.
Like, look, Faker just cleared 2 cannons out. Pays is clearing.
You're pushing into a Zera Felios, and if you're not going to hard engage into the turret, they're just going to clear against Baron buff.
Once everyone is full build, right, then gold is meaningless. So I think that's T1's game plan.
Just wait another 15 minutes. Okay, there you go. I mean, they're going to finally press their buttons and engage and get some space on this mid turret.
Okay, that was good. Made some progress. And they get an inhib tower. Oh, well, it's been rebuilt. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Azir can do that too. Faker is trying to deal damage to level 20 perfect. It's not going all Sue.
Okay, but the Baron's down, and it's only one inhib tower broken, one inhib broken. So I think, honestly, still pretty defendable for T1. They're really stalling this game out and making KT work for it. But now Perfect's got an inroad here.
All right, they're going to actually try to engage on a perfect, and
that feels bad.
Well, you know, it is what it is.
Oh, that is such a beautiful statement. Who do you think would say it at that moment? Would it be Ona?
On T1?
Yeah. Would you
probably Owner?
Coach voice in? Would it be Tom?
I'd probably say Owner.
Yeah, Ona just says it is what it is.
I think if there's one guy on the team that's saying it is what it is, it's Owner.
Yeah, that's fair.
Especially like playing Mundo and falling behind early and being 0-2. Just walking around, farming, and doing nothing else.
Just says it is what it is.
It is what it is. Hopefully I'm not playing Mundo in Game 3.
The one with the biggest goal deficit in this game.
Yeah.
Classic. We just saw Perfect and Cuz pick up Randuins at the same time, so I hope Pays enjoyed not doing damage, because he's now not doing damage even more.
He's
Yeah,
reaching the
also-
negatives soon.
Also, I mean, Doran has Sundered Sky as well, so reduces that crit damage, I guess. But mostly stopping Pays' damage. It's 2 minutes until Elder Dragon. And when was the last time we saw T1 leave their base?
Yeah, I don't know. I do. Yeah, I kind of fell asleep there for a little bit. So, you know, to be honest, I don't really remember.
Micro-napping, you know? Is that a new thing you've picked up since you became a father?
My eyes are open, but I'm not actually awake. And, I mean, Cuz gonna get the flash at a pace. That's what you gotta do. You know, I was saying
Micro
before.
advantages. Oh,
Yeah.
Owner?
Owner does have his flashback. Might need to use it here if he doesn't want to die. He's just going to throw his ult up and say this is good enough.
Okay, he tanked
Walks
it.
it
Nice.
off. Yeah.
He just shook it off. He just said it is what it is, and he just, he just powered through it. I like that energy.
Yeah.
He's full health again.
They're just waiting. They're just waiting for KT to actually try to break the base. And this time, 2v1 on a Doran, maybe, but they're just going to hit the turrets instead.
He has GA and passive, so he's really hard to kill. But,
Yeah.
you know, unfortunately the tower isn't.
It's a lot of PvE in this game.
2 inhibs down. That last inhib, they really need to defend that. Because if they lose that and KT just get the Baron, the Elders doesn't even matter. They can just...
Well, they do
oh, no,
have
wait,
2
they
inhibs.
they have bot inhib up.
Yeah.
Okay, they still have the up. Sorry.
They got the turret.
My mistake.
And I feel like KT is just sitting here without Baron buff and saying we're just going to... Well, they end up leaving because the Baron is spawning and they kind of have to, but they only got 1 inhibitor. I mean, this is one of the slowest, most methodical pushes I've ever seen.
KT getting flashbacks to the World Finals and just thinking that they're back on that stage. And like, we need to close.
We got to lock in,
We
guys.
got to lock in. It's super serious.
Yeah. It's game 2 of the best of 5. No mistakes.
They got the Baron. BDD is...
TPing home.
Did he need to teleport out there? I guess he felt he did because he was being ran at, but they've left their base. You know, they're going on a nice, leisurely,
well,
stroll around the rift. They got some wards down.
They do have to fight for Elder.
Perfect
that
is
is the thing.
going to try and take the inhib.
But Dorn's there with TP as well.
Yeah,
so
the Elder spawned.
Do you think 13,000 gold is enough for KT?
I would
do you
assume-
think they have a lead enough? Enough of a lead?
I haven't seen them fight in so long. Who even knows anymore?
I have no idea. Owner's kind of tanky. He is going to get rooted up. BDD on the flank here. Very nice angle, but they are going to spot him. The engage comes in from Doran. Aiming is kind of just out of their pace. McHale's comes in. A big sweep from Faker. But the wallets are so heavy as Owner gets the Elder Drake. They're down 13K. How are they winning?
There's no way. There's no way.
He just killed Aiming. There's no way. Okay, Owner's just going in, and BDD will be able to get away, but...
The base.
Why is T1 allowed to do this?
How is this happening? What does this mean?
This is so dumb. How are they able to do this? The inhibitor just went down.
This game needs to be studied.
Longest game here at the LCK Cup.
Yes, it is. You know, I
can feel it.
I didn't need that. I didn't need that.
We already knew.
It's been so long since I mean, Ona just... You know what? I am certain that he said after he smited this.
It
His
is what it
teammates
is.
said to him, they said, Ona, how did you get that? And he turned to them and he said, it is what it is.
That's the vibe you gotta have.
That's
you
the
know?
vibe you gotta have.
Don't put too much thought into it. Don't think about the numbers. Just kind of send it.
He probably wasn't even looking at the health of the Elder Dragon. he just pressed the button, right?
Pure vibes, yeah.
Because he's counting the numbers. He's like, okay, 1,500, okay, 1,450, and then Ona's just like, yep, you know,
He's singing payphone.
He's singing
Leaning back in his chair. I mean, we got objective bounties now. We have Elder Drake for another minute.
Our objective bounty is a thing right now. They just got Elder.
So they take down mid turret. That's 800 more gold going over to team.
Look at their scoreboard. Look at their scores. No one even has 2 kills in their team, right? How is it? They're 3 and 7. Their team is 3 kills to 17. What Perfect's backdooring? Someone needs to answer what is going on.
And Faker got interrupted there. This inhibitor is definitely going down. So props to Perfect for making it interesting here. You know, KT don't have enough of a lead. So need to resort to some shenanigans. He's going for a second inhibitor here. Faker's
Guys,
still trying to clear the wave.
What is going on? I'm not sure you can, it is what it is yourself through 3 inhibitors being down. I think that might be a problem. Well, Elder's about a timeout. We have inhib timers, so it's a while before top inhibs back up.
Yeah. But it was 13,000 gold plus the lead. Now it's only 6.
That's a lot less.
At 40 minutes into the game. I mean, that's not a big deal.
True.
Like, KT are still ahead. But
also, I mean, you start to think, right, Cuz is full build now, right? And other members of KT are starting to approach full build. It's kind of, you know, gold's starting to get a little fake, a little less real.
yeah. I mean, Pace is 5 items, right?
Guys,
He's doing damage.
Inflation has hit, right? I'm starting to question some of these numbers in the economy. I'm starting to question them.
Yeah.
You can't just give out 2,300 gold in objective bounties and still retain the same value of items. That's what we're trying to establish here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it all means. We'll have to do the math another time. But yeah, now like everybody's level 18 basically that needs to be level 18.
It is a 40-minute game and Faker still doesn't have his Rabadons. So that's slightly
pretty far away. I mean, he's going for Zhonya's probably, unless he wants to build a Rabadon's outright for 2350.
He's working on it.
Yeah, I actually like to see his gold number right now.
The thing is, he's not even that far behind in terms of gold compared to BDD.
Yeah.
It just doesn't, like, he's got a lot of farm, right, objectively. But it looks like his items are so much, it's just that I feel like the lack of hat just makes his items look so much less significant than BDD's.
Yeah.
There's something about it. It's like when an 80 carry doesn't...
too.
Whoa, he just bought it outright!
Ooh, there you go!
Now his items look great!
Now we don't need to see the gold number.
Yeah, now his items look
know.
good. This makes a lot of sense. He was just storing up all that gold. He was sitting on the Seekers, and he wasn't finishing the Zhonyas because he still had the active. And realistically, you're probably only going to use that active once more per game, right? So, okay, well anyway, it's 40 seconds till Baron. It's a minute and a half till Elder.
And
what is going to happen?
They're going to fight it. I think they're going to...
I mean, I assume...
Maybe, do they give the Baron away and just try to fight Elder again?
I don't know, right? We're really... This is delving into the unknown at this point.
Uncharted territory.
Definitely uncharted territory at this point.
41.5 minutes.
We've also established that Owner and Doran have gotten pretty darn tanky at this point. FaZe is starting to do a good amount of damage. Yeah, I think we talked about the scaling on T1. Have they gotten there?
They were just so far behind that it didn't matter for so long.
Backdoors. Doran, watch out!
Well, he can't hear you, Dan, but it's okay. He's going to Grim Deliverance his way out. We got a TP coming in, and he's got 2 reses available. As now they're trying to take a fight here. Pace does not care about Cuz right now. Has to flash away. And now in the 2v2 on the bottom side, Flash comes in on a Faker. He's getting pretty low. Goes Zhonya's! And Perfect wants the knock. Gonna go down. Goes BDD! As his Zhonya's ended second, so they're able to time the damage and take him down. And now the T1 Baron is looking pretty good. We got TP coming out here from Doran because Faker just died. Oh, please, Owner. It is what it is,
It is what it is.
And now they're just going to run towards the Elder, spawning in 5. But we have a flank coming out here. They're trying to actually win with this flank and maybe try to get on top of Pace, but I don't know if they can. Doran trying to get away, and I think he's just going to go down. There it is. They're looking for the flank. The Wild Growth comes out. Perfect flash from the side of Pace, who's kiting it out. And now KT have to back away. This Aphelios too scary. And they want to set up on the Elder.
Oh my god, what is happening in this game? Also, Perfect nearly interrupted Doran's TP. I was watching the minimap. He was like millimeters away. I also want to remind you, T1 still, no one has 2 kills on this team, by the way, yet. But it looks like KT are getting the Elder, so... Yeah, I mean, in theory, Elder's a very good buff, but T1 got an Elder and couldn't end the game. But will KT be able to end the game off the back of this? I don't know. They just missed a... I mean, okay, I didn't think... Yeah, he did smite. He just missed a smite again.
Yeah. Well, it was the other guy this time.
Well, the other guy, but yeah. Junglers Smite does 1400 damage, guys. Come on.
Feeling a little nervous, perhaps.
Step it up. Okay, so he shovels him away. Shuriken connects. Doran does a little flip. Fake is playing melee mode.
And watch, because the Zhonya's comes up,
Yeah, slightly later. Gets
Faker
taken
can
around.
flash and Doran can kill.
Okay, they have Elder, so it's very scary.
But Baron buff minions may be able to push KT back.
They have no turrets. So they have the Azir turret. They can just walk up.
You were saying. I mean, the damage from Faker is there. They got to be careful. They can't just walk head first into this. Because, yeah, you have Elder, but you don't have everybody here. And it's like we're playing hot potato right now. KT can't hold on to this thing. This win that they had deep buried in their pockets is now in their hands and bouncing around, and T1 are desperately trying to grab it away. All right, well, Aiming's able to push down that Azir turret in the bottom side. We still have 2 inhibitors up. And 3 minutes on the top one. FaZe has so much protection with Mikhails, with Lulu, level 18, shields for days.
They're just going to get triple inhibbed.
Yes, they are going to get triple inhib.
Okay, that's not good. But the super minion's going to take a while to come in. FaZe.
He wants to try to engage on Aiming, who does have his flash, and FaZe does not. So that's what they were looking for. The peel back here on a perfect. He's going to have to dash away.
Okay,
and eventually this Elder is going to, it's going to time out. 45 seconds. I don't think they can end the game.
I don't think the super minions get here before. I mean, they're pretty fast. They might touch just before the Elder times out. Oh, it's tight timing.
All right, they're trying to make it a game here because it's just going to go down, just gets burned as he tries to engage straight into an Aphelios and just dies. And now we got a flash on in the engage as the Aphelios ult is going to miss, but Ghost is also going to miss. BDD, Ghost Sonya's on the backside, he can't do the damage, Pace is alive! And now Doran is killing Aiming in the back line, who goes into the GA! And now they just keep one guy at home, and they end the game!
They just won this Elder! How are they winning this game? They're still not ahead in gold, they just equalized! The kill score is 9 to 18! What is this game?
I cannot believe what we're seeing here. BDD's got his hand on his head. I think he knows. They have one cannon minion in there, and they can just tank it.
I think
they just end.
To take away the lesson from this game, it's a clean ace. It's a clean game. And it is what it is.
It's a clean 2-0, nothing to see here. T1 take down KT in the telecom war, down 13,000 gold plus. They were so far behind, and KT said, you know what? Here's 20 minutes. Do whatever you'd like, scale up, get your Aphelios into an unlosable position.
How'd you even come to terms with this game? I haven't come to oh my god.
Is this worse?
Brendan.
Than the DNS?
Brendan.
Yeah?
I have to do a POM.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah. Who was good in game 1? Faker was good, you know?
Faker was good in game 1. Faker had some good
Keria
moments.
played Lissandra, you know?
Yeah, Keria's good in game 1.
All right.
Lulu was good, right? Oh my god, my brain is mush after that game.
Yeah, I don't think the logic really... You know, Doran was pretty good as well.
I just hand over a blank sheet. I just
vote for the coach.
Tick all of them, you know? It's so...
Maybe just close your eyes and kind of just like circle the page somewhere.
Yeah, just let my hand, like when it was smites, let my hand guide it. Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, I don't...
You Phil.
I don't know
let me dial in.
How that's actually possible, because we've seen some really big comebacks here at the LCK, namely the comeback of DNF last year, now DNS. They were, what was it, like 11,000, 12,000 gold ahead? This was more. KT had more of a lead. And they had the super fed Akali. They had tons of engage with the Nico and the Sejuani. All these fights were so one-sided. KT got this gigantic lead in the mid-game. And then they just decided to do nothing for 20 minutes.
I can't even just register that this is the same game, honestly.
It is. T1 tried to send it 20 minutes. They're like, oh, T1 Baron, surely. This was T1's desperation attempt. And after this, after they got 5 for 0 wiped on this Baron. They probably just kind of gave up, but they stayed in the game. Obviously, they didn't fully give up. They were able to smite steal away this one. Owner was. This fight here is like 20 minutes later after the Baron that we saw the highlight before.
Oh my god.
And they were able to shore up so much of the gold.
I'm really trying to lock in, and
yeah, you know, I think it's Faker or Doran or Carrier. Or Owner or Pace.
I'm just doing it.
That's what I would say.
You know
I hope
what?
that helps.
I'm sending it. So I'm not going to feel guilty about, because you know what? That was an adventure. That was a journey. It is what it is.
I want to hear what they say in this last fight.
야 볼만한데 천천히.
Basically saying, take it slow, even after that initial pick.
누나 맞추겠는데.
가보자.
Let's go, let's go.
마무리돼.
Kali.
알겠다.
미나라 이거 잡아줘.
And then they're just basically saying, okay, you stay back.
밸류 봐라 이거.
타인팀 막아줘. 나머지 미드. 야 대포 지켜. 대포 지켜야 한다.
알았어요.
알았어 나.
You seem like Ona smirking, and they're all so chill. It's just like business.
That looks
is
like
that?
an LPL graph.
Yeah.
So it was almost 14K.
How would you reconcile with this as KT? Like, how would you emotionally recover from this?
I don't think they will be able to for a while.
You know? Yeah.
They needed to just get it together, send an engage in the base, and end the game. And they just couldn't. They couldn't do it. Nobody was able to give the shot call that is what they were going to do. So they just sat there and gave the scaling of Azir and Aphelios and even Zahen enough time to come back.
Yeah, no, don't try to logic
And
this.
in a couple of fights, you know, that were very close with an Elder Steel and stuff like that, a couple of flips go the way of T1, and all of a sudden, they came back from nearly 14K. Faker picks up the POM. And, I mean, his rise was great. Got a solo kill on PDD.
He also had the base defense moment, Thorin, when he flew in. But, yeah,
Maybe Owner gets some votes because he, like, got the smite steal on the Elder. And,
that was,
you know, it is what it is.
This should have been the second series, because now we have to reset, and there's going to be a second series.
And come back for Notion DRX.
Yeah, this was chaos, really. This was also, there was just... I'm still kind of in disbelief that happened. It felt like two separate games. It felt like we're at the early game, the game ended.
Well, nothing happened for 20
and then
minutes.
The second game...
They just didn't do anything. They just sat there and just...
Yeah.
For me, if I were a coach, that would be the part that makes me the most angry. Or the most confused of, like, where have I gone wrong? Like, why do the guys why do they not have the confidence to pull the trigger?
You'd have called in on coach voice and be like, guys, do something.
You know, why didn't they? Or did they? I didn't see them use coach voice.
Yeah.
I would imagine at some point, like, you got to be like, all right, guys, they're scaling. Do something.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, okay, you've gotten basically all the inhibitors. You got all the objectives. You know, you have really good control on the Elder, or so you thought. And maybe they just thought they would win a long game, but not like that.
I don't think anyone... Maybe I don't know. Who expected that?
Well, guys, we have the interview. I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
2대0 승리를 가져가면서 연승을
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Faker on the side of T1. Congratulations! With that 3 winning streak, Baron Group takes the lead at a 8-7 score. How do you feel? You know, today, KT was a strong team that we had been against in the World's Finals last year, and we were able to win, and I'm feeling great about this win. And in game 1, we got Carrier's Lysandra support, and the synergy with Vi was amazing. So how did you guys come up with this comp? Since I played a lot of Lysandra for game 1, it just really worked well as a counter to the enemy's comp. So that's why we were able to go ahead and pick her up. So what was your impression of Karius Lissandra? I don't think there were any special moments, but I'm sure he did his job. And in game 1, with your Rise, you got a solo kill on this Talia. So let's take a look at the replay. How were you able to find this angle? Well, first of all, for this lane, I predicted that there would be some trades. And I just kind of had a simulation in my mind how it will go, and it just was just that execution part that I was able to pull off. And so lately the trend is for the Talia to take Ghost against Rise, but this Talia took Teleport today, so what are your thoughts on this detail? I think, yeah, I mean, if you go with Ghost, you become really speedy. So if you like going fast, you just take Ghost, but for Teleport, I think in the early mid-game, you can definitely make use of it and gain advantage from taking Teleport. And for the draft in Game 2, T1 took a late-game focus comp, and it felt like seeing 5 suns in the sky. So since these were such late-game heavy comps, there were some risks in the early to mid-game, so what was the game plan? Yeah, so I think we were really trying hard to avoid trades in the early game, but because of these incidents, it actually made the game really difficult. It was a very difficult game to come back, but we were able to kind of execute what the comp was supposed to do during the late game, so we were able to come right back into the game after all. And so in game 2, it did snowball very hard against you with over 10k gold difference. So what was your read on this team fight? You know, I wasn't in the fight until later, so I was just spectating. And the moment we were able to get a pick off of on the Yunara, we just figured that we actually won this team fight. So did you guys have any comms like, as long as you hold on, you can win? I mean, it wasn't all about, you know, we can win no matter what. But I think we just all knew that we were able to, if we were able to stall it out, that we have a good chance of winning the game in the end. And so your Azir had an insanely high damage output. And the post-patch mid laner performance is just phenomenal. So what are your thoughts on how mid laners have been gaining a lot of POMs? You know, just because you can tell from how during the season opening mid lane won. So yeah, we have a pretty stacked lineup in the mid lane. That's probably why. And your next opponent will be BNK Fira X. So what do you think your win condition will be? Since, you know, Royal mid, given that mid is the crucial lane, I think mid lane will be the winning condition. And what is your mindset? Hopefully we can show you guys an even cleaner match next match. And that's the end of the interview with Faker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. And what a game between DNF and Bro here, right? That's what we just watched. The biggest gold lead ever thrown in the last year or so? Like, what the heck just happened between T1 and KT?
I mean, there's a lot. There's really a lot to unpack here, but I personally don't think this was a throw so much as a failure to end. Like, the DNF game was repeated attempts to end, where they went into the base and actually practically just inted the game away. Whereas this was KT really failing to understand how to end the game with their comp that had really bad siege. They had Akali as their mid laner, so they don't have a lot of consistent damage, nor do they have the ability to look for CC with her, so it's really difficult for BDD to be the one making the plays. And otherwise, it's just a scaling AD carry that can't get it done alone. So T1's patience here, I think, really should be respected. It should be almost like studied how carefully they just caught waves. They're like, eventually, because if they don't kill our Nexus, eventually we'll get a favorable fight. We'll get a favorable pick. We'll win the game.
Yeah, we can see the draft as well. I think, as Ulf mentioned, I think it's about the concept of the draft. So I think, like, let's say you're on the KT side, you're that far ahead in the early game, then I think you want some kind of perfect setup, right? to snowball cleanly. But I think so. You have the infighters, and I don't think this comp is for the sieging. So I think at some point you have to just go for it. You know, just pull the trigger and try the Nashor.
Like when you look at Faker here, this is his 200th domestic game of his year, by the way. Like he has twice as many games as Chovy. They're both sitting on a 70% win rate, but he has played so many games with this champion. Didn't have his best early mid game, but still made an impact this game. But you're trying to kill this Aphelios, who has 2 frontliners. One of them has a second life in the Zahin. There's a Mundo there that's super fed. We're talking 40 minutes plus. There's a Lulu and an Azir who has Emperor's Divide and also has Zhonya's. So how do you actually set this up? You really have Pop Blossom only. You could throw out the ults from the Sejuani, but you're probably going to hit one of those frontliners. And if the Aphelios has Flash, he can just get away from that. He didn't even take Cleanse.
Yeah.
And so what do you do as KT? You got to be more aggressive on starting up Barons. You have to be more aggressive. When you're at the 8,000, let's take a look at the gold graph. When you're at the 8,000 gold lead mark, and you got the base starting to open up, look at where we're at, between 18 and 27. When you're at that point in the game, that's when you need to be making aggressive Baron calls. You need to be forcing T1 to take unfavorable fights and sieging hard as a unit. They tried to 1-3-1 a few times. They tried to split, and they just never really were able to get a fight on their hands. They lost this game despite taking multiple Barons, Elders, and had at one point 3 inhibitors down for T1 and still could not figure out how to end the game. This is where you got to go to some drills on macro, setting up waves. The KT coaching staff was probably furious after this loss.
Yeah, there was a point where Aphelios had 2.5 items and Yunara had 4 items. I think that was the moment where they should just go Nash and look for the fight. And again, I think it's about the concept, right? I think if they had the scaling option for the team comp, then they can just slowly snowball just like this game. But I think, again, you have to understand what your champion does. So even if you cannot have perfect setup, you are already ahead in the game, right? So I think that's the point where you have to realize that, all right, so we can't really set up perfectly, but we are stronger, so let's just pull the trigger.
Stonks, baby. And if you thought that gold graph was crazy, I'm very excited to see what the palm votes were like, because it could be anyone.
No, I mean, it's really rough, yeah.
Could be anyone. Could be anything. I mean, I'm glad it was Faker, but okay.
What a
Everyone
surprise,
except
actually.
Owner. Everyone except Owner getting the love, and I think that's fair.
I think Pays.
That's fair.
Pays and Carrier for me were big standouts, even though Pays had some rough moments in this series. His positioning in the final moments of those fights and those attempts to kill him, and how much of pressure he drew, was actually pretty impressive. But Carrier drew so many bans and pulled out Lissandra and was able to crush KT and made it look like it's a broken pick, and KT didn't really know how to handle it. I think Carrier had the most impressive individual play today, so that's why I voted for him.
I mean, I think Faker also had insane individual skill in the game 1 as well, because he solo killed BDD in the mid lane. So, I mean, for me, I just counted more on the draft because they banned Nico, Bard, Poppy, and first pick Varus to win the lane. And they even have 2 players in their team, but still can't win this guy.
Can't beat Carrier. I have a similar thought process. You can't ban out Carrier. You just can't. Why are you even trying? And then he still ends up crushing you with Lissandra. He could have played Leona. He just has too many tools, so you need to figure out a better way to win the bottom lane than trying to stop some specific champions.
It's Ox's turn for his comment, and chat, you can say it with me. It is what it is.
It actually was what it wasn't, in fact, I feel in that. We saw what it was, and then eventually it undid itself. It is what it isn't, actually, is what I would say about that game. Or perhaps it isn't what it is.
There you go. It isn't what we thought it to be. Late game value there from Helios. Yes, Faker with the shove to open up that fight at the Elder, the steal at the Elder.
I mean, to be fair, the game 2 was more like teamwork, you know, the understanding about their team comp, the scaling of shit. But I think the game 1 Rides was insanely good on it's just his champion, right?
Pony, I don't think it was Dorn and Faker that made this palm vote a tough decision. I think it was KT making this palm vote a tough decision here.
There you go. That's the truth.
Yeah, there it is.
Even in the chaos, Faker makes you think this can still be turned around. We were trying to set up this big segment about his 200th game, how are we going to frame this? And he was 0-3 for most of that game, but then still ends up making the big play in the end. Had a great Rise game in game 1. And this is the real truth. If you said that the reason you voted for Faker was you were pretty sure his shot calling hard carried T1 through that, that's probably, honestly, absolutely true. We'll probably get the voice comms eventually, but his ability to hold his team in the base, play safe, play defensively, fight for those right specific moments, and then win the game, that's Faker.
I mean, again, why do you need a coach voice when you have it like 24/7?
They have it the whole game.
Right?
We have an example of why some teams need it, and we have an example of why some teams
They don't have Faker.
don't.
So.
There we go. All right, let's take a look at the standings after that one, because we need to check in on how Group Baron stole this one away and how T1 get a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. Another day at the T1 circus.
If the 50-50 curse continues, or trend, whatever you want to call it, maybe DRX get that upset win over Nongshim. Maybe my Pred remorse is just it goes away. Maybe I'm the one out of like 15 Predators who's actually right. It didn't look
you
good.
did?
It didn't,
Yeah.
You did pick the DRX?
Yeah, I did.
He did.
All right.
It turned out a little
The only one.
differently after they lost to the Supers. I'm kind of, if I could change it, I probably would, but we don't do that here, so I'm gonna hold on to hope.
That's right. No flip-floppers here in the LCK for our next match. It is Nongshim Red Force versus DRX, and stick around for more Cup Quiz. We'll see you after the break. Woo!
제가 이거를 똑같이 따라하라고요. 진짜 현타 올 것 같아요.
제 성대모사에 재능이 있는 것 같아요.
아 근데 이거 진짜 저만 듣기 아까워서 한번 들어보시면 안 돼요?
단합력은 10점 만점에 몇 점 정도일까요?
저희 선수들끼리 너무 친해서 7점, 8점
3점 정도 되는 것 같습니다.
왜 이렇게 낮은가요?
이제 올릴 일만 남아. KT는 원래 올라가는 팀이기 때문에 30점? 네.
단합이 모르겠네요. 그 단합의 중심이 제가 되면 그거를 100으로 만들 수 있지 않을까.
평소에 단합을 맞춰본 적이 이게 잘 없어가지고.
자, 그러면은 저희가 이제 챔피언 성대모사 문제를 들려드릴 건데요. 녹음을 해주시면은 이제 다른 팀원들이 와서 맞히는 거예요. 영혼을 담아서 똑같이.
부담감이 상당하네요.
화면은 안 나가죠?
카메라 안 나오게 이렇게 살짝 숙이면서 해도 돼요?
저희가 가려드릴게요.
아 근데 그건 못 믿어요. 당한 게 많아가지고 제가 못 믿거든요.
진짜로.
진짜로? 진짜 믿을게요. 아 이거 못 믿는데.
보고 이건 좀 아니다 싶으면 잘 좀 부탁드릴게요.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 예쁘게, 귀엽게, 유쾌하게.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 예쁘게, 귀엽게, 유쾌하게.
따로 녹음을 한 거예요? 성우분이 해주신 거예요? 성대모사가 아닐 것 같은데.
잘한다.
아 룰루입니다. 무조건 룰루예요.
룰루
정답입니다.
맞죠?
어떻게 유추할 수 있었어요?
쇼메이커 선수와 싱크로율이 좀 좋네요. 진짜 이게 프로의 자세인가?
많이 힘들었겠다.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘
어떡해.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 예쁘게, 귀엽게, 유쾌하게.
아니 이게 말이 안 돼요. 아니 너무 잘한다. 룰루? 너무 잘하네.
룰루네요. 우연히 형 이런 것도 전문이니까.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 예쁘게, 귀엽게, 유쾌하게.
만족하세요?
네, 만족해요. 넘어가 주세요. 눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고.
룰루? 룰루로 하겠습니다.
정답입니다.
어,
어떻게 유추하셨어요?
찍으면 안 돼. 안에 맞추고.
찍으신 건가요?
네.
네, 지저분하게 놀아볼까?
네, 지저분하게 놀아볼까? 진짜 이거 싱크로율 한 90% 이상 못 맞추면은 그건 문제가 있어.
기인형 아니면 건부형? 이형 이거 분명히 맞출 수 있어.
건부형.
왜요? 평소에도 좀 잘 맞추는 편인가요?
그것보다 기인형보다는 신뢰가 더 갑니다. 기인형은 왜 아무것도 못 맞출 것 같지? 네, 지저분하게 놀아볼까?
앞에 느 뭐 이런 게 힌트인 것 같은데 이게 뭐지? 정답! 그레이브즈?
땡! 정답은 자크입니다.
아 맞네 자크. 대사를 알고 들으면 챔피언들의 톤이 들리는데 지금 뭐 느 이런 거는 솔직히 진짜 몰랐어요. 네, 그냥 대사 맞추기.
아 근데 잘하네 성대모사. 자크? 자크 특유의 목소리가 잘 따라했어요. 확실히 그거는 진짜 인정하겠습니다. 야, 지저분하게 놀아볼까?
아 진짜 현타 올 것 같아요.
근데 진짜 심각한데?
이거 누가 한 거예요?
오너 선수가 문제 내고 갔어요.
오너요? 언양이요? 문도?
어때요, 오너요?
성대모사라 그레이브즈?
오너 선수가 그냥 열심히 했다는 거는 알겠습니다.
뚜루뚜 빠라빠.
아니 왜 다른 대사를 하시는 거예요?
자크는 이게 공놀이에요. 자크는 이게 맞아요.
야호, 잘가, 바이바이.
예?
아 이런 대사가 있다고?
와, 이런 대사가 있구나. 제가 원래 챔피언의 대사를 웬만하면 잘 아는데 일부러 좀 어려운 걸 넣은 것 같아요, 대사를.
대사가 한 번도 들어본 적 없는 것 같은데. 다시 들어봐. 야호, 잘가, 바이바이. 트리스타나?
노노의 성대모사.
틀렸습니다. 정답은 징크스예요.
그렇네. 맞네요. 알고 보니까 맞네요, 확실히.
구만지 선수가 또 징크스를 되게 잘 다루셔서 알 줄 알았는데
너무 성대모사를 못 해가지고 너무 누누처럼 해가지고.
야호! 잘가! 바이바이!
야호, 잘가, 바이바이. 그런 느낌인가?
징크스가 좀 우울한 것 같아요.
좀 톤이 높아가지고 제가 톤이 낮아서.
한 번만 더 해볼까요?
네, 만족한 것 같아요.
야호! 잘가! 바이바이! 예? 진성이 열심히 하네. 저 직스랑 징크스 고민하는 것 같은데 저 징크스 하겠습니다. 이거지.
징크스?
정답입니다.
뭔가 그 까불까불하는 게 징크스인 것 같아서.
그거 누가 녹음한 거?
기존? 뭔가 톤 같은 게 그런 것 같아요.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군. 마법이 날 부르고 있어.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군. 마법이 날 부르고 있어.
이거는 BDD 선수가 평소에 하던 성대모사예요.
내가 너였다면 너에게 어떤 잡이 없었을 거라고 한번 알아다.
베이가입니다. 이거 저랑 맨날 했었거든요. 농심 때 많이 했었던 것 같아요.
이런 건 약간 보통 막내들이 하는데 이게 28살이 되니까 쉽지 않네요.
마법이 날 부르고 있어.
이건 베이가인 것 같습니다. 이런 거 안 할 것 같은 형이 하니까 신기하네. 갈수록 뭔가 텐션이 떨어지는 것 같은데.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군. 마법이 날 부르고 있어.
왜 이렇게 잘하세요?
그냥 했습니다. 얼굴 가려주신다길래.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군.
진짜 이건 무조건 알아요. 확신합니다. 베이가. 진짜 딱 시작하자마자 느껴졌어요. 베이가라는 게.
와 근데 진짜 잘한다. 베이가 하겠습니다. 약간 베이가 룰루 좀 요들쪽 잘하는 것 같아요.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군.
마법이 날 부르고 있어. 미치겠네.
이거 아까 들으셨어요? 아니 얘 성대모사 하다가 웃는데요? 아 근데 이거 진짜 저만 듣기 아까워서 한번 들어보시면 안 돼요? 이거 베이가 이거 같습니다.
잘 따라 했나요?
아 진짜 저 처음에 그거 르블랑인 줄 알았어요.
생선 냄새? 고기 물고기다.
생선 냄새? 고기 물고기다.
와 미치겠다. 그냥 성대모사가 아니라 대사인데요? 고기 물고기라고 하는 거 피즈밖에 고기 물고기는 어디에
물고기 하는 퀴즈밖에 없는 것 같은데 그냥 아예 그냥 글을 읽는 느낌이었던 것 같아요.
팀원들한테 꼭 맞춰라 한마디를 하신다면.
못 맞추면 그냥 밥도 먹지 마라.
성대모사에 재능이 있는 것 같아요.
잘하는데. 한번 녹음시키죠? 새로운 챔피언 나오면.
본인 성대모사는 만족하시나요?
아니요. 많이 못한 것 같긴 한데 형들이 잘 맞춰주길 빌겠습니다.
와 얘 진짜 재앙이다 근데. 왜 저런 애를 저한테 시켜줬었어요. 대사를 글로 봐서 다 맞췄을 것 같아.
한마디 해주세요.
밖에서는 안 했으면 좋겠습니다.
자신 있는 챔피언 성대모사 하나 부탁드려도 될까요?
저 직스 해볼게요, 직스. 간다고.
럼블 죽는 거 할 줄 알았는데.
뚜루뚜 빠라빠라.
세상을 불태울 준비는 되었나?
얼마나 연습하신 거세요?
사실 연습한 건 아닌데 이 챔피언을 롤 시작할 때 처음 했었거든요. 그냥 자신 있었습니다.
그래
왜 거의
람머스. 네.
네 맞아요.
문제를 낸다면 시청자분들이 맞추실 수 있어요.
긴 한데 대사가 없지 않나?
따라해주세요.
오맨 DRX 오늘은 제발 이겨줘.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We got Nongshim Red Force up against DRX for our second match of the night. If you just missed it, T1 did go up against KT and took the 2-0. Clean 2-0. Nothing to see it. Just don't even watch the VOD. Not even worth it. Just straight up easy win from them. And now Nongshim versus DRX.
Controlled, straightforward, I think, is how it will be described by anyone who was watching, because it was just so straightforward.
If they didn't fall asleep, that is. It was pretty, kind of boring, honestly.
Rudimentary and not chaotic in any way.
Absolutely. And just hoping for a bit more action in the second series onks. Nongshim versus DRX. Nongshim do have one win. And, of course, that was up against HLE in the 2-0. So it's a good win to have, even with Palmolive Esports struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim taking that first loss to BNK4X was a little bit rough, but obviously BNK4X kept their roster together, expected to start off strong. And they did have, they got that game against D+. That's a positive, but I think there's been some good points, some not so good points, still finding their footing, I think, with this roster they put together. DRX, though, I feel like it's not fully indicative of their strength, the position they're in now, because they obviously did take a game off T1, right? They have also already played Gen G. The thing that does feel a bit rough is they lost to DNS, because I think their week 1 schedule was really harsh, and they still took a game off T1, but then losing to DNS in week 2, despite it being a 2-1, does make you think, well, that's a bit of a tough one. So
yeah.
Definitely favoring Nongshim in this one, but I still think it's not unwinnable.
And the game 3 against DNS was kind of close. Like, DRX almost won that one, and DNS was able to come back and essentially win it in the end. It was a messy one. It was back and forth, but Joker said it best. It's fair to say DRX does not know how to win yet. And, I mean, it's harsh words for his own team.
Yeah, I think we could say that about another team who just played.
Yeah, but, he's about his own team.
Yes.
Two 2004 born players against their former teams. 2024 spring LCK debut with DRX for Sponge versus 2023 summer LCK debut with Nongshim for Jiwoo.
Yeah, and Jiwoo was, a centerpiece of Nongshim for some time. And there were definitely moments where he was the highlight of Nongshim, and there were points where he really was struggling on the roster. But now I think in particular going up against his old lane partner in Lahens, it's going to be exciting seeing how they match up against each other. So excited to see that one. Also for me, the lane matchup I'm honestly excited about is the mid lane, because Scout wasn't in the best form when he was in the LPL most recently, but I think has had a resurgence coming to the LCK. And Yukal also we've been pretty impressed with and has had some good runs of form last year and also in the LCK Cup so far. So I think if both these players, Yukal and Scout, are playing well, this will be a fierce battle in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for me, I think that Scout should be the heavy favorite in that mid lane matchup. I also think that the top lane should be favoring Nongshim as well, with Kingen up there up against Rich. And then you look at the AD carry role, I mean, Taylor's had some high highs, some good moments, but not the consistency we're looking for, whereas Jiwoo also similar, I would say. So it does feel like, Nongshim should be the favorites coming into this one, but DRX have shown some moments, and we're looking for more consistency. Like, they can take a game off of T1, sure. They can take a game off of DNS. They can almost win a series, but they can't quite get there. So just looking for more of the good, less of the not so good. Whereas for Nongshim, I think that 2-0 win over HLE was showing everything that they had in their potential. Like that last team fight in game 1 where the engage comes in from Sponge and the 4-man Shockwave is there. Like, they have the teamwork, even for a very kind of thrown together group of guys outside of obviously Lahens and Kingen, who did play before, but to bring in Taeyun and Scout as well from the LPL back, and then Sponge comes over from DRX, and now he's with Nongshim, and you know, they showed a lot of great teamwork so far. So for me, that's been the most exciting thing for Nongshim, has been their team fighting. And I just hope they can show more of it here up against DRX.
And I think seeing how they mesh together as things progress is really the big question mark. I mean, for both teams, right? That's been a talking point of the LCK Cup. The teams who've changed a lot of the roster, the teams who haven't, and both of these teams have changed a good amount of the players, and seeing how they sort of piece things together as things progress. And I think Nongshim, you know, they were a team who really peaked last LCK Cup, and then things started to dwindle a good amount as we went through the year, especially when we split into Legend and Rise groups. So looking to obviously develop that synergy, but also continue the momentum further on. And I think the start's been okay. That HLE win, as you said, was a real big high point, but also given HLE's current form, there's question marks, right? It's like, okay, you beat HLE, and at the time it's like, oh, that's sick, but then in hindsight, it's like, because at the time when they beat HLE, we'd only see HLE lose to T1, and we're like, oh, well, HLE took a game of T1 and they got beaten by an extremely strong team. And then Nongshim beat them, we're like, oh, big glow up from Nongshim, but then HLE have kind of struggled since then, and we're kind of wondering, we're still scoping out teams' levels, and I think that's just what we're kind of figuring out, right? Nongshim did have a great series against HLE, but we're still trying to judge where are HLE in terms of the LCK Cup rankings, and how meaningful is that win over HLE. And this series is, again, just going to inform us more and more. So I think based on our expectations, this should be Nongshim pretty heavily favored. But, you know, if DRX come out swinging here, maybe this could just give us more information, more insights, and also reestablish the pecking order a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think that actually both Nongshim and HLE in my mind are a couple of the teams where I'm the most confused about exactly what their power level is. Like right now, because they went head-to-head and HLE were the big favorites there, but Nongshim took them down. But yeah, I mean, we need to see more out of both of the teams to really figure it out. Same for DRX, you know, they had some high highs, looking for more of that. We see Azir and Orianna banned here, and actually a Corki ban to come out here pretty early in game one.
Yeah, very interesting. Jace still open and available is the one that really stands out to me. Not going to be banned. So, open and available to be picked up for Nongshim. Not going to be prioritized. They're looking at the Yunara instead. And this is interesting because this is Yunara being picked game 1. We often see Yunara picked game 2, and a lot of the engage tools have been taken away. Will DRX just snap up the Jace? We're going to look to take the Rise first and foremost.
Why not both? Rise Jace.
Rise Jace, pretty powerful, especially when pressuring mid lane, because obviously Rise has a point-and-click route, guaranteed Shock Blast, guaranteed full combo follow-up. If you play something mid lane that's a mobile, and obviously you can't play Azir, you can blow it up. But actually, looking like they're not going to go for the Jace because they want that point-and-click CC to punish the Yunara. So prioritizing the Vi over the Jace, making sure they have some shutdown for Taeyun, and ensuring that they'll be able to answer him. And that means that Sponge will get his hand on the Jace in return, but this is two squishy picks, two high-priority targets that DRX are definitely going to be looking to get their hands on and to shut down when it comes to those 5v5s.
Yeah, just pretty much S-tier picks so far. Kind of just interesting to see the direction we go for both sides. We got a big smile on Scout's face here, as he might just be on Talia duty. Not the most interesting pick, but common answer into the Rise.
Yeah, definitely makes Vi's job a little bit more difficult having that Talia there. It means you really have to commit the ult to gap close in a lot of situations. Can't just Q when there's the Unraveled Earth down. Did see obviously Faker have a great time on the Rise into the Talia matchup last game. Now for DRX, do you want to prioritize any carry here? And they will lock in the Kai'Sa, which we haven't seen too much of so far, only a couple of games, but if you are committing to that dive, you're like, we want to lock in on these squishy targets and go all in into taking them out, Kai'Sa's definitely a pick that can follow up. I would be eliminating safety tools for Nongshim, so maybe if you're looking at things like Lulu, Braum, sort of defensive supports that Nongshim can sort of consolidate to peel, I think that would be what I'd be looking to deny. They actually banned the Nautilus, interestingly enough, which is the pick that I would expect DRX to prioritize.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Definitely pretty interesting. I mean, there's basically no engage on the side of Nongshim Red Force, and it offers, you know, an anti-dive tool and a way to get a body in front.
Maybe that's the theory, is that like you need setup for Jace for Talia, so we know you're gonna need engage.
Yeah.
So that's why they're banning the Nautilus. But also, DRX are gonna be diving into you. So I don't know. I feel like they probably would have just been happy going a defensive support. Poppy makes more sense as the sort of theme of supports I would expect to be banned by DRX.
Well, the Rakan gets taken away. There's no Nautilus.
Yeah, Rakan syncs well with DRX's comp, but still, I'm just not a fan of Rakan into Talia. I feel like it's miserable. Also, Nico hasn't had a look in at all, by the way.
That's kind of been the way it has been with Nico. Like some series you see it highly prioritized, picked very early on, and some series
Kaisa Nico here for DRX.
Don't see it at all. Yeah, Kaisa Nico seems pretty free.
Yeah, that seems very good.
Honda's like, hell yeah. Give me that Nico. Let's go. No, he doesn't look too excited, actually. But he will be playing the Nico.
That seems pretty good. You know, it just seems crazy how often we see Nico ban phase 3, and you're able to get it with the second rotation bans coming through, with what your comp wants to do, and the fact Kaisa Nico was one of like the lanes that we saw Nico paired with originally. It's into Alistair as well, so you can have a great time in lane. They then just slam the Renekton, and it gives Rich counter pick. Even though I think we've seen Kennen tend to be like the more punishing lane, I feel like Gnar is the more safer pick because you will just tend to have a favorable lane matchup, but it feels more stable. You're that more solid frontliner. And they already have a lot of AP damage in this composition. Even if Kaisa ends up going like a crit build, you still have the AP damage from the passive and your W. And, you know, even though Nico is not like a damage threat, she still does a decent amount of AP. So I think going the Gnar makes a lot of sense of the situation. But yeah, I think DRX, despite the fact that we have this Jace Yunara, which are these great picks, I think DRX pretty happy with what they have. They have tools to close the distance, and they can kind of just explode these squishy champions on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, here in game number 1, I think DRX kind of got everything they would have liked. As you mentioned, like the Rakan, I don't think they were even having their eyes on that one. The Nico seemed like a very obvious ban. Maybe they knew that Andil wouldn't be comfortable with it. Like, maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into Andil's facial expression. But, like, Kaisa Nico is very good. Extremely good.
Maybe he was confused why they didn't ban Nico.
Yeah, he's like, do they have something up their sleeve? Like,
are they disrespecting me?
Yeah. Maybe he was pissed because of that. He's like, they're really giving me Nico here? Yeah. Really?
Do they have an answer, maybe?
Well, I'd like to see Andil pop off, but we'll have to wait and see in game 1. Alrighty, game number 1 here, match 16.
Mikal, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it. Okay, Sponge didn't throw it. Don't want to give him free gold. I am a big hater of the Jace Shock Blast ganks with the first strike.
Everybody
very angry.
Everybody should be, I think.
Yeah. If you're gonna gank, right? I think this is like, it's an unspoken code, right? If you're ganking as a jungler, you're trying to kill me as a laner, right? And if you fail, you know, you fail to kill me, fair enough, right? But you're at least trying to kill. I hate when junglers gank and they're not trying to kill you. They're never gonna kill you. They're just harassing you. You know, you walk in my lane, shock blast me for first strike proc, and just ruin my laning phase. That is just rude, right? It is.
Yeah.
It is not. You know, it just bothers me. It irks me. So
I think specifically when it's so non-committal, insane amount of range, extremely accurate as well because it has a really nice AoE. And so you can just be farming the jungle, like you finish your Raptors and you're like, hey, I'm just gonna show up mid and pick up some gold. And now all of a sudden my mid lane has a ton of value. Like he's very far ahead now because I showed up for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's like you out-trade 3 times in a row mid lane, and you're like calculating like, oh, I'm challenging for this, yes, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. You're like, oh, I'm up 150 health because I haven't used my health potion yet, and I out-traded here, and then he just shock blast you, and you're like, oh, never mind.
Everything immediately changes.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
it's just it's not very interactive, you know. We like our ganks to mean something, to have a little bit of risk.
Yep.
Right.
We do see bot lane getting heavily zoned out, and this is a super early recall from Jiwoo for a cold. Already had enough gold for it, so yeah, just snaps that early buy up, investing in it. Obviously, having the Alistar into Nico, you're never really having lane prio, especially not early on. This is kind of, you know, we talked about this a little bit the last series, but having the Nico, the ideal lanes are when you're into a melee support. And, you know, we talked about how, like, things like the Lulu would feel really nice into the comp DRX has. And would be able to trade better into the Nico, but they felt like they needed the engage to set up, which makes sense for the Jace, for the Talia. But especially into Nico. Nico loves playing into melee engages because you can just harass for free. And she's only really held accountable by range champions, stuff like Karma, stuff like Lulu, who can actually trade back in return. Which is why she's really dominated back last year when we were only seeing engage champions in the support role. And she could engage, but also harass. That really obnoxious combo.
Didn't feel very fair for the Alistars of the world.
Yeah.
Although the Alistar was picked into this.
Yeah.
Obviously for more than just the lane. And it's going to be
a good amount
fun.
of picking the Alistar for out of lane. Guys, you know, I'm a glass half full. They lowered the gold value on cannon minions.
Nice.
Right? It's not as big of a deal if calculated cannon minion. No, it's still bad. Just less bad.
He knew it was less, so he was like, it's fine.
Yeah, a little bit less bad. Still not good.
How do you feel about Talia in this meta? Because I feel like every time we see her, she just doesn't do nearly as much damage as every other top-tier pick. And she obviously provides a lot of setup and utility, but it just feels like a lot of our games are being decided by, like, Talia and an AD carry with, like, a tank jungler. Obviously, in this case, that's not the case because we have Jays.
Not seeing a ton of opportunities to roam, you know. They've done so many changes to, like, minion waves, right? That have kind of, like, limited the ability to roam. And I know that didn't really dissuade them last year when they did those. But especially now with, like, how incentivized you are to stay in a lane for the extra...
No!
Sponge! Especially with how much you're incentivized to stay in lane just to keep your passive generation of the quest. I feel like you're not getting as much value of the Weaver's Wall in other situations. But I still think she's good if you have the right team comp with a setup, right? There's a lot of champions that really can get punished by that. We've seen like Pantheon still be very good. Pantheon Talia is great.
And look at this.
And into a comp like this with a lot of shorter range picks, I think she has good value. Oh, they are trying to set up here.
Yeah, the timing on this gank. Just as we're discussing this, the flash comes in, Renekton and Talia is there, and so is the shock blast from miles away. Rich is just dead.
Okay.
Already had flash. There's first blood given over to Scout.
Yeah, nice pickup there. Didn't even need to use the Weaver's Wall. Now, Hands overstepping a little bit, but should be able to fight them off. And this is Dragon picked up for DRX in return for that play on the top side. Also, got to note that Rich had just TP'd up there, so suffering a good amount from that. That being said, home guards are very strong, so it's not the end of the world. But has fallen a little bit behind in that top matchup. He was zoned off from all this farm. I mean, it's just the worst time because he's just come out of Mega, nowhere near hitting it again. And he was kind of like, do I walk up? Do I not walk up? The answer is you don't walk up.
I mean, we just saw a Gnar Renekton matchup where the Gnar did get bullied a little bit early on, but then eventually took over the lane, was very annoying. And our Renekton player in that game, who was perfect, wasn't having a good time. Because he either had to lane into Gnar, who had an item and a half, or Faker's fed Rise. With plated steel caps is what perfect built. So it was not a fun time. But it just means that, Rich, you know, you gotta kind of be aware of the timings and be ready to back off and sacrifice some farm if necessary. Ando's like, I'm too fast. This is too obvious.
Oh, the home guard's messing him up.
He's like, come on. Like, I'm just trying to be a fake minion here. All right, let's see if we see any pings. Well, a little bit aggressive was Ando on that one, so not a lot of time for Scout to react, and a nice little trade comes in.
You know what the thing is about Nico? So they've actually changed it So there's different numbers of minions. Do you know how they sped up the minion waves later in the game? They also changed the number of minions
on cannon waves.
Well, there's. I'm pretty sure it's like less casters. So there's a melee missing from cannon waves after 14 minutes.
Yeah.
And then all waves are missing a caster minion after 30 minutes. Oh, we're seeing a fight here.
It's before 30 minutes, but still going for a very aggressive invade here as Lehens is here. He is level 6. But we do have Andil in a really rough spot. He is going to flash and get that Nimbus Cloak and trying to walk it off, and that he will.
They're out, which is, it's actually great that they got out of that. Because that means I can continue my Nico point.
Yeah, continue. Please.
So yeah, after 14 minutes, cannon minions missing a melee, and after 30 minutes, every wave's missing a caster, which means, because people are used to like the same number of minions in a wave.
We're going so aggro here again with the Dominus. I think Rich is just fine.
Yeah, he's fine. So I can continue my point, is what you're trying to say.
No, you can't.
No.
You has to ult away, but Tails is running him down. The barrier is there, and the flash comes out finally, but it's too late because the damage has been done, and Taeyoon just straight up solo kills him.
Snipes him at the end with that, finds a great angle, and Taeyoon just hunting him down, and this is a big win, getting your Yunara fed early. I mean, all the point I wanted to say is that, you know, people are used to the amount of minions in the wave, and it's gonna catch you off guard now.
Yeah.
Different. No.
Not if you're really far behind at 30 minutes.
What do you mean?
Well, like Andil tries to pretend to be a caster minion after 30 minutes, right? When they're removed.
Yeah.
But they've already lost the game.
Oh, right.
No.
Yeah. I mean, if they've already lost the game at 30 minutes.
Well, here's the setup from DRX. This is what we wanted to see, and King and will get punished.
Okay, they find a play. Yeah, I feel like, you know, you try and make a, it's like when you try and make a joke and you explain it, it's just not, you try and make a point and then it gets interrupted 3 times, and you're like, it was just.
So what was your point anyway?
It was supposed to be like a little point just about little minion Nico changes, and then stuff happened, and I'm like, what even was the point of me saying this? Yeah, just disrespecting the ult power from the Yunara. It's a huge power spike. I feel like kind of akin to Zeri, where you really have to respect it. And Taeyoon just finds that angle all in. Even had the barrier still available. Obviously didn't need it. There wasn't a turnaround damage, but...
Also, I think the fact that Taeyoon flashed first shouldn't happen. Like, Jiu should know he's lost the trade. He will die if he gets flashed on, even if he flashes after. So he's like gotta flash early.
Yeah.
To say like, okay, I need to take less damage, I'm gonna flash early.
Also, the fact he walked on the inside line of the turret, like, we all knew the W was coming. When he walked between the turret and the wall, we all knew he was just waiting for the W cooldown, and then when it came, I was like, okay, you're dead.
It's like a bowling alley. Like, he stood right where the pins are supposed to go. He's like, all right, here comes the bowling ball.
It's like a bowling alley, except instead of a bowling ball, you have a laser the width of the bowling alley, which I'm pretty sure isn't legal. If you try and do that at a bowling alley, you will be kicked out.
That really does.
And probably arrested, if I'm being honest. Although, I think they'd struggle to arrest you if you had a laser, so, you know.
Well, maybe they have their own lasers.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to make a play here with Ghost Alistair. In comes Lehens, forces the flash. He is Alistair, so he's just going to press R and get out. Meanwhile, another 1v1, and this time Jiu doesn't have flash. He's just dead. There's no getting out of that. And he just put himself in that position. He's just dead again. And now Scout is here. He's going to get the knockback all by himself. And Yukal, no flash. He used it earlier against Ghost Alistair. That's 2 kills for Nongshim. And Andil barely gets away. Nongshim are running this map.
This should, you know,
okay, Scout. He's here to send a message.
HP. Oh, so close to finding Andil there. But yeah, that really shouldn't have happened. Jiwoo going down the first time. The second time, a little unforgivable at this point. And Taeyoon going to be extremely strong already in this game. And now Willa is trying to threaten.
Not with Lens there.
Yeah.
No smite, no problem for Sponge. And it's 3,000 gold plus at 11.5 minutes. Although, today gold leads are fake, so you don't even have to consider that.
So here, Lehens trades his engage for Yukal's flash. And then Taeyoon just walks at him again.
Well, he was hiding on bush. So
the wall does, funnily enough, knock Taeyun's laser from hitting Andal. But then I also like that Taeyun doesn't dash forward here, doesn't want to get engaged on by the buy. But Yukal doesn't have flash, obviously just being it a second ago, so he goes down. This was unfortunate. Scout trying to catch Andal, doesn't quite have the damage. The clone blocks a little bit, but you now have this 2-0-1 Yunara with a 1,700 gold lead. And I'm a little concerned because, you know, I talked about the fact that you have these squishy carries that you want to try and kill. Well, now they're fed, so...
Yeah.
And also, it's a multi-threat composition for Nongshim, so you're going to have to commit a lot of resources to take out these threats, and then you still have other threats to deal with, and your Kai'Sa is falling behind very quickly.
I thought you were going to say falling apart. I think both are true at this point. Because Taeyun has declared the bottom lane his.
Yeah,
in this game.
Don't want to see Jiwoo just walking up to Taeyun again and dying.
So in that last one, I think he didn't have vision in the brush, but he walked into the river to put down a ward and found Taeyun. And he was like, oh, I'm dead.
So there's this neat feature with Kai'Sa. You can actually ult to join fights, so you don't need to walk into the river and face check. Yeah, it's pretty neat. So you could do that instead.
Well, they're trying to steal the red buff. Not going to be successful yet, but Andal going to get a 3-man knockup. The follow-up is there as well. The Define goes in. The damage not quite layered, and Taeyun survives basically forever. And finally, Jiu going to press that R button and does get the shutdown just to immediately die. As now the wall is coming down. Sponge and Scout do one more. Then double engage comes in from the hands, gets both of them, knocks him down with the stun. And Nongshim are just rolling them here. The top laners still top laning, but a huge teamfight win to Nongshim.
And that one just feels so rough because it was actually a really good engage, but I think there's two issues with it. One, you're far behind. And two, why didn't you TP your top laner in if you're the one setting up this play?
Yeah.
You know, you're not actually has Mega as well. If you're coming this play, couldn't you set it up so he joins? But ultimately, even with the big engage, Jiu has to ult in just to trade 1-for-1 with the super low health Yunara. And you've already lost your Vi, so it's just cleanup on the other side. Yeah, this is the issue. You kill Yunara, you're like, cool, we engaged, we found the AD carry who was super fed. Okay, but everyone died. It's not worth. And now Nongshim have a massive gold lead. And Rich is kind of just top lane.
Yeah.
Having a time.
Top laners are top laning, and they're not part of this game, really, outside of that one kill they got onto Rich. And I guess Kingen died the one time. But yeah, they use so much to get Taeyun. And then Scout's there, relatively in a good spot himself, has his wall still in full health, full mana, basically, and just chases them down with an Alistair in tow. Didn't feel very fair with Nongshim this far ahead. So now 4,500 gold. And Nongshim, oh no, not again, okay.
I think the thing is, we haven't seen too many fast clearing junglers in the LCK. It's been a lot of like the same meta we've had for a while. But I feel like with the jungle quest changes that we've had, if you get a lead and you start farming quickly, you can just power farm and get so far ahead. You know, you get the extra golden experience after your quest is completed. You see this lead that Sponge has, and he's so far ahead in gold. He now has the biggest lead in the game. And this Jace is just going to really snowball super hard. I think Jace is like the only farming jungler that we're really seeing. Obviously, he's been banned a ton, so we're not really actually seeing him played that much. But, you know, there is some play of stuff like Ambessa, who does farm pretty fast, but it's mostly just the Jace. And in solo queue, it's a lot more of these fast-clearing junglers that are seeing play. So,
pretty much every game.
A bit of a divergence between what we're seeing in the LCK and what we're seeing in solo queue. But Jace definitely one of the picks that has bled through, and working to great effect right now. 2-level lead over Willa. Well, I guess it's like 1 and a bit because Willa's nearly level 11, but this Jace is starting to do a ton of damage. And with him having so much poke and DRX's comp being shorter range, you kind of have to engage. That is your answer. You get poked out, and the only way to stop it is to engage, but with you being behind, you have to find a good engage. Like we saw, Andal got a great engage earlier, and it wasn't enough. So you basically have to find a phenomenal engage, or you just lose the fight. And like they're starting the dragon now, but Rich's Mega just timed out. So
Mega just timed out. The Rift Herald is dropped in mid.
That's a huge shock blast.
And there's a wall coming. So Yukal chunked out. It comes down to just an easy smite for Sponge, as Willer was not there. Now he's going to be going in. We got the flank coming in from Andil. They do take out Sponge, but what about the rest of them? Taeyoon just dying on the left side by himself. Kind of out of reach of the rest of this team, and now Scout and Kingen trying to put 2 and 2 together and do enough damage in a 3v5, which is honestly kind of close. Willer here on the right side. It looks like he might be isolated, and maybe a little bit of food here for the side of Noshim to pick up, but no, just the dragon for them.
Yeah, honestly, all things considered, they didn't get the dragon, but the fight itself was pretty good. It was a good engage from Willer, getting back over the wall, getting onto Sponge, and this is kind of finally seeing what DRX composition wants to do. You'll see that Willer gets forced out, flashes away, but look at the angles that end up coming through. Andil getting this long flank here. They get on a Sponge, and Taeyoon actually manages to dash out from the pop blossom, but Sponge just dies outright. Taeyoon gets focused down, but they don't have any more gas in the tank to really deal with either Scout or this very tanky Renekton. So with the goal discrepancy, they can't finish this, especially when Kane gets that massive cold leak, which just does so much work. But ultimately, it's still a pretty good fight from DRX. I think the only sad thing is that they didn't get that dragon, but that's the theory of the composition. They just have to do that a few more times.
Yeah, I mean, Flash held by Andil, I suppose. Now Sponge a little bit in a wonky spot, not even going to... He's just sprinting through the jungle. They can't catch him.
If the boomerang hit, maybe.
Yeah.
Also got to remember that the jungle quest now does give extra movement speed, so... Ow.
Yeah. And it helps you do stuff like that, too.
I mean, I think that's just him.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, he can farm faster now, so he can get his items faster, so it helps him do stuff like that. A couple of turrets are going to go down here for Noshim. They just take DRX's turrets just like that. And now we got a deep TP coming in here from
this is a
Meganar. He's pretty far away from the rest of his team, but he's got a Kaisa. They're trying to burst down Sponge, and they will be able to do it. And again, Taeyoon is left by himself, and he has to flash the boomerang. Meanwhile, Scout's just in the top lane pushing.
See, they get the flash from Taeyoon, which I think honestly is one of the bigger takeaways from this play. Because even though the kill on Sponge is nice, it doesn't really translate to that much. It's just gold. And again, gold's never bad, but they can't really get much in terms of objectives. But the flash from Taeyoon, I think, is really the tangible thing that you're going to look to in that next dragon fight. So I like the TP. I like the setup from DRX, and I like that they got a summoner from it, because I think if they'd only gotten the kill on a Sponge and nothing else, this might have felt a little bit unrewarding.
Yeah.
Especially because I don't think they got much of a shutdown from Sponge, if any. But yeah, that flash. That flash is one I'm going to be looking to in the next fight, especially since Andil has his flash. I think Willis is going to be back up as well. So...
Oh, we got a little play here on a Scout, who is all by his lonesome on the bottom side, doesn't have his flash, and even that little shield's not going to help against the two of them.
That was a big shutdown, though. That was a lot of gold. So that feels good in and of itself, you know. That was a lot of gold going over to Willer, which hopefully he can buy something nice before that next fight. And it's nice that DRX are getting these picks, clawing back the difference in gold. That time they didn't get any summoner for this next fight, but it's just finding these angles and doing what that composition does, right? Getting these picks. It is a fragile composition from Noshim. You know, they are vulnerable when isolated. And I think it's a composition that does require more sort of control in comparison.
Finesse.
And, you know, more finesse, yeah. You know, Noshim did have a pretty solid lead. It is literally impossible for them to have the biggest throw of the day. That's just never going to be possible no matter what.
Yeah.
But it is possible for them to have a pretty big throw from how this game has started. So we'll see what DRX are able to do.
But nothing compared to what we've seen.
Nothing compared.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
People won't remember if Noshim throw this game. They will remember what happened earlier.
She was gone dusk and dawn.
And Coach Voice is utilized by DRX. Joker's like, oh, that's an interesting tech.
Yes, this is the Sheen item that gives you double on-hit procs.
We're just doing the Baron, by the way.
So this does mean you can stack your passive very fast.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean you're lacking the Nash.
They have a lot of damage on this Nasher, though. As now the engage comes in, Sponge is late for the smite, and the engage from Andil gets Sponge again! And Toon, once again, they don't quite have the damage, though. They might be able to finally take him down, even through the exhaust. Jiwoo will take him out. Scout now. We're going to take down Jiwoo, and it looks like Kingen on the flank will be able to take down Jiwoo. But still, a Baron did go over to DRX. They're going to force that flash away from Yukal. And the biggest thing here, I think, even besides the Baron, though, is that Nongshim might just get this free Infernal. As we have TPs coming in, they want to contest it.
Yeah, I think that's the major thing. More members on the map right now. It's slight advantage to DRX because obviously they have the Baron and 2 members still. They have a bit more gold, you can see from the Red Bull Baron power play. But I think losing the Dragon is too big of a cost. They weren't able to close out the fight in the aftermath. And now Nongshim are on Infernal Soul point. And with Infernal Soul, with a Jace,
even if he keeps dying, it's fine. Well, he was saying some stuff, and they were talking about Baron, and then he was like, fight.
Gnar can get the mid lane and try for Baron. I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Is what we've been informed they were saying. So, coach is suggesting the Baron was a play. They did explode Sponge, and then this Realm Warp to move them was nice. But Jiwoo ends up getting flipped here. The Hens knock up into the Scout flip, and he was just so low. He nearly takes out Kingen here, so close. If he'd actually killed Kingen, I think this play really is salvageable, because Kingen can't TP back in, and we end up in a kind of different scenario here. Because him being able to TP back in is really what secured the Dragon. Now, yeah, DRX got a sizable amount of gold on the back of the Baron, but can they translate it into more in terms of structures? Because that looming threat of the Soul is very relevant. And gold is nice, but Souls do feel very threatening, especially an Infernal Soul in a game like this. So we do see DRX trying to get control of the river right now. Summoner check. Do you see Scout's flashes down?
Oh, these guys do not have their flashes as they're getting engaged on by Lehens and his Alistair. And very tanky is Yukal on the rise. They're going to fight Sponge again. This Jace cannot survive for any amount of time. As now the damage isn't going in onto Jiwoo. He has that angle on the back line and just absolutely decimates them. We do have now the Realm Warp to come on in. Andil says hello. Lands the root and dies, but he did his job as Lehens sticks around as well, and it's an ace for DRX.
I wasn't sure who was going to take that Realm Warp, and you know what? Andil was the complete right choice, because everyone was so low, and they just sent Andil in like, you're going to die, you're going to make it work, and he did. So this was an aggressive play from Nongshim, and DRX make it work in return. Yukal gets focused down, but he's quite bulky. This ult from Willa and Yukal getting the damage up in return is massive. The fact that Yukal survives here, Jiwoo flies in, and the ult, the CC from Andil got a lot of value. Jiwoo's able to free hit, and then Nongshim are limping away, and yeah, they send the Nico in just to die and land a root, and it totally works. So well played here from DRX to navigate this one. And they're really pulling this composition off. It's a hard comp for Nongshim to make work, but DRX, it's C champion, kill champion. And I think Nongshim are just struggling to execute on the finesse of their comp. You know, the Jace needs to land poke, and they're just trying to make engages happen.
They're trying to hard engage, and like Sponge, I understand his plight because he's playing Jace, who normally is pretty short range outside of the Shock Blast, obviously. But he gets a big Shock Blast off, and then he's like, okay, I want to do a little bit more damage. I want to get in there. I can't just sit in the back line and only accelerated Shock Blast. So he tries to auto once and instantly dies.
Yeah.
And it just feels like he's always in range of the Vi ult, and outside of the one Shock Blast, he's not doing a whole lot except dying. And Jiwoo goes in, gets the bait with the Zhonya's. I don't know if it's going to pay off, though, as they try to turn. He's able to flash out of there, and he gets the kill onto the Renekton as well. As now we got the Realm Warp follow-up, and it looks like Scout is not long for this world. Gets taken out. At least Sponge is able to push the wave, as it looks like mid lane is not going to be where DRX will get their push.
That was such a crazy engage from Jiwoo. And you know what? Sometimes great engages, there's a thin line between, you know, madness and and greatness, and he definitely was treading that line. And making it work, right? Baited so many cooldowns, and the rest of the team were there to follow. He did end up going down, I think, clipped by Sponge. I think a Shock Blast maybe from him. We'll see the replay here. So he flies in, everyone jumps him, and he uses the stasis. The team are there to follow. Sponge jumps and knocks him back, and then yes, snipes him here with the shock blast. That's what takes him out. But he bought so much time, so many cooldowns, and let the team funnel in. It's a crazy play, but it worked.
오케이, 다음번에 안 들어갈게.
Okay, next time I won't go in.
천천히 하자.
I mean, it worked. You know, you can't fault it, right? It worked.
He's like, all right, guys, sorry. But yeah, it worked. I don't know.
You know,
maybe a little bit too much expended.
If we're going by outcome-focused assessments,
yeah,
it's a one-team fight. So, you know what? Permission granted, Jiwoo. Do it again.
Yes. Onx has given you permission.
This time you have Flash as well, so extra permission to do
Zonya's not up yet, though.
Hit a W. No, Zonya's not up. Yeah, you're correct. Wait for Zonya's and then do
soon.
it.
And now Kingen, I mean, they do so much damage. He just has to engage. It's a smart idea, but now this ult is going in on the Taeyun, and he's just taken out immediately. Jiwoo does insane damage at this point and takes out Scout, and I think it is just too far gone at this point. DRX are rolling them now. Even after that very one-sided early game, it does not matter. DRX now looking at another Baron.
And it just feels like, especially with how this game started, like, we're going to be completely honest, Jiwoo was having a terrible game with being run down by Taeyun multiple times.
Slow start.
Early on, and he is just finding angle after angle. This game was in a terrible state. Again, not even close to the biggest throw that we've seen today. But in any other day of the LCK, this would be a big throw. And it still is a big throw right now with how it's looking. They just beeline straight on Yanara. And this is a harsh reminder why we don't normally see Game 1 Yanaras. It's normally a Game 2, because we see a lot of the hard lockdown thinned out by Fearless, and things like Vi not on the cards, because it has been a problem that they just haven't been able to resolve. Willa just presses the R button, and Taeyun can't play the game.
Yeah, it really is that simple. If they were farther behind and the threats were actually threatening, then yeah. As, okay, this time Willer is kind of in a rough spot. Andal goes in by himself. This is not the cleanest fight, but at least they get punched, and again, Taeyun just melts. And, yeah, he's just gone. I don't think Scout can do nearly enough. DRX are just way too far ahead. They absolutely roll them. They might just end the game.
It looks like it just doesn't even matter how the fight starts. DRX are all going to just fly in and win the fight. They are just all on the same page. It's just see champion, kill champion, right? Anyone who shows up in front of them is a target, and they will just take them down. And DRX, they bounce back. They had a pretty significant 4,000 gold deficit, but they know what that composition needs to do, and they're going to make it work.
There you go, 30 minutes. The comeback is real, as DRX will win game number 1. Definitely not what I expected, especially after that early game. This was looking all Nongshim all the way, but eventually they're able to get it close. A couple of nice close team fights, and eventually Vi just presses the button on the right target, and the Kai'Sa flies in, and somebody dies. And it's enough.
I think sometimes, especially if you're struggling in terms of your team, you know, trying to figure out your synergy, right? You're a new roster who've put some new pieces in, start of the season, start of the year. I think sometimes it's simpler just to play compositions like this, Kai'Sa comps, right? You have a go button, your Kai'Sa has a follow-up button, and you know what, credit to you, Cal, every time a fight started, he was just like, I'm realm warping. I don't know who's going in it, someone's going in it.
Yeah.
And he's like, who's taking the ride? Someone is. Someone's going, and you know what? Usually someone was taking that ride and taking the realm warp into the back line. You know, you don't normally think of Rise as being like part of a hard engage comp, but he really made it fit in. So credit to them. A great comeback from DRX there.
Pretty gigantic. DRX up 1-0. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
여기 쓰는 게 나을 것 같아.
얘들아 여기 우리 벌써도?
괜찮아. 나 가는
맞을래 다시 맞을래?
풍뎅이 가자. 싸움 좋다. 제이스 날아봐야 돼, 제이스.
나 아래 갈게 아래 살짝 봐줘 아래 붙여갖고 아래 봐줄래?
아래 좋아. 탈리아 노플. 나이스.
답판하자.
나 땄는데. 그냥 얘들아 버스 건 이겨. 오케이. 야, 그냥 우리 후반 가면 이기니까 천천히 하자. 버스 급발진 하지 말고.
그래 뭔가 나가 너무 센 턴이었어가지고
내가 초반에
좀 쐈어
잘했어.
나이스
라인전 되게 잘 돼가지고 나.
I still fear them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill me. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitors! Betrayer! Outbreaker! You will beg for the end. For death. But my revenge has only just begun.
DRX head coach Joker said, "It is fair to say our team does not know how to win." And they proved him wrong here in game number 1. After starting off pretty rocky, they're able to battle back and get game 1 in the book, 1-0 over Nongjin. Welcome to the space. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid to break that last game down.
I want to talk about the draft a little bit. I want to get into that a little bit. We did see Jace go through. That did happen. It was in response to Vi. And so, unfortunately, even though Jace does a lot of early game damage, he gets first strike, he farms up a storm, he affects the lanes. When it comes to later on team fights, when there's a dive comp on the other side, he's not very safe. When there's a Nico, there's a Vi, there's a Kai'Sa, and even a Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, even though we highlight the Kai'Sa, the main part of their team comp was Vi. And also, I really didn't like the way how they play against it. Especially, I think Jay should just build the item, right? The Edge of the Night, so you have more space against Vi. But every single team fight was literally the same thing. By pressing the button into the target, and the fight was over.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were both a little bit worried about what Kai'Sa would look like in the early game into the Yunara lane.
Oh, yeah.
But then they got Nico into Alistar, and we were like, okay, I think that he'll survive. You know, it'll actually work out later on. In the early game, we were like, I guess it just isn't. You know, they left him out to dry. He died multiple times. He just kept getting dove. But when we take a look at some of these team fights that happened after we got to the midpoint of the game, you can see that it doesn't matter if the Kai'Sa is super far behind when the right conditions are met in these later scraps.
Yeah, let's take a look at it here. Highlight number 1, around 17 minutes here at the Drake.
Yeah, this is the moment where Nongxin were like really far ahead in the game. So they secured the Drake with the Talia wall. That's great, but you can see the TP from the Renekton, it was already late in the fight because they're already done with their job. So all they want to do is just get away from the Drake pit because our job is done. But because he TP'd on the bot side, they tried to collapse on the bot lane. But who has the collapsing team comp? It's DRX.
Jace has no durability at all. Which is why it's great that he's in jungle, right? Because he's able to avoid some of the riskier parts of his kit in mid, or in top, excuse me, or in mid, but mostly top, right, where you get punished really hard by enemy jungles if you're trying to push that prio, you have to walk that tightrope. But in team fights here, he's just super vulnerable, right? And the fact that King and TP to the bottom there, after the Weaver's Wall falls, he tries to rejoin the fight, means they can just push up, so there's just no peel whatsoever in this fight. It becomes super easy to play out, even from a huge deficit that DRX found themselves in.
I mean, I personally think that was like huge mistake from Kingen because he was the one just solo pushing the top lane and he could see what's happening on the bot side, right? So I think he shouldn't just TP or just TP it earlier for the team so they can secure the fight.
Yeah, tough one there, but pretty good if you're Jiwoo, who's just suffering this whole time on the Kai'Sa against his old team, and then they put the exclamation point on the comeback here in highlight number 2 at the Drake pit yet again. And just what you said earlier, Wolf, it is so difficult to play if you're the Jays. When the Vi can just pop off like this.
I think the Jace, I don't want to say it's a trap pick, but it's so tricky. Now, they put a lot of resources into trying to grab Willer here and then turn their focus, but Willer still survives, right? Still gets the ult off here, takes out the Jace again. And then from here, they just get on top of this Kai'Sa. And the build that Gio goes, by the way, with Dusk and Dawn, allows you to proc your passive and do your burst damage so quickly. And when the fight gets broken up like this, you have free reign.
Ando!
And it doesn't matter, his sacrifice is not in vain, and like, this fight happens 3 times in a row. Like, this was the fight that really solidified their position in the game, and they just kept doing it on repeat.
This is the moment where Jace had 3 items, and it's really illegal to not have the Edge of the Night against Vi, and he also had a flash. And I think that was just wrong idea to play against it, and it went really wrong.
There's like an argument to be made that Vi could just smite the Edge of Night off of you in ult and take it away, but still, at least you get the smite out. If Vi doesn't have smite, then there's a little bit of defensive options there. It's still great into the poke, and the AP Kai'Sa will eventually, mostly AP Kai'Sa there with the death cap coming in the end. I just think the Jace pick in this draft was too risky, and it got punished so hard.
You know, there's also extra stakes here for this one, for the LCK crew, because there was only one man brave enough to put the predictions on the line here. Not only the global side, but the KR side as well. Wolf's sitting there in the back like, I don't know about this draft. I don't know about this start. Jiwoo's dying a lot, and all of a sudden, he looks like the smartest man in the room.
Predator's remorse until those team fights happened.
Yeah.
Still King its TP, and then I've been laughing all the way to the bank. Surely they'll close it out 2-0 D-Gon.
Surely it'll be just like the earlier series where it's 2-0, nothing to see here, right? Unless the Noodle Boys have something to say about it. Let's get into game number 2.
Thank you very much, Shirley and Shirley and Shirley. As we're getting ready for game number 2 here, DRX did win game number 1 somehow, and now we're boiling a raccoon in the... that wasn't a very nice fan sign.
I've got some bad news for Wolf's prediction.
Yeah, what's that?
Unfortunately, it's Fearless Draft. So, Nongshim cannot pick Jace again, which drastically increases their chance of winning. But there are other things they can pick, and we'll see what they come out with in the draft. They have once again gone for first pick. So we'll see how things develop. I think it's going to be a little bit different due to the fact we often see that Yunara show up in the second game when a lot of the...
Just play Varus.
They could.
Yeah.
You know,
ban Orianna, play Varus.
That is definitely something they can do. We'll see though. Again, we often see the Yunara come through second. That won't be a possibility. Yeah, the Rise as well, gone. So we saw a lot of power picks, you know, let through. Now going to be denied.
But we still got Orianna and Azir. So those are a couple that might get traded or might just get banned. Rumble also was banned.
I also think, based on today entirely, if we're just zoning in on today and how certain games have panned out, maybe the last game and the game before that, sometimes you just want to keep it simple. You just want to make a composition where you just click your buttons and they take you to victory. And don't overcomplicate things.
Yeah, and gold's leads are fake.
Yeah, a little bit.
Nothing matters.
A little bit. So maybe the thing I'm trying to get at is comps that are complicated and require, you know, specific setups, and you have to play around, you know, posturing and landing this poke and doing these complicated... No. Just, you know, Varus banned. Yeah, he's one of those champions. Just, let's click some buttons, let's kill some champions, and win the game. Okay?
It's that easy.
I think it's that easy, right? So we see the Varus and the Ambessa banned. Last draft, we saw Corki and Pantheon bans. They've been left open. I do think with Talia gone, you know, the Pantheon prio is a bit higher when she's open and available. That is an Aurora first pick. Now, I don't have any issues with Aurora, but not something we often see first picked.
Yeah. I mean, we have Ryze and Talia gone, so maybe saying, okay, we can pick Aurora, it's flexible. It's a decent mid laner that's still available.
She is the highest prio mid with Azir, Orianna, Ryze, and Talia gone in terms of like how much has been picked.
What were those 2 bans that were banned in game 1 that weren't banned in game 2?
I think
Pantheon and Corki.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. They're looking at the Jarvan. I feel like Jarvan prio a little lower just because you're into a Corki who does have a Valkyrie to get out of Cataclysm, but, you know, they're still looking to commit to it. And they will lock it in. I mean, me personally, I feel like Jarvan value skyrockets when you know your target is locked into that Cataclysm when they don't have Flash. And you only know one of the carries in the team, and he isn't. So, not super convinced so far.
Yeah, and the 2 champions you're looking at are like, they really do not care about Jarvan. Like, even if you're stunning Pantheon, eventually he gets his E up. You got to commit to get in melee range of a Pantheon. It doesn't feel great. You're not going to lock down the Corki. Now, Zahen does come out here, and that's kind of going to lock our lanes for Nongshim as well.
Yep, seeing the full topside lock-in for Nongshim so far. So, does mean DRX can only answer one of the solo lanes here. And it is going to be the Gwen that they're picking up here for Rich. So, definitely something that can scale up to be an absolute menace in the later stages. We've seen it definitely pop off in the hands of some of our top laners and be a bit of a pain point. So we'll have to deal with that one. And especially I feel like Nongshim so far, you know, you have the Jarvan, you have the Aurora, picks that want to do go in and dive and be that threat. Now have to deal with the fact that you might be going in and suddenly there's a Gwen on your backline causing problems.
Yeah.
Not so fun. I feel like here, DRX can just thin out the AD carry pool, having already locked theirs in. Gonna start off with the Ezreal ban, eliminating some of the safety for Taeyun here. Ari gonna get taken away as a mid lane pick for Yukao. So trying to limit some of the picks that can get outside the Cataclysm. I guess Akali's still an option.
Yeah. Akali's sitting up there on the list of stuff that is still available to be picked. Looking through the list, I mean, Silas.
Not so fun into
but
Aurora.
Cassiopeia? They got banned once, played once?
Don't think we'll see it, personally. Don't expect it.
Yeah. Might have to dig a little bit here for you, Cal.
Yeah, I think another mid lane ban might just be a shot in the dark at this point from Nongshim. So maybe a support ban. And they do go for the Bard here. Which I think Bard has so much value into Jarvan, because I already talked about being able to dash out the Cataclysm is big, but being able to just stasis everyone in the Cataclysm is also very frustrating. So the Bard will be taken away. And probably just going to pick up the mid lane here for DRX. Yukao, what are you feeling confident on? Into the Aurora. Can be a bit of a lane bully into some matchups.
What's it going to be? We get the nod. It is Akali.
Okay. Can be one where, like Akali does in the most matchups, you just kind of soak up the harass with your Doran shield, with your second wind, and be a threat later. And it's an instant lock-in off the Kalista Renata for Nongshim here. So, you know, we're dealing with the Gwen and the Akali. Gonna be tricky for them to take out these two picks, but Andal was toying with the idea of the Blitzcrank, which is good into the Renata specifically. Poppy less so. So like, Poppy's good into Kalista, good into Jarvan, right? But like into a Kalista Renata lane, it is miserable. It is just not fun.
Yeah.
It's like you're just standing there watching until someone stands next to terrain. You just literally just laser focused until the Kalista hops a little bit too close to terrain, and then you're like flash stunning and hoping you have enough damage to kill her. Which, to be honest, you don't, because it's Kalista Renata, right?
You never do.
And they're just going to shield the Kalista, and then the extended trade, Kalista has more sustained damage than a Corki, so...
Yeah, and I feel like in team fights also, like, yes, there is Jarvan, but he's really the one guy who's, like, kind of committal. Feels like everybody else, I guess Zahan as well, it just doesn't feel like the highest value Poppy game I've ever seen. Like, you can see some of the value, for sure, but I feel like with what was available, like, we could have seen something better.
I think there's a lot of dashes. I just think you can't be proactive in lane, and later on, it just really depends how the game shakes out. There's a lot of people you can shut down, but I just think it's a miserable existence in lane. And especially when you're paired with a Corki, Jiwoo is just going to kind of be at the... He's playing lane 1v2 for the most part in this situation, so good luck to him.
Not too different from the first game, except now he's got another opponent he's got to deal with. DRX versus Nongshim. Game number 2 starts now.
You know what, Brendan?
Yeah?
I think I spread some misinformation. I lied a little bit. I said Poppy wouldn't do anything and would just sit there and lane. That's a lie. Every so often, she throws a little buckler out. You know, every so often she'll throw a buckler and either CS a minion with it or maybe hit either Lehens or Taeyun for a little bit of damage. So, my bad. That does occasionally happen. So, not nothing.
Yeah.
Not nothing. A little bit of buckler.
I assume, you know, occasionally can use his heal.
Sure, but I don't really attribute that to any champion can do that, you know?
True.
You could play a champion with no actual abilities and you could still have summoner spells, so I don't really say that's like a Poppy thing.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So they've got this bottom lane where they're kind of...
As you can see, bottom lane, it's going well so far.
The bottom lane is the lane itself is a bit of a disaster. The mid lane also early is not going to be fun.
Oh, Andal, buckler, there you go.
He did it.
It was shielded. It was shielded. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
He did pick it up, got a shield, and then immediately lost it.
Yep.
Which I suppose shielded some of that damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Akali's not having too much fun early on. The Poppy's not having too much fun. The Gwen seems alright.
Yeah, Gwen's doing okay.
But not a lot of setup for Willard to make stuff happen. You know?
I think the thing with the Pantheon is you have a lot of setup, right? And also, they're going to be perma pushing bot lane, so should be able to wrap around. The one concern is now...
Ian, like 0 health? We just look bot, he doesn't have any health.
Wait, how did that happen?
I don't know. He must have gotten hit into the wall or something. Right? Like maybe Andil actually did something.
Did he take a tower hit?
He must have. He didn't flash or anything though, so it wasn't bad enough that he got into a spot where he had to flash.
I'm so confused.
Well, there was no kill, so maybe we're not going to get a replay.
We'll never know.
And Taeyeon just backs and comes back to lane, so it's not the end of the world, although they do lose a little bit of pressure. Andil is mid lane.
Also, Sponge was going for an invade. Oh, we get a replay.
What? 2 turret shots!
What is it?
2! I love what did. Oh, man.
You know what? I am being so serious right now. I was thinking through every possible thing that could have happened. And I never for a moment thought that could be it. He just walked in front of the wave and took 2 tower hits.
Yeah, now what did is dead. So,
yeah,
that's the outcome. Hope you're happy, Taeyeon.
That's how Lehens feels on the inside after that.
Yeah. Ripping pepperonis.
That's crazy. That's actually so crazy. I don't
It's okay.
know. Yeah.
It's okay.
I mean,
they come back.
It's does kill a little bit of that momentum, but fortunately it is such a good lane that it's still fine, you know?
You have to go back and buy boots and refillable.
If this was a more even lane and it was a more active support than Poppy, he would have just died. I'm not even kidding. He would have just flat died on the back of that play. So, you know, Lehens takes a little tower hit there. He shields. It's okay. But I'm very glad we got to see that clip because I would have wondered forever.
Yeah, that was a great replay. Thank you, production. Also had Wolf in the chat explaining what happened, and then we immediately got the replay as well. Andil has a shield at least, was utilizing that buckler. Just takes a beating off the back of that. The tempo heal comes through just for extra harass. And the pain continues.
You know, everyone talks about the tempo heal. Nobody ever talks about the tempo buckler, right?
I wonder why. I wonder why, Ox. Sponge is going to start this up. The second it spawns, and then he's not.
You have a lot of freedom to do what you want here. They're posturing for a dive. Poppy pretty good in dives. Actually, this is the place where you can defend against this, and Will is here.
Will is here.
You don't need to do this, I'm just going to say.
Well, they're going to send it. Jiwoo, he gets that barrier. He is going to get knocked up, and there it is, first blood. 2 kills for the Kalista. Sponge also survives from all the turret shots he also took here.
Okay.
Willard not able to do a whole lot.
You know, I said you don't need to do it. They pulled it off. Credit to them. They made it work. They get a good reward. Both kills on the Kalista. Neither of DRX's bot lane used flashes, and also Willa just didn't get in range in time. I thought he'd maybe like flash Q to snipe Sponge. He also didn't quite have his ult. But a successful dive. I think bringing in Scout was the big difference maker. Having the mid laner there as well really contributed. But I was a little worried that was going to backfire. And you know what? Credit to Nongshim. They secured everything they needed. I'm not sure if Lehens used the bailout though.
I'm not really sure how that,
we will get a see
how that happened. Andil is top lane. Now, there's really no wave stacked, but Kingen is quite low, so...
And his passive isn't stacked.
Yeah. There is a way to pull this off. And now, you know, the ranged minion stuck here right before the turret. He's able to get another wave in. There is certainly a Zahin in danger right now.
He feels very dead.
And, you know, maybe Nongshim can get a dragon off of this.
I think the only way I think he's probably just dead. I think he's just dead.
Yep, flash on in for the engage just to make 100% sure that Kingen could not flash it.
Yeah.
And that is easy.
He is just dead.
Now, Gio is he's still not having fun. He wasn't having fun regardless of if Andil was there or not. So probably a good idea for Andil to roam, as long as Gio is not getting dove.
Yeah, he's lacking the buckler support right now, so...
You know, I think that's okay.
You think it's...
I want to say it's worth
It's not contributing that much?
I think he can do without the buckler.
Okay, well, you know, your words, not mine. Oh, but the buckler action's back. Andil's here. Don't worry, buddy. I'm here to help you out. There you go.
There it is.
It's so cute as well. The little bear.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
It is a good one.
You know, supporting is more than just helping you in lane. It's moral support as well. It's keeping you upbeat and happy.
When you play support, is that what you do for your teammates?
So anyway,
I see. Some are answering more. Everybody already knows. It's fine. We do have a Pantheon in a little bit of trouble here. Willer against 3. We do have Andil and Newcal making their way over, but Willer already super low. And so Newcal and Andil didn't really want a full commit there.
Yeah, that was a bit of a freebie, to be honest. Just able to pick that one up. Didn't even need to use the Cataclysm. Also, I haven't seen this Jarvan skin before. Do you know what skin it is?
No idea. I haven't seen this either.
Yeah, I was like, what champion
Maybe it's a new one.
that? Yeah.
It could have come out with the, you know, the new season, the whole Demacia theme and stuff.
Feels almost...
It is Jarvan, after all.
It is Jarvan.
The guy who screams Demacia.
Oh, yeah, he does?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
If there was one champion that would get a skin
Yeah.
from this, it would be him.
Doesn't Garen do that as well? Where's Garen's skins? Oh.
Maybe Garen did get a skin, but Taeyeon is in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, that looked painful. Good pickup there, though, from DRX. Able to punish that with Lahen's not being present. Not really much counterplay there for Taeyeon. And Gio getting a bit of gold back in return. So the gold lead not that significant in the bot lane. And actually, top has the biggest lead in the game. And that's a Gwen. So, a little bit worrying.
Yeah, I mean, Rich got that nice gank from Andil. And he was doing pretty well before. Also, Kingen got denied a wave after the gank. Spun's going to go ahead and take these grubs here. The needles are coming out as Kingen is going to flash most of it. And is now maybe looking to get on in here. Is down a level. So he's just not going to go for it at the end of the day.
Yeah, struggling a bit in this matchup at the moment. Especially Rich at level 9. Gets a lot of power with the Q maxed. And just the ult as well is such a threat. Now with Lahen's and Taeyeon back in lane, got to put down the hit in the bot 2v2. Even with the fact that We've got a big influx of gold. Just not enough really to change things. But there's the buckler.
Yeah. He's helping clear the wave, you know. And no engage here this time around.
Oh, we might see a fight in the top lane.
Only 13 CS, honestly. I thought it would be more.
Is it like a Halloween skin? That looks like a...
I don't think so. It looks like Red Void, but I don't know any skin line like that. So I'm not sure. Newcal really not having a great time here. And he's going to be denied his back once again. So actually the mid lane gap in CS and gold is much larger. Helps that Scout got that free kill onto the... That does look similar. Like the spiky nature of it kind of looks similar to what we're looking at. But it looks pretty red in the game, so I'm not 100% sure.
No. I don't think that is. Why am I so... I don't know.
He has to know.
I'm obsessed now. Someone should just tell me. Why don't people know this information? Brendan, why don't you know?
Someone please tell
You're the
Ox.
play-by-play. You're
so we can
supposed
move
to know
on.
these things.
No. We know the skill ability names.
You didn't even know that.
If we're good at
I
our
asked
job.
you last game. I asked you last game what was...
Hey, I knew that Sejuani's one was Glacial
But you didn't
Prison.
know Lysandra ult, and I asked you that, and you said, I don't know that.
Lysandra.
Oh my...
Well, I mean, we sometimes do.
Useless.
We see Sejuani a lot more.
Tell you what, you can make it up to me by knowing all the skill. Oh, coach voice calling in, telling us the skin names. That's what they're using it for. That's a good use.
Yeah, where's our coach?
Yeah, where's? We need caster
coach voice, man.
They just call in like, guys,
need help.
Guys, stop talking about the Jarvan skin. No one cares.
It's a cool skin. I just want to know. It kind of looks like he's got this long cape on, you know.
Kind of looks like Morgana with the big
or like
long...
Vex.
Honestly, last series kind of ruined us.
That wasn't supposed to happen, man.
Yeah.
That game too.
13k gold though.
Almost 14k.
Yeah.
13.9. So Nomsim got the Ocean Drake. It looks like they're going to get the Chemtech Drake.
I mean, they're a little bit ahead, but it's just not sizable. It's a little worrying.
It's going to be Hextech Soul. It is.
Oh.
There you go.
Wow, good job.
I can see the future.
I mean, when you think of it, with the fact that you know the two removed souls.
Yeah.
There's a, what, 1 in 4?
Yes.
So.
Is this your first time thinking about that?
No, it's just I'm stating it for everyone who's watching.
I see.
Everyone thinks you're a crazy predictor.
I thought it was pretty obvious.
I'm just
listen in here.
I'm just trying to slander you. Well, all
he's talking so fast and there's echo, so I can barely understand. I think he said we can't fight at Dragon. That's like the one thing I think I heard.
Well, what I can say for sure is he did not mention the J4 skin once. So,
there was no mention of J4.
Yeah, did not help in that regard. So, still searching on that one.
So, it looks like, look for the Poppy ulti.
Play slowly.
Don't give Dragon easily.
Well, they did give Dragon.
Just try not to die, I think is another thing that I saw there. And also play slowly, just in general.
Trying not to die is good advice, generally in League of Legends.
You know, if I were a coach, that probably would be something I mention at least once.
Yeah.
Try your best not to die. Make sure you kill the enemies, not your own teammates, and try to get their inhibitors.
Oh, what?
Okay. All right, we got another TP coming in, actually.
Oh, they really want them there.
They really want to get in here. UCal is in, and there's really no more room for them to run, as there were deep wards behind them, and they absolutely got punished.
Did Lehen say something in all chat or something? Like, what warranted that response? That felt personal.
Worth? I think so.
Well, they lose plates mid, they lose plates top, they lose Herald. They do get plates spot, yeah.
They deny farm from Taeyoon.
And they actually don't even get Herald, so that's pretty worth.
I'd say absolutely worth. And DRX now more than 1,000 gold ahead. Scout.
And also, you have to remember the extra factor. It's about sending a message. Oh, and they do get first tower. That's pretty big.
They sent a message. Cataclysm is going to come in. Andil does not have flash, but he is popping. So he's going to send Lehens back to the Shadow Realm and just be on his merry way.
DRX looking good in this one as well. And honestly, with Nongshim falling behind with Calista Renata, I'm a little concerned. So Andil, I'm not sure what happened with these double flashes. And then the Renata looks like they've disengaged. And the thing is, I think if they just ran to the turret, they would have fared better, but they try to run up the lane.
I guess they didn't expect that
also,
deep ward.
Where was the bailout?
We got a little 1v1 here. Kingen is going all in onto Rich. And he's taking a whole bunch of damage. Grim Deliverance does come in. And meanwhile, we got a fight here in the top river over the Rift Herald as Jiwoo gets in there and does a ton of damage, but now puts himself in a bad spot against Scout. And now in the 1v1, we are going to see Rich does win that as going back in on a UCal. He gets burst down. Willer goes in by himself, and that is never going to work out. As Andil, trying desperately to be useful, puts up a steadfast presence, doesn't do a whole lot. But yeah, Nongshim Feeling pretty good about that top side fight, at least.
Yeah, good on the top side, but it feels really bad that your top laner got solo killed by Gwen effectively twice, right? You know, died, rezzed, died again. It's now a 3-0-1 Gwen who has a 2,000 gold lead. Look at the gold differences between lanes. Rich is the only one with a gold lead, and it's bigger than everyone on Nongshim's gold lead combined. So it's a Gwen. So it's a bit concerning here. The dash gets interrupted by Taeyun, but they all kite back. Yukao can't get a huge amount of value. It's a good handshake. And then Jiwoo went in very aggressive, so has to flash out. But it's a step too far here. Sponge dashes in, dips out, and then Willer gets caught, and it's like, okay, you're temporarily tanky as Pantheon, but not really.
Okay, well, they're trying to kill Scout here once again in the side lane. Lahen's trying his best with a hostile takeover to help
that
him.
Ult was just kind of like, now kiss, you know?
Now kiss. And now we got the engage here on Andil. He's in a rough spot, honestly. He doesn't have his flash. Willer's as well. Does get the ult off, but Taeyun is here. The shield is up. Willer trying to continue this fight, and now Rich, who is gigantic, is trying to take on this Kalista, and the return of the team does come in, but the Needles get him after the bailout. At the end of the day, though, Nongshim do have control over this Drake. Should be able to take it down for Soul Point.
Yeah, I mean, it's super scrappy, but Nongshim managed to get the dragon, and that's the main thing. Taeyun getting a lot of value on this Kalista. And these fights, I just feel like struggling to really get the consistent damage down for DRX. You know, Taeyun took so long to go down, able to rack up those spears and get the bailout this time. Now has a second item as well. He's pretty strong. So we'll see this one playing out. I actually think Sponge got a good amount of value here. So gets an ult onto 2. And even though he gets knocked away, you know, Taeyun's now moving in, getting the spears down. The ult ends up buying time when it hits onto Rich. And then Taeyun actually gets the res from bailout, but dies anyway to the Needles. But everyone's so low in the aftermath that they can't do more. Andal's fishing for something here.
There is so much side lane aggression from DRX. They're looking for all these picks.
I think there's just so much
as
aggression.
a team. I mean, it's like always Andal and Willer together. This is going to be spotted. And spot them with that ward. Gonna throw down a pink as well, just say get out of here. So no more aggression in the top lane at least. And it's kind of a close game when you look at the gold, but you know, one dragon away from a Hextech soul. It's not like the Giga Hextech soul comp, but it's still the best soul in the game. And okay, we got a little all-in here from Scout, who might regret his decision. Takes a bajillion damage. Just the bailout, though, as Lahens gets there. And yes, Willer will shut him down, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Nongshim.
Oh, and Kingen stopped the TP.
Yeah, he did.
I'm not sure Rich would have wanted to follow that TP. As strong as he is, he would have just TP'd into 3 people. But still, I think Kingen made the right call in the moment to just stop that one. It could have gotten messy. Kingen definitely on the back foot in this game, but he knows what his job is. Keep the Gwen at bay. So we'll see this replay. Again, the bailout not actually keeping people alive, just extending their existence here. Scout lives a little longer. Forces Willer to commit a bit more. And once again, Nongshim come out ahead. Still such a close game, but it's those 3 dragons in pocket. Nongshim approaching Soul. And I just feel like so many of these fights, the Gwen either isn't able to get value or isn't like fully involved. And she is the only one with a lead on DRX.
We haven't had a real straightforward team fight yet. Even that one in the bottom river before the third Drake, it was like Andil got caught and he used steadfast presence late. He was low, he left, and then like Rich eventually got there. As now Scout, he's really not enjoying his existence here in the side lanes as continuously getting ganked. DRX will not let their foot off the gas pedal.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be able to translate this into anything, but again, just picking kills, you take those.
It's about sending a message.
It's about sending a message. It's about getting some gold. Top laners are looking a little scary in this one with the level advantages.
Level 12. He's lower level than Sponge.
Yeah, he is not so... Ooh. There's a TP coming in. Yeah.
All right, just flash and press R. That's better.
Why not?
No needles available here for Rich, so eventually, even in the mist, he's trying to do his best and pummel down Sponge.
Yukal now level 13 though, you know, making some progress. Just hasn't really been picking up the farm as much as you'd hope. I do think if you look though, right, so Scout is about 20 farm up on Yukal, and Rich is 20 farm up on Kingen. So I think we're seeing where some of that difference has gone. Oh, they're just starting Baron.
We got Coach Fliz from DRX as well. We got a one-on-one here. Scout in a bit of trouble. Yukal going all in as the flash comes out. But meanwhile, Nongshim going for this dragon, taking a ton of burst and poke damage, rather. And this engage from Lehens is not going to work out. The hostile takeover does hit onto Willer and catches the two of them. And now Taeyun with the bailout on the left side should be able to take out Jiu, and there it is, but immediately dies afterwards. That's the third time that's happened in this game. But no Baron this time.
Yeah, that was not the super controlled Baron start you'd hope to see. But, you know, a lot of flashes bin as well. We have Dragon in 30 seconds, and they've been a lot of summoners there. I'll turning off that. King and Flash down, and Scout as well. But they did get Jiwoo's Flash, so that's something. They do need to get to this side of the map, though. This is Seoul, right? So they weren't really forced to start that Baron, but, you know, why not? I think is the message of the day. Now setting up for this objective. They don't have the hostile takeover. They don't have the Kalista ult either, or the Sehen ult. So a lot of cooldowns have been burnt. And it's just going to be a 5v5.
Yeah. 80 carries get here.
Rich is level 16. He is very scary, so watch out for him.
Yeah, he's the scariest guy in the Rift right now. But it's Kalista Renata still, so in an extended team fight where Taeyun's actually dealing damage, putting a lot of Ren stacks up, and getting value on the Kalista still could be very nice. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does pan out. Rich has a nice angle on the right side, cleared out a ward. Yukal is on vision on the left. So they're really trying to spread this one out and tear Nongshim apart, who just wants to stick together like a team.
See Yukal threatening on the flank, and Rich too. If they can get a pincer here, because he's so devastating.
You can see that Nongshim knows about this. They don't want to commit, as the ult is going to hit nobody from the Poppy. They're trying to isolate Taeyun, though, on the left side, and no bailout comes out. He's just dead. That's no 80 carry for Nongshim now. Kingen in a rough spot is going to go into that passive sponge. Can't really do all this by himself, though. They're trying to get on top of Rich, but he just flashes the wall. And the knock into the wall here from Ondil is huge. 880 gold goes over to Yukal, and they should get this dragon.
Yeah, able to stop the soul coming through. So much damage done by Rich, and I think Lehens was inside the Kalista ult, so couldn't use the bailout on Taeyun. He just goes down. The angle of approach from DRX there was so good. Oh. Well, it's half his health, but he's still alive. Dragon denied, soul denied, importantly. Almost did that again.
Too.
So the angle of approach here is the main thing. You can see Nongshim just kind of have to retreat backwards because it's the Pantheon all over the top. The double angle of both the Gwen and the Akali. Taeyun gets jumped on, sucks Lehens in, and then he gets thrown out and can't bail out in time. So isn't able to save his 80 carry. And it felt like that initial attack from DRX was so powerful. And even though there's some return damage, even though Willa goes down, it's just not enough.
It was not meant to be on that fight. Nice setup there from DRX. I was saying right before it started that Nongshim had a pretty good idea of what was coming, but you know, they were trying to stick together like a ball, but eventually they got torn apart anyway because there were so many ults flying at them, the Pantheon, the Poppy, and also the flanking Gwen, that they couldn't quite stick together and handle all of that pressure.
Yeah, it's hard to do, but I think they need to have people playing on the flanks and like blocking. Like if Scout can prevent, it's really difficult, right? But if Scout can like poke Yukal out on the flank and stop him getting in, but the problem is he kind of just like flash ulted in. So if they just say we're going and like circumvent you, I don't know really if there's that many answers. Especially when you have this really fed Gwen who is very problematic. So it was a hard one to deal with the approach they had. It's still not a huge gold lead for DRX, and it's still Nongshim one dragon away from Seoul, but every sort of fight you win like that is such a big win for DRX when they are in this delicate position.
It's a pretty nice gold lead that they have, about 2,000, but still very much on a knife's edge in this one. We do have a third item for both of our AD carries now.
We're also seeing both going tanky options.
Yeah.
So Jack Show we definitely see from Calista, but it's normally a little bit later. We normally get things like the Terminus coming through, then Jack Show. But also we've seen this build before. I think Knockdown went last year, like a Bruiser Corki build, where you kind of end up with like 4,000 plus HP, and you still have a ton of AD, a bit less pen and crit, but you know, if you are being threatened by all this burst and engage, you kind of just have a ton of AD and health. You are just a bruiser, right? You're still going to do a lot of damage, just less crits, less big autos. But you know, I think there's a lot of AD carries that you can go bruiser builds, and it can be really obnoxious and really good when you are being threatened and jumped on in games like this. So I think it can make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it's a good call from him. And we're waiting for that third item for you, Cal, for him to really start bursting people down. I do wonder where this next fight is going to be. Probably just over the next Drake. Because at this point, every Drake is a must-fight.
Baron's so difficult to convincingly take.
Yeah.
I feel teams, they're kind of like, oh, we're going to do Baron. No, you're not. Not really.
Even with Kalista, even with Taeun, you know, they tried. And it was like...
Well, I think the problem is
rough.
DRX's damage on Baron is pretty weak. And Nongshim are the team who are more inclined to start it, but they're on red side. So being trapped in that pit against the DRX composition, and considering the enemy jungle is a Pantheon who can just always jump into the pit.
And you're just all grouped up for Poppy to like somehow get value.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. So I don't think we're going to see many sporadic Baron starts in this game. Oh, we are seeing...
the Dragon.
There was like 7 pings that came in like a second there.
Well, we're going to have this Poppy ult hit something as the Jarvan goes flying, and now they're going for the engage. The hostile takeover is going to get onto, but not this Gwen, as Lehens is trying to peel against the Gwen. Nobody can deal damage to Richie's get low. Finally, they do take him out, and he was the main member that they were looking for, but UCal able to get 2. We're going to pick up a bit more, and finally that Bruiser Corki does go down, as 80 carries are out of the fight. And Willer kind of by his lonesome here on the top side. Eventually, he should be going down.
You know, honestly, a lot of discipline from both 80 carries to not end up flashing. It's actually DRX who maintain a ton of summoner spell economy for this next soul fight. Although I'm not sure they're going to be up in time, is my main concern, actually, more than anything.
Yeah, we saw a lot of pings on the Dragon there.
See a replay, so we get one knockaway here out of the Jarvan. And then here, it's really unfortunate for Taeun because they actually end up getting the kills a bit too quick. We see the Gwen focus down, and Rich dies, and then the bailout comes through, so he doesn't get the reset.
Yeah.
And even though they get a good amount of kills, yeah, Will is still dead. Unfortunately, all of Nongshim is up. So even though they're down, they lost a ton of flashes.
Well, I guess they're just going to do Baron?
I guess. But it's Hextech Soul. I think Nongshim are fine.
They haven't even started it yet, and this Soul is already gone.
Will is not up, and he doesn't have ult.
Yeah.
So,
no, they're not doing Baron.
Yeah. Feels pretty bad for the side of DRX. I don't think you're too bothered about the fact you have 5 flashes.
Yeah. I think Scout now is in a supreme position to just burst anyone out and also slow them for anyone on his team to follow up really easily. So going to be looking at Scout to be doing some big work here in this late game. They're trying to set up around the Baron now. And again, they tried this much earlier on, and now they're in a even better spot with this Hextech Soul. Like, yes, the gold is basically even, but it's a lot of value that Nongshim just got.
I mean, Hextech Soul is so suffocating against the short-range comp. And the fact you have things like the Aurora, and even just the Jarvan throwing a flag can just like slow down a whole team. It's so
steal your Gromp. Now, Ando's got to be careful about, okay, they're trying to TP flank actually, so enough about being careful. They just want to get on into Scout, and he's going to get supremely low, but they take out Jiwoo on the backside of that fight, and they get Rich. And it's really only UCal that is a damage dealer that's left here on the side of DRX. As Nongshim, they don't get everyone, but they get enough to go for this Baron.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well is Willa, no flash, no ult, cleared off miles away. He's not going to be able to contest for the smite. So Nongshim going to be able to secure the Baron off the back of this. And feeling pretty good with the outcome. DRX try and force this aggressive fight. It just doesn't pay off.
That just felt a little bit too forced. I mean, the TP was coming in, Willer was going head first, but you're right in the center of them. And G was just like dead so early on in this fight.
The hostile takeover got so much value. Hit both the Gwen and the Corki, and Rich just killed Jiwoo, basically.
Yeah.
Honestly, they were kind of killing each other. And then Noxian just slid in and helped clean up, so that was massive hostile takeover value. And we often see cleanse into Kalista, into Renata, sorry, but didn't see it this game, and really kind of Jiwoo having to pay for it. It's also so often that we see like an AD carry and someone else being in the hostile takeover, and the AD carry does tons of damage to them, but they don't do that much damage back. But specifically a Gwen meant they were just equally pummeling each other. So yeah, Lehen's getting a ton of value there off the back of the ult, and now Nongshin with Baron. And this is not the best team for dealing with the Baron up lineup, because I think DRX's best response is just to engage, but they have anti-engage tools, they have, you know, the Hextech Soul, and it's hard to find these angles when, you know, you're lacking the flash on Willer and Yukao. Willer kind of has to just ult in. They do have a ward behind, I think, so I think they're going to cheapy do that. They're pinging it out.
I don't know.
Yeah, there we go.
But they got to get multiple angles against the Renata specifically, as Willer's going to go in. He's got a shield right in front of him, and Kingan's going to zone the rest of the team and nearly just take out Jiwoo all by himself. Jiwoo has to barrier and flash, and he's still going to go down. Bit of a disaster, but DRX tried their absolute hardest to make a fight work. And Nongshin say, we are just better at this point in time. As Rich, not even that far ahead anymore. Kingan was able to catch up by this point in the game. And with that, they should be able to push spot and win this one.
Yeah, Scout did a great job in this one, keeping Yukal at bay, not letting him approach on the flank, keeping him accountable. And also Lehens with the Renata getting so much value in these fights. So they will be able to equalize the series. A scrappy game again. We're going to be 1-1 between these two and taking us to the game 3.
Yukal gonna try his best. Here comes Zondil, but no ults and no health bars anymore. Down will go the Nexus. Nongshin brings us to a game number 3. And what was a closer fight this time in this game number 2. A little bit less swingy than game 1.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 was back and forth, right? But game 2, I feel like as well also, but just volatility. A lot of volatility in this series. And I think, you know, I was hoping we'd get more data from this series, and we definitely are, but it's just still so hard to judge the level of these teams because it has been a lot of back and forth. Both of them, definitely things that they'll be talking about now going into this game 3 to reflect on. We saw a lot of uses of the coach voice. Well, the coach is going to be using their voices right now before this game 3, because you look at how strong Rich was, you look at that gold graph, and I think DRX is going to be a little bit upset they didn't manage to close that one out. Scout having a massive impact, but also Lehens, the hostile takeover in that fight around Baron, massive value.
Well, you got a Scout fan. He's not the only one. And they're going to be happy after that victory. Scout doing an immense amount of damage in that one, over 1,000 DPM to win out game number 2.
Those are great vibes.
Yeah, that's a nice little dance there. Let's get him on the stage. Let's go. Guys, it's 1-1 between Nongshin and DRX. We'll be back after the break.
아칼리 있다.
아칼리 한번 때릴게. 아칼리
맞은 중.
아칼리 볼게. 아칼리.
됐다. 얘네 앞으로 뚫어 앞으로.
판정. 아칼리 이탈이야.
앞으로 뚫자. 맞대.
아 빠질 수 있어.
한테 잡았어. 봐봐.
나 좀 멀어 형. 웬
보자.
그랜 노플.
왼 보자.
앞으로. 나 EQ 2초. 노플이야. 여러분 할게.
나이스.
everyone? Welcome back to the space here at Chijijik Lol Park. It is all tied up 1-1. Nongshim battle back against DRX. Degon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And again, another match that felt like kind of tense. Weren't sure where it was going to go, and eventually Nongshim figure out how to pilot this comp against DRX.
You know, when it's early days, it's sometimes a little bit early to tell here with our new format that we started last year. But with UCal getting multi-kills on a melee champion, getting excited, 10 champions sitting on about like 1/3 of the screen real estate, everyone autoing, and you can't really see what's going on. Game states that don't necessarily mean anything, a one bottom lane, 2 games in a row that doesn't actually amount to a victory until later on.
Yep.
Might sum it up as, that's Rise Group, baby, in the future. This might be a preview of what Rise Group might look like in a few months' time.
Maybe. But, I mean, I think eventually they got Drakes out of their bot pressure. You know, I think it all started from their bot lane priority again. Like, he just picked Poppy blind, right? And I think...
Don't like that here on this desk.
I mean, no, I don't even remember. Like, it was so shocking that, like, you just pick Poppy and like you just let them play Kalista Renata, and that leads to their free Drakes. And I think even though...
You took 2 turret shots for no reason and they were still 20 CS up.
He took 2 turret shots for free, by the way. And then like the game was kind of mess, but again, like they got the stacks on Drakes, so it was kind of free.
So the pressure on the Drakes then led to the upper side of the map here at 16 minutes in our first highlight around the Herald. And man, UCal almost had a big play here, but the patience by Nongshim in this fight show exactly how they were able to win these fights.
I mean, I think in this fight, the issue with the DRX is that no one is syncing their skill shots. You know, when Poppy's going in, they're not there. When Akali used the ultimate, they're not there. When Corki went in, they're not there. So they are not actually team fighting. They're just doing the tournament.
At this point, they should be willing to give this up. Instead, UCal goes in to hit a massive 5-point strike, but dies because of it. They want to contest for the smite, but then give up on that too, as well as on the left side of the fight. He gets picked. Gio had already gone in kind of aggressive without his teammates and had to flash out. I don't think there was really any winning this fight after that moment, but DRX, they did try. They did try to, but they were not in a position to actually continue that, and I think it's just a judgment issue there.
Yeah, and then from here, lots of different skirmishes, tit for tat, some 1v1s, but it was like a lot of 1-for-1s, 1-for-2s, 2-for-3s, but no one really pulled away here until later on up by the Baron pit. It was a nice little Baron bait, and then you called it out here earlier, Wolf. Keep an eye on the bailout right on time for Taeyun.
I mean, you can just pause here and check where is your AD carry.
Where is
Corki? Where's my Corki? Where is he? Where is he?
You can hear the Gatling gun. I'll tell you where he is.
He's not.
Echolocation, we found him. He's also seen on a ward, by the way. They know he's very far away.
Yeah. Of course, you're not going to win this fight.
Everything is sent in. The Berserk buys a lot of space here. Cleanse on the exhaust for Taeyun, who is on this Jack Show's Kalista. So incredibly difficult to kill. This is one of those fights I'm talking about where, like, look at 1/3 of the screen real estate and 10 champions there. It's not a clean fight. There's not a lot of strategy. The bailout timing here is beautiful. And, like, what do you do from here now as DRX? You just don't have any space. It's Akali. Akali can't clean up this fight. There's just no way for her to get back in. And this is, you know, what leads to tons of control. Hextech Soul, Baron comes up. There's just, unfortunately for DRX, they kind of hit a timer in this game because the Kalista is too big. Hextech Soul slows everyone. There's just not a lot of real agency for them in this game at this point.
Yeah.
They had so much control that we didn't show before that disaster on the top side of the map. After a big comeback, and even though the Poppy we didn't like the pick, it was played really well by Ondil, but the execution of those later fights was just too messy.
Yeah, I think this is probably the worst version of KT team comp the previous series. They didn't really manage to fight because they wanted the perfect setup, so they didn't really fight. But this time around, I think they had the similar team comp that they just want to fight, but they had 0 setup and they just went for the fight without your AD carry. So it's like you kind of mix it up, you know, like you need the setup though. Like you can't really just go fight no matter what, you know.
Yeah, both these squads, again, as you said, found themselves struggling early on. Of course, Nongshim was in Legend Group last year, but we're hitting losses after losses. They are trying to figure out how to win. And as Joker said earlier in his comments, DRX are trying to figure out how to win this year. You get 3 coach voices. That's all you get, DRX. And then after that, it seems like they've been struggling a bit with it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Nongshim are just winning the bot lane every single game. You know, even the game 1, they won with the Vi and Ryze and Kai'Sa. They couldn't really do anything on the bot lane, so they have to figure out what should they do in the bot lane.
All right, let's see who lands the knockout punch for their group. Nongshim versus DRX, game number 3.
Thank you very much, Spacers. We're back here for game number 3 as Nongshim are able to tie things up and bring us to the fateful game number 3. Who's going to take it today has been a very weird day so far, as KT did throw a 14k gold lead. I keep mentioning that because it was insane. And Nongshim did the same, except a little smaller.
Yeah.
But then they won.
Look, if DRX win this, you know, Wolf will get phenomenal prediction credit. But also, DRX really need a win. Right now, they're 0-3, and I just don't think they deserve to be 0-3 based on...
Do you think they're due?
I think they're pretty due. I think they've been playing better than their score indicates. I mean, to be fair, losing the DNS was pretty rough.
It was close.
It was close, and that's why I think it feels so frustrating, is I feel like they're putting up good fights. In this series, they put up a good fight, but they're just not getting over the line. It's like Joker said, right? They're just struggling to win. You know?
They don't know how to win, is actually what he said.
Yeah, they don't know how to win. That is the final piece of the equation that's escaping them.
Bit of a problem, that one.
Yeah, that is, honestly, that is, if you're going to be lacking something in League of Legends, that is not what you want to be lacking. Winning generally is a big measure of success in this game. So hopefully they can bring it out in this game 3. A win here would be pretty massive for them. And also for Group Elder to keep the scores neck and neck for the time being. We fly into draft with an immediate Sylas ban coming out. A little bit interesting and indicating they want a Malphite first pick.
Yeah, I just don't know if they're going to get it, to be honest. It has been Nongshim that has been banning Malphite. Again, that has been from the first pick side, which was red side in both games. So we'll just have to wait and see how this one is going to pan out. But I would imagine that we do get the Malphite ban, which might leave other stuff open. Orianna Azir has been traded in bans so far. Pantheon Corki was banned and then it was picked. And Mbessa was another one that was on the ban list.
Yeah, they saw it coming. Yeah, not too much of a surprise that he gets banned out. And the thing is, you may think, well, what else could the Sylas ban be predicating? Well, Alistair's also been taken out by Fearless. Yeah. That's normally one of the other things that you like.
Even Gnar is gone as well.
Yeah. So they will take out the Mbessa as well. I mean, kind of take stock of some of the picks that are open and available. The mid lane, Azir and Orianna have been banned throughout the series, and they are both open. So now, Yukal and Scout, Yukal is the one who gets to choose which he wants. If he doesn't care, he can take something else, but he is saying, I want Orianna. And Nongshim said, well, you can have it, but you're not getting knocked in with it.
Yeah, that's fine. I think a lot of our teams will still prioritize Orianna. You don't have to. You could pick Azir. If that's what you're feeling, Yukal is an excellent Azir player.
And I wonder, on the side of Nongshim, do you pick... I was going to say, do you pick Wukong? But they're actually going to go Xin Zhao. And I mean, Xin Zhao Orianna is pretty good, but I think maybe DRX just go Wukong, because I'm thinking you want setup. And some of the setup junglers like Vi, Jarvan, Pantheon, we've seen pretty good with Orianna, but Wukong also works in tandem. Nongshim opting not to snap up the Azir, can obviously just take that later when they get the top and jungle. Wow, we're really just going tank off in the top lane. Okay.
Great. Well, Gwen's gone, so I guess that means, you know.
Yes, I forgot there's only one champion.
Yeah, there is one champion in the game that can tank bust.
Yes. Thank you.
So Gwen is gone, so of course we have to resort to tank versus tank. Sante does come through. Now, what is this jungle that they're going to pick with the Orianna? Because
Okay, they go a different direction. No Wukong, they go Jax. Jax, something we've seen a little bit in the jungle into Xin Zhao specifically.
Yeah.
That Counter-Strike having a lot of value. And you can Leap Strike in with the Bull, so not the best setup, but not terrible. At least you have a dash to combo with it.
Yeah, it's no Teemo.
And Nongshim, we were thinking it would be Azir. We were thinking Surefire. And you know what?
Surely.
We were absolutely correct. Zero doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
The hovers were a bait, as they always are.
We've cast here at the LCK for a very long time. Even if you've never cast a single game at the LCK, you know that Azir's it's just like always picked if it's not banned, especially in this meta and every other meta. So, where are we going now? Because the bottom lanes are wide open.
It's all topside. We're seeing Lucian banned again. Ezreal is also something I think probably going to get banned away. I feel like Sivir has a lot of value here, though. With the big beefcakes to shred through, a lot of frontline.
Any Zyra enjoyers? Zaya's not the most meta, but...
Yeah, I think Zaya when Orianna and Azir can be a little bit uncomfortable at times because of the range. And there's not like that strict dive you have to deal with. But maybe. Not Jhin, please. Do not pick Jhin. Do not. For the love of God, do not pick Jhin.
Ezreal's up.
Yeah, Ezreal is available. So maybe that's something that either gets banned or prioritized here.
Ezreal and Azir. The old Genji combo.
I think it's easier to say what won't be picked than what will be picked. Phalios is also open and available, so you know, maybe Nongshim go towards that. It could just be like if Phalios Ezreal get traded. That's a possibility. But I don't think it'll be Jhin. Definitely won't be Ziggs. Oh, Caitlyn gonna come through. Okay, so longer range pick. Maybe looking to be a little bit of a lane bully. You do have that counter pick and support. Now, what is Jiwoo gonna pick here in response? Do you go the Ezreal? Obviously, Ezreal Karma's been taken away. Does go
Jhin
the
Bard.
Does go the Jhin into a Sion and into a Xin Zhao. Okay.
Yeah. Well, he can damage the other champs. And they have Orianna.
Okay. Well, not the most convinced I've been by a Jhin pick. But
what are we playing here? Elise?
That would be a Lehen's pick.
Yeah. Just Braum?
Just Braum.
Just Braum.
I mean, you have a lot of champions you can proc it. Not the most impactful into a Bard, but a lot of skirmishing power. Also, once you land the stun, you're getting trapped, right? Underneath that immediately.
Yeah.
So, it definitely feels like Nongshim want to play at range and just see champion, Braum passive, Caitlyn trap, headshot. There you go. There's not a ton of engage in either composition. You know, I feel like it's a hallmark of pro play in general, of just like, we need 7 engage tools in each composition.
Yeah.
We've had so many metas which are like, oh, we need Alistar, we need Raul. And Sheer Fearless has definitely altered that, but I mean, these teams are kind of, oh, both our junglers can dash.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I guess K'Sante drags someone in, Sion's got the choo-choo train, but it just doesn't feel like the same reliable engage that these teams often seek to have. So it could end up being a slower mid-game as a result. A lot of setup around the dragon. Both these teams feeling the pressure.
A sign said, you guys are having a hard time, referring to the pros, and they're like, we are too. We're having a hard time. The fans are having a hard time. We need a win. They want the win tonight, especially on the side of DRX, who are still awaiting their first. Nongshim versus DRX Game 3. Off we go.
You know, he's not here today, but I know someone who's going to be very upset over this Jhin pick.
Atlas.
Absolutely. Generally upset by Jhin picks, but this one specifically, it's going to irk him.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many options.
You know what's the icing on the cake? is the Braum. Like, picture this scenario. You're in a team fight, right? You're on your 4th shot. You're like, finally, I can put out the big damage. You look at your options in front of you. You have Sion with a shield up and 4 million HP.
Okay, well, we're engaging here. Engage Braum is real.
You have Xin Zhao with his Crescent Guard, cannot take any damage. You have Braum with his shield up, cannot take any damage. You know, not going to feel so good.
Yeah.
And then you just fire your 4th shot at either target, it does nothing. And then you're sat there.
And then you open up for your ult.
You're fumbling with your bullets, you're dropping them on the floor, you're trying to reload.
Oh no, it's so cringe. Oh. And Jiu's been struggling too in some of these early games. I do wonder, you know, for Jin to really pop off, you kind of want to hit that first item spike. You want to get that collector online. You want to start having some really impactful ultimates. But I don't see him having a lot of fun into Caitlyn Bard, or Caitlyn Braum rather.
Yeah.
Even with the Bard.
Oh, Yukos having some fun though.
Yeah. First pick Orianna.
He had the choice of the matchup, and it seems he chose well for himself. The Hens does put the passive on that minion, sending a message. Oh!
Whew. Denied the cannon. Cannon? Cannon. I'm pretty sure.
Canyon's not playing today.
Yeah.
But he did
Still
deny,
thinking about his flags.
Yeah. Deny the cannon is pretty big, and one of the annoying things Braum can do.
Oh.
But now doesn't have his shield to protect his AD carry. But honestly, that's on Taeyun.
Worth.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The fast call recall. Taeyun gets it. He's like, this is going to be a slow game.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. So not a whole lot going on down there. It's not like you're putting on immense pressure with something like a Kalista Renata. You're doing well, but you can do even better with a call.
Yep.
So just pick it up. Definitely very curious about Willer on the Jax. Because Jax, we don't see it all too often. Can work with the Orianna. It's very reliable engage, but it's not the longest range.
Yeah.
So Leap Strike is, you know, it's fast. You get right onto the target, but it's not like Nocturne where you're ulting 5 screens away.
Kind of need flash as well if you really want to close distance.
Yeah.
I wonder what build we see. Are we going to see like Dusk and Dawn tech?
Maybe.
Who knows?
Well, he's in the top lane. King gives him the thumbs up.
But he just doesn't go for the He's just like, whatever, man.
Rich has like no mana. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of this game is going to look
like. The
Hens
didn't block the 4th shot.
That's fine. Tae's full health.
It didn't do any damage anyway.
He still has 2 procs on his refillable. It's just sitting there like, I don't know, why did I even buy this item?
You know what? Some people might be listening to this and thinking, man, if a Jin main is hearing this, he's probably going to be so... No, the Jin main's going to be like, dude, this is so real.
He knows more than anyone else. He's very aware of the Jin plight.
Yeah. There's some games on Jin where it just feels so good. It's like, I'm doing damage. This doesn't seem like one of them.
Yeah, I mean, there are some targets, you know, but I do think that you have to get through so much in order to access those targets, and you kind of have to be up in their face.
So much beef.
There's a lot of beef, and you kind of need to be in a good spot in the game. I feel like if you fall behind, it's just going to make this problem exponentially worse.
Yeah, especially, I assume he's going to go the build we've all seen, which is like the Ghost Blade Rapid Fire.
Oh.
If we get in the mid game and he's got a Ghost Blade Rapid Fire and Kingan's got like plated steel caps and like whatever armor.
Just plated steel caps. It's good enough.
You know, Kingan presses W and Jiwoo puts 4 autos into him and loses to the W. It could happen.
That could happen with his ult especially. Like, King just sits in the front with the shield up. Like, I don't think he breaks through the shield. Maybe on the 4th shot.
Maybe.
With 2 items. But yeah, top lane's kind of, okay, well, Rich wants to take an aggressive trade. He's not going to hit that Q. And so, you know, he did chunk Kingan for about 20% of his health.
I think Kingan's just getting cut. He's like, what? Like, Willa came for the gank and he's like, huh? And now Rich he's like, I'm going all out. And he's like, huh?
He's a bit confused.
He's like, dude, we're just supposed to auto each other for grasp stacks. Like, keep chill. Like, what's your problem?
It's a PvE game, actually.
Yeah. You know, people get very upset when you're playing like a mostly PvE game and that has like slight bits of PvP and people engage in the PvP. They do not.
Yeah.
They do not enjoy that at
Such
all.
a tryhard.
Stop ruining my experience.
Yeah.
That's what Rich is doing right now.
I'm just trying to farm, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can name a lot of games nowadays that are like that, including obviously here, LCK, League of Legends. Or just hanging out.
It's getting
playing with a Braum is so sad.
Honestly, I think that's the best part about picking the Braum, because like Braum in a pod is like, you know, I mean you can block this stun, but it's not like the most fun matchup, and he's ranged into melee, right?
Yeah.
But it just in a Jhin, it's just so funny.
He's very good against everything else.
Yeah.
And, you know, even into the Bard, you know, if something goes wrong, you know, let's say a couple of guys get stasis in the wrong spot and Lehens is not, he can just kind of jump in, throw up a shield, maybe help him out a little bit. Coach voice being utilized here by DRX. I am very curious what he's saying, because I have no idea what you would, what would you say? What would you say on this? In this game?
I'd console you. I'd be like, it's okay. I'm sorry that you had to play Jhin. It's fine.
I wonder whose idea that was. Oh boy.
Guys, once you get... You'll work out.
You know, exercise is really
what would I
good for
say?
you.
Maybe it's related to grubs. I don't know. At this point, what is there specifically to talk about?
That's why I'm so curious. Like, the timing of it as well. You know? Maybe because nothing's happening, we'll actually get a listen in. Okay, burn the flash. Nicely done. Avoids the Braum gank.
Yeah. Oh.
And now Taeyeon actually is going to get stunned up. The second shot does miss, but the fourth does. Okay, they're going to set it up. And that was very sad. I think he's just dead. It doesn't really matter, but, you know, it made him look a little silly.
Yeah.
Willer is going to pick up first blood in the bottom lane.
It did make it look like Jiwoo and Andal haven't practiced Jhin Bard that much, but they did still get the kill. So, you know, Willer being there definitely helping out. Lehens has just decided he has a mission this game. You know, the mission, is it destroying the Nexus? Not necessarily. Is it winning the game? Not necessarily.
I can't even hear him.
Okay.
It's like a little bit too quiet. Maybe next time I could take off my headset. I think I might hear a little bit better.
Maybe kill Caitlyn.
It was a lot of bottom lane talk from what I could tell. Timing on this one, not the best, but it's okay.
Yeah. Andal clean with the stuns, though. Fierce Blood, you know, a little pickup there. Oh, did see something go on mid in the replay.
Yukal no
wow,
flash.
Yukal is very dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ain't no escaping that one. W hit, though. That was pretty good. Sponge not having the flash, so you're happy with that.
We have another coach voice. What'll it be this time?
They're really getting early mileage out of this, you know. And I'm expecting this game to go slow, right? I'm expecting this to be a long-haul game, so you're burning those coach voices early. Longshim are saving them.
Yeah, I think they're saving them forever. I don't think they're going to use them. I was actually talking about with Wolf about this during the break, and you know, the coaches have to decide ahead of time whether or not they're in the booth, you know, where they can't see the enemy vision and stuff, or if they're behind. So I assume a lot of the teams, like even KT, right, when they were up 14,000, like their coaches are just not in the booth, so they can't actually utilize coach voice.
Yeah.
Because their coaches are in the green room, they can see all of the vision. It's not fair if they use coach voice and they like run into the booth and say, hey, they're doing Baron! Obviously, so yeah, some teams just elect not to use it and they just don't have it available. we talked about this on Pox today. I do feel like it is a tool which can be utilized for good rather than evil. And
you're still going with that for evil line.
You know, they should use it, I would say. Sponge is in a little bit of trouble here. Lehens is getting in there, though, and is going to land the stun on a Willer, who maybe did go a little bit too far. But they get the kill with the Shockwave, and Taeyoon from miles away is able to take down Willer. It's a little bit of a trade there.
Yeah, able to get the trap down underneath the stunned Jax and able to trade 1-for-1. So I think Nongshim ultimately okay with that. Yeah, I think the argument maybe some of the teams is that they don't know if it's going to be a permanent feature in the long term.
Yeah.
So relying too heavily on it could be to your detriment. It's interesting. We'll see. We'll see how much of a permanent feature it is, how much value teams are getting from it. Some teams obviously have been more keen on it than others. Hard to say. We'll get a replay of this. So Sponge gets chunked out pretty hard even before his ult gets that much value. So obviously he pops it here, but he's already like less than half HP. But the big thing is stun comes in and then Taeyoon gets a trap, so even when he kites away, he can just slide in and the headshot is still there to be picked up.
Yeah.
So easy kill there.
Biggest gold lead currently actually Taeyoon over Jiwoo. Second, though, is the jungle. Willer able to pick up the 2 kills.
And he has gone Triforce, no Dusk and Dawn shenanigans. Which I think is probably right. I haven't seen many Jaxes going Dusk and Dawn.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. It would let you proc your ult very quickly. Like the empowered auto. But I think definitely less... you don't get the big, powerful Triforce procs. Because you're not going to have that much AP on the Jax.
It would feel pretty bad to lose those, I think, as maybe we're trying to kill Sponge again. This is looking like a replay, although Yukal is getting engaged on Sponge. Very much isolated, but now he's got Lehens coming on over as Taeyoon is just in there. He just dies like he was in the banana brush behind enemy lines, and that means that DRX is going to pick up a double kill. Nice little try from Ondil to land the double stun there. Not quite going to work out. Yukal having a lot of protection here. And with the help of Ondil, she'll be able to chase down Lehens. Ondil just doesn't want to take the kill. And he won't have to. As a nice little fight goes the way of DRX.
Scout did so much there to try and turn it around. But, I mean, Taeyoon was just in the middle of nowhere.
아래쪽부터 바로 하고 이거 싸움 보자. 오케이.
Look for a fight.
아니 집 갔다 와서 바로 아래쪽부터 잠그고 게임에 위로 다음 턴에 위에 먹어도 돼 얘들아. 확인. 이번 형 중요해. 못 할 수 있을 듯.
So yeah, they're just saying to Willer to go to the bottom side and look for a fight. Probably to fight over the Drake, which is very important. That is something they said.
That's all that coach voices use now, though, so...
Yeah.
Did get a lot of value out of this one, though. Yeah, Taeyoon just kind of walks up and ends up getting stunned and dies. So... I think the ult from Sponge didn't help and kind of knocked the Jax into him. And then Scout honestly gets insane. Like, this fight would have been so doomed if he'd not gotten this insane value here to turn around and get 2 kills. And they actually managed to get back on the map and get the dragon. So, Scout clutching this fight out, ultimately, able to find massive value.
Oh, trying to set up here. We got 2. A little bit caught, but again, there's so much to get through. But Sponge is kind of left by his lonesome in the front. Lehen's not able to block for him. A little bit overextended were Nongshim after the fight. Well, after the dragon, I should say.
Yeah, definitely think they should have just backed away as soon as possible, but an overstay leads to them getting punished. Herald up soon, so maybe just going to translate straight into that.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Scout is here.
He will scout them out.
He's really trying to up those damage numbers.
Yeah, that he is.
We have a TP from Yukal to the top lane.
Yeah, Herald pretty gone. We will see Taeyoon able to push the wave out, so they won't immediately be able to slam it mid with a wave. Is DRX with an edge in terms of gold, but still close in this game. And it's just, yeah, as you said, Willow with a massive lead, getting a lot of these kills in this fight. So a lot of value in this Jax.
Yeah. There's a lot of times, jungle Jax specifically, you know, you don't have as much farm, you don't have as many levels, but in this meta you get more farm, and especially with early kills, you're feeling good. This fight, again, just an overextension. Sponge kind of left out to dry.
He just gets popped. You know, has to kind of go in on the play to peel for his team, and I think just hung around a little bit too long.
Yeah. Not much you could do. Just gotta be not in that position. Easily said in hindsight, but we'll have to wait and see how they do from here on out. Lehens is going for a little walk in the river.
Oh, Jiu is actually not going the Ghost Blade Rapid Fire build.
He's got Storm Razor. We're trying to get on top of Lehens. I feel like Ondil has ult every 2 seconds. Like it's always up. And they're throwing everything into this Braum, but Gnomestream are just really not grouping together as a team. It's well, over and over like these individual picks. Now it's a double kill for UCal. We had multiple double kills for Willer, and now UCal's getting fed. This is becoming a problem for Nongshim.
The thing is, so much of Nongshim is auto-attack based. And the Jax just, you're able to play so aggressive on the back of your Counter-Strike. So the initial portion of the fight, there's just very little counterplay. The Braum can't do much, you can't stack up the passive, you can't really get those stuns rolling. You need the longer fights to really get the value out of it, but by that point you've already started losing members. So I think Nongshim are really struggling to find headway here, and are starting to fall further and further behind.
Yeah, and it just feels like, you know, we got this roaming death squad of like Ondil sets up the fight, and then you have, you know, Willer's right there, UCal's right there. They've got all their pieces together for setups on fights.
What's crazy here is that like Sponge doesn't want to get close to give him like a jump out, because he's like, I don't want to get caught too. And then he jumps in. Like, either help him to jump out or leave. Pick one. But don't like let him get caught and die and then jump in. That is not the play.
Yeah, I think we can pretty easily see that one. As, yeah, UCal gonna be slowed up here. Doesn't have his flash, actually. Nice little shockwave, but even Exhaust gonna be utilized trying to get him down. They give the kill and the shutdown gold over to Scout, who's now 4-1. Still behind UCal, funnily enough. But he definitely needed that kill.
Yeah, nice pick and return. Finally, it feels like Nongshim getting something, at least, when it's just been DRX getting kill after kill after kill. Doesn't really translate to anything. And UCal has flash about to come up, so it's not like there'd been a summoner there before this dragon. We'll see a replay off that. UCal just a bit overextended hitting this turret, and yeah, I think at this point, not much you can do. It's also funny because Andal portals away, but the portal just gives a route in for Lens and Sponge, so doesn't work in his favor.
Yeah. And then he Mega Blast cones his way to safety. That's a mega disengage cone.
Yeah. Shadowflame picked up for UCal, so he's very strong on this spike. I'm not sure if Scout is close to second item. But if you look at the items on DRX, you look at Willer and you look at UCal, and they feel very scary going into this dragon fight.
Yeah,
honestly,
2,000 gold.
I would consider not contesting this. It'd actually be on my mind right now.
Yeah. I mean, his first Chemtech Drake, and you've already split the first couple of Drakes, so this isn't even like Soul Point.
Yeah.
It's one Chemtech Drake.
It's just, especially like having completed items versus, you know, Giant Spell Blasting Wand. It's not it. No, they're fighting it. Okay. Okay, they did get the Rylai's in. Sponge is a lot weaker than Willow, though.
And the TP just to get engaged on, and the setup here is gigantic once again. Scout has a nice 1v1 versus Jiu, though, who is out of the fight. But we got Ritz kind of going insane mode on this backline in the actual fight, as it looks like they will eventually take out King, and Scout does get another kill, though. 5th for him. And the Chemtech Drake, of course, did go to DRX.
It's like they're late there, so like I initially thought they weren't going to contest it because they were so late. And then they rush in just to fight. The dragon's already gone, and they just get engaged on. They burn all their summoners and lose the fight. Scout, I mean, actually does a good job because Jiu, I'm not sure what Jiu is doing. But the main fight, Taeyeon ends up so close. You're a Caitlyn. How are you like in melee range to get shockwaved with your entire front line? I don't know.
Not
but
the first
Taeyeon
time.
makes a bit of a flub. Scout, I feel like, is just trying to do everything this game. But DRX, they know their objective. They know what they're doing. Other than the little mistake from Jiu, everyone doing what they want. And we literally had 4 flashes in that fight from Nongshim. And I'm going to be honest, I think the only reason Kingen didn't flash was because it wasn't up.
Yeah, I mean, he did die as well, so Not the best. UCal is topping the damage charts, and it's not like he's playing it to tank Rek'Sai or anything. As now we get another engage onto Lehens, who is just out in the middle of nowhere, just dies to Willer, who is not going to stop there, continues to chase, and even gives the kill over to UCal, who's now on a killing spree himself. I mean, DRX are just being gifted pick after pick, and they're playing it well.
Yeah, they're playing so aggressive, and now they're going to start the Baron, and having taken out Scout, strongest member of Nongshim, I think this is just an easy Baron.
Yeah.
A game that was feeling close for a good portion of the mid game has just spiraled out of control on the back of play after play from this Jax leading the charge, and a pick that we haven't seen that often in the LCK. Occasionally as a counter pick to the Xin Zhao is just paying off so well for DRX right now. And I feel like they're on the cusp of the first win, and we have this Braum. I think Braum is a pick that you just often feel so safe on. You're so tanky, you have a dash, but he's just dying on repeat.
And the fact that Scout dies under his turret, too.
Yeah. Doesn't quite have the ult available. It's a rough feeling right now. Having to deal with a Baron already, 4,500 the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how the Jhin might be in a little bit of trouble, but they don't even need the Jhin. Jhin is just like set up for the actual carries, and the Jhin himself is in a not bad spot.
Also, he's gone LDR seconds. He actually has good pen.
He's doing damage. It's actually happening. And here we go. The setup comes in once again with the Jax and the Orianna, maybe this time a little bit too deep, as Sponge was actually able to zone for the rest of the team as well, and Scout does barely live.
Yeah, that's not a good trade. Will it overstepping a little bit there?
Yeah.
And a big shutdown given over.
But they did the cool combo, Ox.
Yeah. Okay, here's the Jhin ult.
It's a zoning ult. Just gonna push them back. Gets them the turret. It actually does have value here.
Yeah, not the most damage, not the best value ultimate, but, DRX able to push forward and force them away. Okay, good peel.
It's okay, Rich is here. It was all a bait. No, Rich has to flash. That's pretty unfortunate. A bit of a mistake. UCal did not see the cupcake on the ground.
I will say saving the Orianna flash, pretty massive there.
Yeah.
So credit to Rich.
This game is just all over the place. Like, what are we doing? We got a TP coming in now again. And Rich is like, yeah, hello. They still have Baron, by the way. DRX.
Okay, that was a little goofy. We'll get the replay of this fight. So ult comes in on a Sponge. Willer goes for the combo with the flash, but it's an Azir, and you don't one-shot him, so he just shoves you on a turret, and then they focus you down. And in return, you get the Xin Zhao, who's pretty worthless at this point.
Yeah.
So not an even trade.
Doesn't really exist.
Yeah. King did just TP in, so he has a Giga Shield that they're trying to punch through. Willer's hunting for Scout.
Here we go again. That one is not going to land. Andil has been the bane of this Nongshim team here in Game 3. It's not been fun for them to deal with this Bard. And he just always seems to have the Tempered Fate up. But looks like the Baron push is done for now. They still have 10 seconds left. And a lot of fiddling around here in the mid lane, right before this Chemtech Drake is about to spawn. And DRX, I mean, they've got, they've got Cassante, they have Orianna, they have Bard, they have some shielding and healing within this composition.
Yeah, not the worst Chemtech soul value. I mean, and also you'll just take it, right?
Yeah.
Nongshim unable to contest. And it's definitely an uphill battle from this point for Nongshim from here. This Orianna, I think, is really starting to become a major issue. Because you look at the items from the Azir in comparison.
Death Cap.
Yeah, you got 10 stack Dark Seal, you got the Death Cap, Shadow Flame, the Blackfire Torch.
Yeah,
and
the upgraded
sword. That is a lot of damage, a lot of burst. Whereas Scout's build, like, he has sustained damage, but it feels like a lot more utility with like the upgraded Merc Treads and the heal from the Crypt Balloon and the ability haste and the slow. Like, they're not bad items, they're just, he's not one-shotting people.
Yeah. Whereas the one-shot combo maybe next time actually does one-tap Scout, because last time we saw like the flash on him from Willer.
Oh, and
he's
Willer,
got GA now.
Yeah, he can kind of go. I mean, GA isn't the craziest value in a Caitlyn, but when you're ahead, it doesn't even matter that you get trapped out of it because they don't have time to punish. Really, like you respawn, you're trapped. It's like, well, they're probably dead by the time you respawn anyway.
Orianna's such a huge threat as long as you can just go face first into it and not really care and try to set up a combo onto a good target.
We're getting a lot of posturing mid. I did feel like this game was going to be a bit slower, and to be fair, it has been faster than I expected, but it's a lot of posturing around the mid lane from both teams.
A little bit
just hanging out.
Traumatized by all the posturing, just remembering game 2 of T1 versus KT.
You know what that is? Posture check. Make sure you're sitting up. Yep.
Oh, look at me. I'm like, my leg is crossed, which is not
I was
good.
too. Yeah. It's been a long day, Brendan.
Bent over, you know.
Got good posture, you know.
It is pretty important. You know, my back was kind of hurting.
Oh, really?
Last week, yeah.
Yeah, you're already a father, so you gotta look out for that stuff.
The second, you know, the second I have a child, it's like all of a sudden my body's like, nope.
Yeah.
No thanks. I'm out. And to be fair, I should be exercising more, so it's probably part of it. But, you know, the whole thing about having a baby is that you don't really have a lot of time, so it's a fantastic excuse not to exercise.
That's fair.
Not again, Lahens, please.
He has a little jump target. Jump to Scout!
All right, well, they're going to be caught. We got TP coming in, and that is going to sail wide.
Ults?
Yeah, I don't know. But this is a Scion that is TPing straight into them and held in place for a very long period of time. Kingen just going to flash that, doesn't want to get too low.
Okay. Well, they're there, and the Baron's up, so I think Nongshim might just move over to it. This could be the place where Nongshim find a good fight. If they're able to make it in here,
like
contest.
Scout is so much of their damage, and he doesn't have his ult anymore, and Sponge is so far behind. Like, look at this. He can't even approach. He's getting killed from miles away by the Jhin. Showing some value here. As now trying to go in onto Kingen. He is very tanky, and they fully peel off of the Baron. So, to be honest, not the most value there on the turn from DRX.
Getting chunked, though, by the Baron is the thing.
Yeah.
So even though they obviously chunk out Kingen, it ends up in a situation where they can't really continue the Baron either.
Yeah, it's not great.
So hard to do Baron, I feel, on this season. Unless you get like an actual meaningful advantage in terms of kills. I think they're probably just looking towards Soul as their route into finishing this game.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot more gold achieved on those plates. I mean, it's still a little bit for Nongshim, but they haven't been able to crack that mid tower, I think, is the big one that they're kind of struggling with.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem. Still has a couple of plates on that one.
Yeah.
But the Crystalline Overgrowth. Yeah, Sponge is not really a champion in this game. Like, he's just kind of an extra frontliner.
He just ults and just hopes for the best.
Yeah. He's the one saying it is what it is now. Although the rest of his team do have ways to actually deal damage. Even Taeyun, I mean, he's still ahead. You know, he has nearly 4 items, 3.5. And, you know, the Azir up to 3. He's looking for Zhonya's, though, now, so looking to survive as long as possible in these fights and deal that sustained damage.
Just difficult to approach. You can see Sponge clearing some vision around the Baron. But I just feel like Will is so ready just to jump in.
Oh! Well, if nobody gets in front of the Jhin, you're going to have some problems. As now, once again, the Bard ult is in there. The exhaust on the Willer, though. The combo isn't there. They don't have the damage. There's a flash away and a big shuffle on the 2. Gets you Cal immediately. And Nongshim are not out of this game yet. As here on the backside, you see that GA into the trap you were talking about. Headshot! And the headshot does come in, double kill, but it is still 3-on-3. Rich still doing quite a lot. Taeyun actually hit by the 4th shot, but still winning this one is Nongshim. And let's see where they decide to go. Will they risk a Baron, I wonder?
I think you go Dragon, I think you go Baron, but Scout just refusing to lose this game. This is the man possessed. The shuffle was massive. And, you know, I was saying, I don't know if the GA is really going to be punished here. Oh, the knock-up.
Well, they're just going to come in here, face check, and hope they can win in the 2v3. Doesn't look very likely. based on what we're seeing here, although they're gonna get away. And Jiwoo is kiting this one out pretty well, but he does get straight up ulted by the Scion as another missed stun from King, but it just does not matter. And that's a shutdown. Some extra gold for Taeyoon. Look at that, he's 2,500 ahead. He is so fed in this game now.
He got a lot of gold from that. And yeah, I was wondering, is the GA going to be punished? I didn't think it would. I thought DRX was so far ahead, but you saw there, the trap out of the GA immediately punished. Look at the replay. This initially looked so bad for Nongshim. The rapid fire auto into the stun, the follow-up coming. But Scout, an absolute hero here, sees the window to go in, catches Yukal after the flash, and he's immediately punished. Buys time with the stasis, they have to be ready for it. The trap catches the GA afterwards. So even after the counter-strike, Taeyoon waits for the headshot.
Yeah. So the two fed guys on the side of DRX, the Orianna and the Jax, are just nullified so much.
And with Taeyoon dead, they're doing the Baron. This is still risky. No flash on Willa, but he can't leap over the wall.
Oh, they're going for the ult on in with the Scion. They want Yukal, they're not gonna get it. And Kingen is pulled over, but this guy is so tanky right now. He is flashing on top of Yukal. They desperately want to take out this Orianna. They're not going to have it.
So much committed there, but unable to find the Orianna, and Jiwoo is now back. This game's gotten so scrappy. Nongshim trying to force their advantage, but don't find it. I think they have to back away now. Taeyoon's doing a lot of damage, that is for sure, but so a lot of people in this game.
Yeah. Feels like maybe they're just going to look for the Scout ult angle once again as they're engaged. We talked about how there's not a lot of engage. Oh, Willer, not like this, buddy. Oh, no, he is going to be able to hop away, but that is a super low jungler, and now you just start the Baron.
Yeah, I think he's just too low to get in for the smite, so they'll start it up.
The giant wave in top lane, too. It feels like an Ocean have control right now. And it's okay, we are going to get the Bard ult down, but there's just no smite. Zondil doesn't have it either, and that is just going to be the smite down pretty late, actually. Went down to like 600 there, but still able to get it done.
Oh, Willa's coming back over, so they're just going to force their way out here. You can't have
Okay, it's going to catch Sponge. That's not what you're looking for. And there's the scoop on Yukal, but the damage a lot slower and immediately goes down Scout. As Rich, he's kind of going in alone, though. That's not going to work out. A couple of kills go to Nongshim after the fact.
Again, Scout with the clutch plays. He trades his life for Yukal, but he doesn't care. He knows how strong this Orianna is. He knows what his job is. He sets it for Taeyoon, and he says, here's the Orianna on a silver platter. They get the Baron, they get out. And honestly, Sponge left the smite late. I think it's the right call. Don't mess around with it. Don't try and do it exactly 1400. If there's no smite near, play it safe. No one's doing 600 damage if the Jhin ults down. And here he grabs Yukal. And yeah, he dies, but the Orianna is just such a relevant threat that you're happy to take that trade. Taeyoon grabs the Bard, and Rich just gets deleted.
The real damage carry right now is Taeyoon as well.
Man, this has been a day of throws on such a monumental level. And this is the point where we're starting to see the Jhin struggle, because Taeyoon is shredding everyone. The traps are feeling super relevant. He is cutting through people. Jiwoo is not.
I mean, there's too much to cut through.
There's so much bulk, and there's so many things.
It was fine when they were ahead.
There's so many things that block damage.
Yeah.
There's the W from Kingen, there's the shield from the Hens, there's the ult from Sponge. Sponge is not very useful, but he can press his ultimate, and that buys time.
He's doing his job. It's not the flashiest job, but it's fine. Okay, they're going to catch Taeyoon. They're going to catch Taeyoon, and the front line, he gets shockwaved and killed! And DRX are right back in it. Sponge is just dead as well, and now the Jhin is opening up. Willer is unkillable, and he's going to hop on top of them, and immediately Nongshim are falling like a house of cards, as it looks like Kingen will also be taken out. And just like that, TP in the mid lane, DRX have their eyes set on the mid lane.
And that's game, that's enough. And you look at the summoner spells, Taeyoon's flash has just come back up. He only needed just a matter of 15 seconds for that summon to become available, and DRX pounced on the opportunity. Andal finds the window on this Bard again and punishes this Fed carry. Lehen's the last one alive. 13 seconds on the Caitlyn. I don't think it's enough.
Just a wild day of games, and it ends with this one. We thought we knew who was throwing, but it was thrown right back. An excellent play from DRX to pull it right back. And there you go. They take their first victory of the LCK Cup 2026. in very active fashion.
Man, this was such a back and forth. This was such a chaotic series. And honestly, we sometimes say this about series, like it could have gone either way. This one really felt like it could have gone either way.
Yeah.
And I think series like those come down to these just critical moments, these key points where players find opportunities to be clutch. And honestly, when I think of that third game, I think about the Bard and the amount of tempered fates that were just connecting at key moments. And even when we have this big comeback, we have Scout stepping up on the Azir, setting up for the Caitlyn. It was, in the end, it was that tempered fate landing. The flash was down. It was seconds away from being back up. But it comes through. Will is there to punish. And they will get their first series win. And it feels deserved. It feels like this is a team who's had to fight to get their first series win, fight really hard. But they've definitely earned it.
Jiu showing off his new org in DRX, beating his old one in Nongshim. And Andil as well. Absolute amazing performance on the Bard. And, you know, he's slowly been picking it more and more. We always talk about Keiria's Bard, but Andil, he's getting better. Like, the more I see him, he's picking it pretty often, and he's just getting more and more comfortable and more impactful. So, nice to see that growth within the support player of DRX, and absolutely critical for this game. I mean, if you don't have Bard in this one, so many less picks, so much less of a lead that they threw, which eventually, like, I'm convinced that gold isn't real.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's today or if it's a patch thing, or it just doesn't seem to matter anymore.
It feels a little bit fake, honestly. The thing is, it feels like 80 carries, you know, there's such an injection of gold anyway to 80 carries. Like, you're still getting loads of items because of the quest and cashback. Top laners just end up with levels anyway. And it just feels like it comes down to these critical moments. Like, at the end of the day, you know, you can be fed as you want. If you're getting blown up, you're getting blown up. And it feels like it's hard to end, even with a big gold lead. You know, Baron isn't this free objective you can take, and even with Baron, it's not necessarily easy to break through structures. Soul feels like the big thing, but if it's not a good Soul, it's hard to necessarily translate it. And even when it is, like we saw the Hextech Soul earlier, right? That felt like a real game ender. But, you know, this was a Chemtech Soul game. So many moments of this one, so many catches with the Tempered Fate. This one was, though, the one where really Scout showed up, and it must be honestly a bit heartbreaking for him, but credit to him, showing up big since he's rejoined the LCK.
Yeah. It's one of the big highlights from Nongshim that we said we were looking forward to seeing more of. And Scout, he trades his life here, does it well, says, well, Taeyoon's the guy who's going to carry. I can trade for you, Cal, that's just fine. And then this. They're saying, okay, he doesn't have flash.
Yeah. And I mean, the timing's perfect. Yeah, he actually gets him when he's channeling the Peacemaker, so he's not going to net. He tries to net, but is pulled back in by the Shockwave. And again, Flash is definitely going to save you there, but it was... I was looking at the timing, it was like 5-10 seconds away when he died. So the timing they had on the timer, perfect.
Yeah.
Very precise. Such a big difference maker, so very clutch to go for that. Because if they'd waited 10-15 seconds, they couldn't have made that same play.
Yeah. And Taeyoon just flashes the Temper Fate. They never get any setup. There's no wombo combo with Yucal and Willer. And the gold graphs we've had today are just mind-blowing. This one, we thought it was thrown by DRX. All right, they gave it over, and the Nongshim Baron push was coming in, and then they just got barded.
And, you know, in terms of POM, I think there's a couple of good suggestions. I know who I voted for, obviously. I mean, of course I know who I voted for. But, yeah, I do wonder who it's going to be.
It's going to be Andil.
I think that's the right call.
I think that's the right call for sure.
Yeah, I think the Nico game he also had a great impact on. I think the Bard game, I mean, I talked about his Tempered Fates. I think it was crazy. If we do see a spread of votes, I think Willer also, like on the Vi, he was leading the charge, and on the Jax, he was massive.
Absolutely.
So I think there are other good votes, right? You know, it was a team effort, but I think that Bard really left a lasting impression. When I think about that game 3, I think about all those Tempered Fates. So
it just always seemed like it was on or off cooldown rather. Like he always
also,
had it,
you know,
every fight.
It's one of those things that you see a lot of them when you throw it out, and if you time it wrong or it's like a long range thing, sometimes they just walk out of it. So the fact that he was consistently landing them, it's not easy to do. So credit
you have to
him.
be exactly the right range where you're not too far, where they can dodge it, but you're not too close, so it's obvious, right? He was like right behind the wall, which was close enough, and they couldn't really see him, and he just set it up perfectly.
The
like,
one
I
he
think
got
for sure.
the last one when he's like channeling the Peacemaker, that timing was just, I mean, game winning. That's
It couldn't be better. Game winning for the side of DRX, and I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation of the POM interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Andal on the side of DRX. Congratulations! You just secured your first victory and also the very first LCK Cup support POM. How do you feel? I didn't know that this was the first support POM. Rather than, being happy about the POM, I'm just really, it feels great to win. And in game 1 with the Vi Kaisa, it looked like you guys figured out how to counter Jace. So you were piloting Nico here, so what was the key point of this comp? It was Kaisa Nico. And we felt like if the laning phase goes pretty well, we could actually just go ahead and translate into a good team fight and then win through there. And after that, in game 3, your Bard was absolutely wonderful. You got over 90% KP, which is a big contribution to DRX's victory today. So it just felt really good playing throughout the game. And your ult was on point, so can you walk us through what happened? Bard as a champion, you just have to be really proactive. So you have to make the shot calls and you have to make the moves and execute things. So I think you just have to wait for your team to just have faith that your team will follow up with you. It looks like everyone should consider banning the Bard away from you now on. And lately we're seeing some diversity in support picks, like enchanters, tank support. So since you have to pull off a wide pool of champions, are there any challenges? Personally, I don't think there are any challenges. I think it's even more fun that we're seeing so many different support champions. So how is it working out with your new partner, Jiwoo? Yeah, he's really working me out. So what's contributing to your development? I think Jiwoo, after he joined DRX, he has actually changed his playstyle a lot. And I think he's actually trying to click in with the team and blend in really well, so I really appreciate his effort. And DRX actually utilizes coach voice the most, and head coach Joker is the one behind these feedbacks, so how helpful are they in reality? Honestly, his feedback does help a lot. Actually, it's a very normal thing for him to constantly give us confidence and feedback that helps us throughout the game. And at the end of the coach voice, he always ends it with fighting. So anything you would like to say? Thank you so much for always navigating and guiding us towards the right path, head coach Joker. And with DRX's victory, the group battle score is now 8-8. You're going to partake in Super Week next week in a best of 5. Are you feeling good about this? Yeah, I think so. And any message to the elder group teams for the Super Week? I hope that we can keep the energy up for a good result fighting. And that's the end of the interview with Andal, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Unbin and Deer, for those translations. Ayaya, as it is DRX getting the victory. And if there was only one man that could have seen the future and predicted, that's right, there was only one.
It was clean gameplay. They were obviously the superior team. There was no doubt at any point that DRX could lose this series. Game 3, the cleanest of them all. We were sitting back here saying, wow, look at the plays, look at the macro. Scouts trying to ruin it by like going in and looking for some cool Emperor's Divides, but they were just never able to outdo Yukao Willer mid jungle. No chance.
Amazing breakdown.
Amazing breakdown. Thank you very much. My comment would be the price of gold has gone up because Andal won it. All right. I just want to get palms every now and then. Let's take a look at the palms, as it was Andal winning it. 11 out of 13. Pretty good.
Wow,
These analysts did not like him, and so did VNCast.
Since I was the only one who got this right, I guess my vote means the most.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you deserve it. Also pretty aware of what's going on, yeah. People don't remember the Vi game, I think. I think they might have forgotten that Andal played Poppy in Game 2, and the Game 1, let's just not talk about it. But yeah, he did have a really good Bard game in Game 3, that's true.
Yeah, all right. Let's take a look at him. Wolf, you are first. What did you have here? Were you the Willer voter?
They freed Willer. They freed him. He's free. He can play Vi, he can play Jackson, Orianna Shockwave.
True.
Mid jungle good. Yeah. He's free. He's floating through the air.
It's a movie for all of you.
Free Willy, yeah.
Free Willy.
Yes.
Free Willer.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I mean, I think most of the people just voted for Andal because of the, like, I think the Game 3, his Bard ultimate was amazing. I think especially for the last team fight, when Caitlyn casts the Q on the minion, like he literally casts the Bard ulti at the same time. But also, I want to mention that Taeyun had to wait 26 seconds, but he did it. And Andal knew the window is coming. And
also, I want to mention Willer on the Blast Cone engage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
On top of that, right?
So this is also my comment.
Oh, man. Like, I mean, you know what? I was almost like so toxic to say the comment is like, hey, Taeyun, well played, you know? Like, it's just so crucial that he's hitting the inhib turret without flash.
You know, if you didn't say it, you wouldn't have been toxic, but you didn't say it in your comment, but you said it anyways. So toxic.
Gone in 26 seconds.
All right.
You know, it's like that one movie, Gone in 60 seconds. All right, we are, hopefully, those of you that are still woke,
I'm so tilted.
Got both of those. But yes.
Gone with the Wind, also another famous film.
Gone with the Wind, that's another one. Okay.
Gone Girl. That was the Caitlyn in this case. Go on, yeah.
I can't read. Ox? Going with Andal as well. I didn't know Tempered Fate was a targeted ability. That's right.
I think that's not actually true. It's a aimed skill shot.
Yeah, he had 20.
I think that's why it's really impressive that Andal played this well.
All right.
I think Ox did Ox vote for Andal?
He did. It says right there he did.
Okay. I got confused by his comment.
All right, let's take a look at the Korean side here. Helios with the glorious An family. Chef An Yujin, Andil.
Do you know who is An Yujin?
Not off the top of my head.
She's one of the idol in IVE. And
yes, of course.
Chef An, you obviously know who's Chef An. And probably, Andil.
I personally am a big fan of Andil of the three.
Same. I mean, always like Helios with some random meme, you know? Like, he's always using memes! He should stop it. I think he's abusing memes too much.
I think it's been a long day for you, Wadid. Sit down while I continue to read ponies here.
So toxic now. I'm so tilted.
There it is. He's earned the right to use that skin.
I'm pretty impressed that so far in our comments, no one brought Keria into this.
True.
You know, let Andil have his moment, even though Willer was definitely the clear palm, as me and VNCast sussed out earlier.
Okay, well, Willer didn't get it, so we got it. And none of the Korean side voted for him as well. Don't let Andal play Nico, Poppy, Bard.
I think he's talking to DRX when he's talking about the Poppy pick in the draft.
And it was based off of
he actually had, honestly, his Poppy play was good. We talked about it earlier. His Poppy play was good despite the fact that he probably shouldn't have picked it in that 2v2. He did make the most of it. He was not the problem in Game 2.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for all of the comments here and all of the comments about the comments across our streams. It was great. Just like a victory for the first time for DRX. Feels pretty good. They tie up the score yet again in the group stage. It is 8-8 here across the board.
It's like a curse here. For every day, we almost always get a 5-game day.
Almost.
And then it ends up being the scores are evened out every day. It looks like, oh, the first series, one group moves ahead, and then the second series, they even it out. That's how I knew DRX was going to win for sure.
So we're floating it out here while it's 8-8. The tiebreaker is that each team plays each other, right? That's the way that the tiebreaker works. Each team would play each other. It's still a long ways to go, but still surprisingly, every day there's a group Baron win and a group Elder win to keep things going. So DRX win to get themselves into 5th place.
It looks like we have like a very clear legend group materializing, right? Genji, T1, D+, B and K, DRX.
And who?
Yeah, and then on the
DRX?
Yeah,
Wait a second.
The Rise group, yeah.
Where is the orange? Where is the HLE?
HLE in the Rise group.
Oh, okay. I mean, we already figured out like every time the one group is ahead, the other group is gonna be like tie up, right? So I'm wondering what's gonna happen tomorrow.
Yeah, well, to Wolf's point, right, to see who's in the Legend group, who's in the Rise group in the early prediction.
All right.
The two teams in 3rd place for each group do battle. Hanwha Life Esports and the DN Automotive Supers.
All right.
So DN beat Nongshim.
Yeah.
Or sorry, beat DRX who beat Nongshim.
Yeah.
You starting to see what I'm...
I see
like,
what
it
you're
could
thinking.
be Hanwha Life Esports' Rise group team. If they lose to the Supers tomorrow, that's when you panic. I said every time in Hanwha lost so far, don't panic yet. They'll get better. But if they lose tomorrow, it's time to start panicking.
You know who predicted DNS over HLE? That's me.
So
it's coming.
A knower. It's possibly.
It's actually coming.
Knower. I mean, you're talking to the guy who got the prediction right today when no one else believed him. Also, at the end of the day tomorrow, top of the table battle, Genji versus D+. D+ having that early season buff. It's going to be a great match. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for watching here on this Friday. Saturday's matches are going to be a banger. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in 20-ish, maybe like 18-ish hours. See you later. Bye-bye.